Chapter 898. Lin Feng's gaze suddenly turned cold. These people from the Yuhua immortal dynasty were really arrogant. From the way this young master acted, he knew that this person wasn't a good person. Young master, be careful. Seeing that the attack of the Yuhua immortal dynasty's expert was about to hit Lin Feng, the two sisters cried out in alarm at the same time, their expressions full of worry. A lowly trash like you dares to be so presumptuous in front of our young master? You really don't know what death is. The corners of the guard's mouth curled up. In his opinion, this move would definitely cripple Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood in place without moving. Could it be that he's scared silly? The people from the Yuhua immortal dynasty all had sneering expressions. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu were also stunned. Why was Lin Feng not moving at all? Could it be that he was really scared silly? But since he could kill a group of blood apes, his strength should be at the 6th or 7th level of the yin-yang realm or even higher, right? He shouldn't be so scared, right? The two sisters' hearts were filled with doubts. The attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth. That aura directly enveloped the Yuhua immortal dynasty's expert who attacked. The Yuhua immortal dynasty's expert realized that he couldn't move at all. He let out a series of screams from his throat. His originally smug expression had now turned into a terrified expression as he looked at Lin Feng. Bang! In the next moment, his body directly exploded. He couldn't withstand the pressure emitted by Lin Feng at all. So strong. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu looked at Lin Feng in shock. Only then did they realize that they might have underestimated this young master in front of them. Seeing that his subordinate had been killed, the blue-clothed young master was instantly incomparably furious. He coldly shouted, "Go, kill this brat." "Yes, young master." Immediately, 5 to 6 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty pounced towards Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. Lin Feng had no intention of using his sacred art. He simply walked towards the other party. A terrifying force surged out. The 5 or 6 experts who were rushing over suddenly felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on them, making them unable to move. Bang bang bang, immediately after, the bodies of 5 or 6 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty exploded again, and they died tragically on the spot. The blue-clothed young man's expression finally changed when he saw this scene. He naturally knew that he had kicked an iron plate today. Who are you?" The blue-clothed young master asked in horror as he retreated. "Huangfu Qingtian, and I have a 10-year life and death agreement. A small fish like you dares to jump in front of me? You don't know the difference between life and death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. "You're that person." The young man's face was filled with terror as he shouted, "Stop him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed toward the spaceship in the distance. The remaining few people kept retreating. But at this moment, a terrifying aura had already enveloped them. Phut, as expected, everyone's bodies exploded, killed by Lin Feng's force. The blue-clothed young master had already flown to the spaceship. Rumble. The spaceship started to move, wanting to escape into the distance. Sky rend. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he waved his right hand. 1,000-meter-long saber light condensed and instantly slashed out. The huge saber light instantly tore the entire spaceship apart. The blue-clothed young master hiding in the spaceship was cut in half. None of the cultivators controlling the spaceship were spared. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu looked at each other. There were so many experts. They died just like that. Killing those strong cultivators was as easy as blowing away dust for Lin Feng. Wasn't he too strong? Could it be that he had already cultivated to the 8th or 8th level of the yin-yang realm? Or even the 10th level? When they thought of this, the two sisters felt abnormally shocked. After all, Lin Feng was about the same age as them. His cultivation was so unfathomable that the two sisters felt like they were looking up at a tall mountain. "Let's go," Lin Feng said indifferently. The blue-clothed young master and the others were just small fries. Lin Feng didn't care about them at all. His opponent was a top-notch genius like Huangfu Qingtian. Wangxian town was bustling as usual. People came and went. Many cultivators who entered the ancient forest of the fallen immortals would rest in Wangxian town. There were stone shops, casinos, brothels, elixir stores, spirit array stores, weapon stores, and various other shops. There was also a branch of the Mercenary Association located here. Lin Feng, Qiao Tingyu, and Qiao Tingyu arrived at Wangxian town. They planned to find an inn to stay and rest for 2 days. Tingyu, thank the heavens that I found the two of you here. At that moment, a surprised voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators rushed over. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s, and he looked relieved. Big brother, when Qiao Tingyu saw the young man, they were pleasantly surprised and hurried over. The young man reprimanded them. The two of you are really messing around. How could you sneak into the ancient forest of the fallen immortals? What if something happened to you? Qiao Tingyu lowered their heads, not daring to refute him. Lin Feng was slightly speechless. He was afraid that Qiao Tingyu had snuck out. Their clan was worried about their safety, so they had come to look for them. The young man looked at the two sisters and asked, "Are those your friends?" The two sisters hurriedly nodded. Qiao Tingyu said, "This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. If it weren't for him, we would have died in the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. This is my big brother, Qiao Zhenyu. Brother Lin, thank you for saving my sister." Qiao Zhenyu cupped his fists. "Brother Qiao, you're too polite." Lin Feng cupped his fists in response. Lin Feng then said, "Since Qiao Tingyu have found their families, I'll take my leave." When they heard that Lin Feng was about to leave, Qiao Tingyu looked reluctant to part with him. Qiao Zhenyu said, "Brother Lin, please wait. Is there something else?" Lin Feng asked. Qiao Zhenyu said, "Brother Lin, since you're alone, why don't you stay with us for the time being? Also, I have something to discuss with you. I'm sure you'll be very interested in it." Seeing how confident Qiao Zhenyu was, Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled as to what Qiao Zhenyu wanted to discuss with him. "Lin Gongzi, since you won't be leaving Wangxian town for the next few days, why don't you stay with us? We haven't properly thanked you for saving us yet." Qiao Tingyu blushed. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Lin Feng cupped his fists. The Qiao family rented a courtyard in Wangxian town as a temporary place to rest. At night, Qiao Zhenyu held a banquet for Lin Feng to thank Lin Feng for saving Qiao Tingyu's lives. After the banquet ended, Qiao Zhenyu invited Lin Feng to a private room. It was obvious that they had something to discuss. What does Qiao Zhenyu want to talk about? Lin Feng looked interested. Chapter 899. Qiao Zhenyu laughed. "Brother Lin, have you ever heard of Yuan meteor stones?" Lin Feng shook his head. "Nope. May I know what Yuan meteor stones are?" Qiao Zhenyu continued, "These few years, the various transcendent powers of the Qianwu continent have been trying to repair the space-time tunnel on the ancient path of starry sky, in order to reopen the astral trials. Yuan meteor stones are the materials required to repair the ancient path of starry sky. Naturally, not everyone is qualified to participate in the astral trials. Other than having to pay a huge amount of spirit stones, one also has to pay a fee of Yuan meteor stones. This is because the space-time tunnel on the ancient path of starry sky could malfunction at any time, and the various transcendent powers need to have sufficient Yuan meteor stones in order to deal with any unexpected situations. If the space-time tunnel on the ancient path of starry sky were to malfunction, and they didn't have enough Yuan meteor stones to repair the space-time tunnel, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Feng nodded. If the space-time tunnel malfunctioned and couldn't be repaired in time, the cultivators in the tunnel might die tragically, while the others would be trapped in the outer world, unable to return. Since Brother Qiao mentioned Yuan meteor stones, could it be that Brother Qiao knows something about them? Lin Feng asked. Qiao Zhenyu nodded. "There's a meteorite mountain range in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, and there are many Yuan meteor stones there. If Brother Lin wishes to head to the outer world to train, you'll have to pay Yuan meteor stones. Therefore, I'd like to invite Brother Lin to head to the meteorite mountain range to search for Yuan meteor stones. What do you think?" Lin Feng nodded. "Sure, when will we be leaving?" "There are still a few friends coming. We'll set off immediately after they arrive." Qiao Zhenyu said. No problem. After parting ways with Qiao Zhenyu, Lin Feng returned to his residence. The night was long, and Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to sleep. He flew to the roof of his residence and drank some wine. Gazing into the distance, he could see a boundless sea of trees. That was the direction of the ancient forest of fallen immortals. The roars of the beasts in the ancient forest of fallen immortals could be heard unceasingly. Lin Feng didn't care about the Yuan meteor stones. Since there were some in the meteorite mountain range, he would definitely be able to find them. Even if Yuan meteor stones were extremely rare, he would be able to find them with his dragon search incantation. Lin Feng was thinking about the demonic realm. The ancient forest of fallen immortals was too huge, and it was too difficult to find the demonic realm. The map imprinted on the tortoise shell was only an approximate location. In addition, it was an ancient forest of fallen immortals. Times the demonic realm. Therefore, it wasn't easy to find the demonic world of fallen. Lin's smell. Lin Feng, S and sat SSSS. Of her, ofs. This woman was full of charm. What did you and you talk? Talk. Qiao Tingyu turned around and looked at Lin Feng. Looking at Qiao Tingyu up close, Lin Feng realized how beautiful she was. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and her eyes seemed to be filled with spring. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and her cherry lips were red. The 2 strands of hair on her cheeks fluttered in the wind, adding to her seductive charm. She wore a light green dress, and her waist was slim. Her beauty was flawless. When Qiao Tingyu sensed that Lin Feng was looking at her, she blushed. She looked shy, which made her look even more seductive. Lin Feng said, Brother Qiao told me about the Yuan meteor stones and invited me to search for them together. Qiao Tingyu's face lit up. If Lin Feng went with Qiao Zhenyu to search for Yuan meteor stones, didn't that mean that he would be able to spend more time with them? The next day, Lin Feng left the house early in the morning. He wanted to buy some things he needed. He needed to buy some formation materials, which might be useful. He also needed to buy some other necessities. When Qiao Tingyu saw that Lin Feng was going out, they walked over. Qiao Tingyu asked, Lin Gongzi, are you going out? Lin Feng nodded. I'm going to buy some necessities. Let's go with you. Qiao Tingyu blushed. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't refuse these 2 beautiful sisters. Along the way, many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. When a man went out, he actually had 2 extremely beautiful women by his side, one big and one small. It really made others envious. Some people even thought that the brat had already done the deed with that pair of beautiful sisters. Lin Feng finished buying some necessities and smiled at the sisters. What do you want to buy? Qiao Tingyu's personality was much more lively. Although we don't have anything to buy, we've always wanted to visit a certain place. Which place? Lin Feng asked. A stone workshop. The 2 sisters said at the same time. Immediately, their faces turned slightly red. Qiao Tingyu said, We've only heard of the stone workshop, but we've never been there. We're very curious. Lin Feng smiled. There seems to be a small stone workshop in Wangxian town. Since you want to go there to broaden your horizons, let's go take a look. Lin Gongzi, you're so nice. If Big Brother was here, he definitely wouldn't let us go to a place like the stone workshop. Qiao Tingyu happily hugged Lin Feng's arm. Immediately, Lin Feng felt his arm sink into a turbulent wave. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Qiao Tingyu was really careless. Did she not feel the sensation of hugging his arm like this? Soon, Qiao Tingyu felt it, and her face turned slightly red. She let go of Lin Feng's arm and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng coughed dryly to hide his awkwardness. He said, Let's go to the stone workshop and see if we can cut anything good out of it. The 2 girls nodded excitedly. The 3 people arrived at the stone workshop of Looking Immortal Town. The streets outside were crowded with people coming and going. This was indeed a place where people from all walks of life mingled. Many people revealed malicious gazes when they saw Qiao Tingyu, this pair of exquisite sisters. Some people even wanted to take advantage of them, but Lin Feng coldly glanced at them. Many people felt that Lin Feng wasn't someone to be trifled with, so they dispersed and didn't dare to approach him. There's only some low-grade stones outside. Let's go inside and take a look, Lin Feng said. The two sisters nodded and followed Lin Feng into the stone workshop. There were many courtyards here. Tingyu, why are you here? A pleasantly surprised voice sounded. More than 10 cultivators rushed over. One of them was a green-robed young master and the other was a white-robed young master. The green-robed young master looked at Xiao Tingyu with a burning gaze. The white-robed young master looked at Xiao Tingyu with joy. Chapter 900. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu had good family backgrounds, and they were also beautiful and attractive. Naturally, they had many admirers. The two people in front of them were Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu's admirers. They were also members of aristocratic families, so they quickly put away their gloomy expressions and put on smiles. So it's you, Liu Xianhuang, Hai Wuyan. Xiao Tingyu curled her lips. Why are you here in Wangxian town? Asked the young man in white, whose name was Liu Xianhuang. Xiao Tingyu replied, we're here to gain experience, of course. Lin Feng could tell that Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu didn't like these two people very much. However, Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan didn't seem to sense anything, and they continued to smile. Hai Wuyan glanced at Lin Feng and asked, how should I address you, friend? This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi. This is Liu Xianhuang, and this is Hai Wuyan. Xiao Tingyu gave a simple introduction. Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's clans were also aristocratic families in Yuju. 3 years ago, they had met at a gathering of the younger generation of Yuezhou's aristocratic families, and Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan had started to pursue Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu. However, Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's reputation wasn't very good. It was rumored that they had special hobbies. They liked to play with a phoenix and seek excitement. They were really rotten. Although this wasn't confirmed, it was still true. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu had naturally heard of this before, so they didn't have a good impression of Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan. However, the Qiao clan, the Liu clan, and the Hai clan were old friends, so they had to deal with these two people. Xiao Tingyu said, Lin Gongzi, let's go in and take a look. Lin Feng nodded and entered a shop with Xiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu. Who's this guy? Lin Feng. Have you heard of him? Asked Liu Xianhuang with a gloomy expression. Hai Wuyan shook her head with a disdainful expression. I don't know where this brat came from, but he dares to touch the woman we've taken a fancy to. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go take a look. Of course. Of a dozen or so people. Tingyu said. Of. Xiao Tingyu pointed at a piece of green stone and said, I think this stone is pretty good. I wonder how much it's worth. Stones. Xiao Tingyu was shocked. A stone was actually so expensive. Even though she was a descendant of a clan of the ancients, she was still shocked by the price. Tingyu, if you want to choose a stone, we can help you. Brother Li Xinghe, the eldest disciple of Stone King Shen Yuanlong, will be here soon. Liu Xianhuang smiled. At that moment, a commotion could be heard outside. A dozen or so cultivators were escorting a cultivator wearing a starry robe. The cultivator looked to be in his 30s. His body was adorned with jewels and treasures. The starry robe he wore was a high-grade prized treasure. His pair of cloud ascension boots were also high-grade prized treasures. His robe and the longevity bracelet on his wrist were all high-grade prized treasures. Wearing so many high-grade prized artifacts on his body showed that he was quite rich. Of course, the most precious item was the jade pendant on his waist. This jade pendant was called the Spirit Jade. Wearing the Spirit Jade could double the cultivation speed of the wearer. It was a precious treasure. Li Xinghe had an arrogant expression on his face. Heavens, it's Li Xinghe. He's the eldest disciple of Stone King Shen Yuanlong. He's only slightly better than Shen Yuanlong in identifying stones. Li Xinghe's arrival caused quite a stir. Stone King Shen Yuanlong was a famous expert in identifying stones in the nearby provinces. He'd cut out many good things from stones, and he'd even cut out a divine bone that had records of ancient techniques. Because of this, Xian Yuanlong was extremely famous. Countless ancestors from rich and powerful clans had asked him to help identify stones. As Xian Yuanlong's disciple, Li Xinghe naturally attracted a lot of attention. "Brother Li, you're here." Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan bowed to him. Li Xinghe nodded. They chatted for a while, then a group of people walked over. Liu Xianhuang smiled and said, "Big brother Li, these two are Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu from Yuezhou's Qiao clan. They want to cut some stones and hope that big brother Li can help them choose some good stones." Li Xinghe said calmly, "If someone else had asked me, I wouldn't have helped them. However, the elders of your Liu clan are friends with my master, so I'll give you some face today." Liu Xianhuang immediately looked flattered, and she hurriedly thanked him. Li Xinghe looked at Qiao Tingyu and asked, "You want to cut some stones?" Qiao Tingyu bowed slightly, and Qiao Tingyu nodded. Li Xinghe glanced at the dozens of stones around them, then pointed at a stone with golden spots on it. "This stone is called Golden Spot Stone. If I'm not mistaken, this stone was formed in the deepest parts of a gold mine." The manager of the workshop said, "Young Master Li, you have a good eye. This stone was indeed mined from a large gold mine." Li Xinghe looked slightly pleased. He then looked at Qiao Tingyu and said, "You can cut this golden spot stone." Li Xinghe didn't explain. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking very mysterious. Qiao Tingyu asked, "How much is this stone?" 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. The manager of the workshop said. Qiao Tingyu hesitated for a moment, but just as she was about to nod and buy the stone, Lin Feng smiled and said, "Tingyu, I think this stone is better." Lin Feng pointed at a black stone that was 1/2 meter in diameter. It was bumpy and dark, and it looked very ordinary. "Brat, who are you? How dare you question my choice of stone?" Li Xinghe's expression sank. Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan had long been jealous of Lin Feng because of Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu. When they saw that Lin Feng had actually asked Qiao Tingyu to choose another stone, they immediately sneered. Liu Xianhuang said, "That brat is called Lin Feng. I don't know how he managed to get close to the Qiao family." Hai Wuyan looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said with a fake smile, "Brother Lin, hurry up and apologize to Brother Li. Brother Li is a magnanimous person, and he won't blame you." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Apologize? Why should I apologize? I only asked Tingyu to choose a stone that caught my eye. I don't think I've offended anyone, right?" Li Xinghe's expression sank slightly, and he sneered, "The art of identifying stones is profound and unfathomable. Not just anyone can understand it." Lin Feng said indifferently, "It seems that this brother is very familiar with the art of identifying stones." Li Xinghe said proudly, "My master is the Stone King, Xian Yuanlong. Naturally, I have some understanding of the art of identifying stones. Since that's the case, how about we make a bet?" Lin Feng said with a half-smile. "What are we betting on?" Li Xinghe narrowed his eyes. "Let's bet on the value of the stones we choose. If you win, I'll give you a 50,000-year-old sacred herb. If you lose, you'll have to give me the psychic jade on your waist." Lin Feng said indifferently. "You want my psychic jade?" Li Xinghe's expression sank slightly, but when he thought about how Lin Feng was someone he had never even heard of, he couldn't help but wonder how capable he could be. Besides, the temptation of a sacred herb was too great. Although the psychic jade was precious, it couldn't compare to a sacred herb. Moreover, Li Xinghe was extremely confident in himself. "Brat, since you want to give me a treasure, how can I not take it?" Chapter 901. Someone was using a 50,000-year-old sacred herb to bet against Li Xinghe, the disciple of Stone King Xian Yuanlong. News of this matter was about to spread. Many cultivators swarmed over, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. "Who's going to cut the rock first?" Li Xinghe asked. "You go first." Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. Li Xinghe did not refuse. He took out his stone-cutting knife and walked over to the golden-spotted rock. "Who's that kid? He actually dares to bet against Li Xinghe, and he even used a 50,000-year-old sacred herb to bet against Li Xinghe. That's too much. Does he have a card up his sleeve? A cultivator muttered. He should know a thing or two about identifying rocks. A hothead like him would never bet against Li Xinghe. However, Li Xinghe has received the legacy of Stone King Shen Yuanlong, and his ability to identify rocks is at least 30% of Shen Yuanlong's. Li Xinghe is now known as Little Stone King, and it's not for nothing. That young man is so young. Even if he knows a thing or two about identifying rocks, how can he compare to Li Xinghe? He probably wants to get Li Xinghe's intermediary spirit jade, so he wants to take a gamble. A treasure like the intermediary spirit jade is extremely rare. Wearing such a treasure can double one's absorption rate of spiritual energy. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? That's true, but how can Li Xinghe's treasure be so easy to get? He'll probably suffer a double loss in the end. Many people discussed among themselves. Clearly, they did not think highly of the bet between Lin Feng and Li Xinghe. After all, Li Xinghe was famous. Meanwhile, Li Xinghe had already started cutting the rock. Li Xinghe's stone-cutting technique was top-notch. Clearly, he was quite skilled. It did not take long for the rock to shrink by half, leaving only about 1 meter in diameter. Crack! Li Xinghe swung the knife again. This time, the knife seemed to have hit something hard, and a clanging sound could be heard. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. He had indeed cut something. Li Xinghe's lips curled into a smug smile. He increased the speed of his stone cutting. In the end, Li Xinghe cut out a set of armor. It was supposed to be a very powerful armor, but it was now broken. He seemed to have suffered a heavy blow in the past. Although the armor made from black demon iron is broken, it's still very valuable. If it can be repaired, it should be as powerful as a semi-finished defensive Dao tool. A blacksmith said. I don't know if I can fix it. Such a broken armor is worth at most a few dozen spiritual stones of the highest quality, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently. The golden spot stone was worth 1,500 top-grade spirit stones. It was obviously a losing business to cut out such a broken armor. Li Xinghe's face was slightly gloomy. He said coldly, cutting a stone requires some luck. Moreover, there are very few stones that can be cut out. Now that it's your turn, I want to see what good things you can cut out of this stone. Lin Feng smiled indifferently and said, just watch. He took out his stone-cutting knife and began to cut the stone. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Not long after, waves of astonishing fluctuations were emitted from the stone. This is. Many people's eyes widened. Obviously, even if they didn't see what was inside the stone, everyone knew that there was definitely something good inside the stone. Li Xinghe's face became gloomy. Lin Feng naturally didn't care about Li Xinghe's mood at this moment. The stone continued to shrink. It was gradually cut open. Finally, the thing wrapped in the stone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It turned out to be a pair of bronze hairpins. On the bronze hairpin, there was a 7-colored phoenix carved on it. It was beautiful. Bronze. Many people exclaimed. Bronze was a treasure passed down from the Bronze Age. For example, Lin Feng had once obtained a bronze mirror, which was very powerful. And Lin Feng actually cut out a pair of bronze hairpins. The value of this pair of hairpins was difficult to measure. Swish! Suddenly, everyone saw that the 2 bronze hairpins had turned into 2 blue phoenixes. The 2 blue phoenixes soared into the sky, wanting to fly away. The phoenix also had many branches. Feng, Huang, Luan, Bayan, 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 and so on were all branches of the phoenix. The blue phoenixes were naturally part of the phoenix clan. Suppress. Seeing that the 2 blue phoenixes were about to fly away, Lin Feng waved his right hand, and magic power rolled out, directly suppressing the 2 blue phoenixes. The 2 blue phoenixes once again turned into 2 bronze hairpins. The hairpins have a spirit. This is definitely a treasure. Many people were incomparably excited. Young friend, can you part with this pair of bronze hairpins? No matter what you want, this old man will try his best to find it for you. Young friend, this old man has a Dao artifact here. How about exchanging it for one of your bronze hairpins? Young friend, many experts of the older generation were alarmed and rushed over. They wanted to exchange for the 2 bronze hairpins in Lin Feng's hand. Bronze objects were very mysterious. They themselves had an immeasurable amount of power. Most importantly, they had immemorial runes recorded on them, so they were very valuable for research. The elders of these powerful groups naturally didn't want to miss out on treasures like bronze objects. Many people were astonished because many important people had come. Many of them were famous cultivators from the 10 prefectures around the ancient forest of fallen immortals. Now, they were all attracted by the bronze hairpins. But Lin Feng declined their offer to exchange the hairpins. He looked at Li Xinghe and smiled. It seems that you've lost this competition. Li Xinghe's mouth twitched violently. He nodded painfully and said, I didn't think that I'd meet such an expert today. Today, I, Li Xinghe, am willing to accept my loss. This psychic jade is yours. Li Xinghe threw the jade to Lin Feng. Lin Feng hadn't thought that Li Xinghe would be so straightforward. His impression of Li Xinghe changed a lot. In half a year, a batch of the best stones will appear in Saint Stone City. Legend has it that they're divine stones passed down from the ancient times. I hope Brother Lin can come when the time comes. Li Xinghe cupped his fists. Lin Feng was a little surprised. Such an ancient stone would probably produce something earth-shattering. Okay. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Li Xinghe didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's expressions were gloomy. They glared at Lin Feng fiercely and quickly chased after him. Lin Feng gave the 2 bronze hairpins to the sisters, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu. The sisters were stunned. For us. Many people's mouths twitched violently. That was a bronze object. Its value couldn't be measured with spirit stones. But Lin Feng was giving it away so casually. Wasn't he too generous? A precious hairpin to match a beauty. This kind of ancient bronze hairpin suits your temperament. Lin Feng smiled. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu immediately blushed and shyly reached out to take the bronze hairpins. This guy won't win the hearts of the sisters just because he gave the hairpins to the beauties, right? Maybe he'll be able to play with both of them. Chapter 902. Brother Li, that brat doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to win your psychic jade. He's just courting death. He must have guessed correctly. Why don't we find someone to secretly get rid of him? Liu Xianhuang chased after him, her eyes filled with killing intent. Hai Wuyan also said, Brother Li, you don't need to do anything. We can do it for you. Li Xinghe glanced indifferently at Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan. He couldn't help but feel disgusted by them. He said indifferently, that Lin Feng isn't as simple as he seems on the surface. You don't need to follow me. I'm going back to Holy Stone City to study the stone identification technique with Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xinghe left with a dozen cultivators. Liu Xianhuang and Hai Wuyan's expressions kept changing. Hai Wuyan spat on the ground and said, What the hell? I already said that he didn't need to do anything, but he still left so quickly. What a coward. Liu Xianhuang said gloomily, After this battle, I'm afraid that those 2 bitches, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu, will be dead set on that brat. If he dares to steal the women we like, he'll only end up dead. Hai Wuyan nodded and said, Then we'll find a good opportunity to get rid of him. Little friend, can you help me identify a few stones? When the time comes, you'll definitely be handsomely rewarded. I also have a few stones that need to be identified. I hope you can help me. Many older cultivators crowded forward, hoping that Lin Feng would help them. Lin Feng said, If you want me to identify stones, you have to follow my rules. If you can produce a law, you can ask me to help. Lin Feng's words caused a huge commotion. The rewards were too harsh. If they had a law, who wouldn't keep it for themselves and refine it? It could greatly increase one's cultivation. Little friend, your conditions are too harsh. Immediately, many experts of the older generation frowned and said. Lin Feng said indifferently, It's not worth it to pay such a high price for ordinary stones. If it's a top-grade stone that's worth hundreds of thousands, millions, or even millions of top-grade spirit stones, then it's possible to cut out something unimaginable. Paying a Dharma law to have me appraise stones is a win-win situation. Who do you think you are? A mere junior dares to boast shamelessly here? An expert sneered. If you can afford it, then make a move. If you can't, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. Since the other party's words were disrespectful, Lin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite. Insolent brat, I'd like to see what you're capable of today. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked over. The middle-aged man walked with a majestic gait. It was as if there was a primordial force in his body. He was abnormally powerful. Is that Huangfu Jushang from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty? Someone was astonished. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was an ancient dynasty of the celestial continent. It was a powerful group in the ancient forest of fallen immortals. So you're from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, said Lin Feng coldly. Even though that person was strong, Lin Feng wasn't afraid. If they fought, even if that person was a creation layer cultivator, he could still kill him. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty has overstepped its boundaries, said someone coldly. Thump, thump, thump. Huangfu Jushang was pushed back 3 steps. An old man came out of the courtyard. Qi Lianzun from Holy Stone City. Many people were astonished when they saw that old man. The Qi Lian clan from Holy Stone City was also an ancient clan. They were unfathomably strong. Qi Lianzun was an expert of the older generation of the Qilian clan. His strength was known as the Fortune Realm. I was wrong. I hope you don't blame me. Huangfu Jushang's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare act presumptuously again. He hastily apologized to Qi Lianzun. Forget it. I'll forgive you this time. Qi Lianzun waved his hand and looked at Lin Feng. He smiled and said, Young friend, don't you think that your request is too harsh? Lin Feng said calmly, If I want an expert to help me, I naturally have to pay a price. Many people were discussing spiritedly. Lin Feng was a young cultivator. Even if he knew how to identify stones, could he be considered an expert? Even the stone monarch Shen Yuanlong would not make such a harsh request for someone to take out the laws. Lin Feng was only around 20 years old. What did he have to make such a request? Many people thought that Lin Feng was being arrogant. Even Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu were anxious. If they offended an important person like Qi Lianzun because of this, they would die without a grave. It is said that heroes come from the young. Today, I would like to see it for myself. Little friend, I have a batch of stones that I want to transport to Holy Stone City. These stones belong to my Qilian clan. I plan to cut a stone. Can you help me take a look? Said Qi Lianzun. Stones for Holy Stone City? No wonder Qi Lianzun is here. It seems that Qi Lianzun is in charge of escorting these stones. How precious are these stones that require such an expert to escort them? Many people were astonished. What about the reward? Asked Lin Feng. Qi Lianzun stretched out his right hand and saw a twisted mass of law sealed in it. This is a fire demon beast emperor's law. Qi Lianzun gave the law to Lin Feng. Old man, you're quite a straightforward person. Let's go take a look at the stones, said Lin Feng. Please follow me, said Qi Lianzun as he walked towards the courtyard. Of course, not just anyone had the qualifications to enter. Only a dozen or so of the older generation were allowed to enter and watch. Apart from them, only Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu were allowed to enter. Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu were extremely nervous. What would they do if they couldn't cut anything good? There were more than 30 stones in the 8th courtyard. These were the stones that Qi Lianzun was escorting to Holy Stone City. Those stones belonged to the Qi Lian clan, not Qi Lianzun. Therefore, Qi Lianzun had to spend a lot of money to cut them. Young friend, the stones are all here. Please choose one for me, said Qi Lianzun. Choose one for me, said Qi Lianzun. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the stones. Lin Feng's body emitted a black fog that enveloped Lin Feng. What's that? Qi Lianzun and the dozen or so older generation experts were all shocked. Obviously, they had never seen Lin Feng's stone discernment technique. He's trying to hide his stone discernment technique, right? said an old man. Chapter 903. More than 30 stones were extraordinary. Lin Feng could sense the astonishing energy fluctuations contained within them. There were all kinds of treasures sealed in these stones. The stronger the energy fluctuations, the more precious the item would be. This was how ordinary cultivators identified stones. Of course, it wasn't guaranteed to succeed. Lin Feng's stone identification technique was based on sensing the energy fluctuations of the sealed item and combining it with the snake eye to determine whether the item was valuable or not. Lin Feng glanced at a silver-white stone. It was surrounded by white fog. It was called an immortal flying stone. It was an extremely rare stone. Lin Feng looked at the immortal flying stone. His heart was pounding. The immortal flying stone was extraordinary. Lin Feng could sense that there was something terrifying inside. That feeling made his heart tremble. The thing inside the immortal flying stone had an extremely strong murderous qi. Once it was born, it would cause terrible consequences. How much is this immortal flying stone worth? Asked Lin Feng. 3,120,000 top-grade spirit stones, said Qi Lishuan. Lin Feng was astonished. Lin Feng was surprised. Celestial flying stones were extremely expensive. They were as expensive as a Dao weapon. Is this a stone passed down from the immemorial era? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed. This immortal flying stone is one of the immemorial stones, said Qi Lishuan. Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng understood. No wonder the celestial ascension stone was so terrifying. It was a stone from the ancient times. It had existed for a very long time. It was normal for something terrifying to have been born in it. Take this immortal flying stone back to Holy Stone City and seal it. It's best if you don't cut it open, said Lin Feng. Why is that? Asked Qi Lishuan. This stone is extremely dangerous, said Lin Feng. Qi Lishuan frowned. He didn't want to hear that. Sealing such an ancient stone would be a huge loss for the Qi Lian clan. Lin Feng didn't care too much about Qi Lianshuan's opinion. He just expressed his own opinion. He then observed the rest of the stone materials. Lin Feng found a few very special stone materials. 3 of them seemed to have given birth to something amazing, but Lin Feng could not see through these 3 stones, so he did not know what was inside. He guessed that these 3 stones should also be ancient stones. As for whether they could be cut into something good, Lin Feng was not sure. Lin Feng cut the stone. He only cut stones that he could understand. Don't cut stones that you don't understand. Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of a navy blue stone. This stone had a blue light surging inside it. Although Lin Feng couldn't see what was inside the blue light, he could feel a majestic life force emitting from it. This life force shocked and moved Lin Feng. That's it. Please cut the stone. Lin Feng pointed to the navy blue stone material. Qi Lianshuan nodded. He came to the stone material, took out a stone-cutting knife, and began to cut the stone. Except for Lin Feng, everyone held their breath and looked nervously. This navy blue stone material was worth 470,000 top-grade spirit stones, which could be called a sky-high price. They didn't know if it could be cut into something good. If it couldn't be cut into something good, Qi Lianshuan would suffer a big loss this time. The stone material kept getting bigger. But there was nothing. When the stone material was only the size of a fist, nothing could be cut out. Qi Lianshuan's face was gloomy. The white-haired old men were also whispering to each other. From time to time, they would look at Lin Feng with pity in their eyes. Qiao Tingyu and Xiao Tingyu were very nervous and worried. It seemed that nothing valuable could be cut out of this stone material. How would Qi Lianshuan deal with Lin Feng? They were very worried about Lin Feng's safety. I'm afraid this stone material is useless, Qi Lianshuan said in a deep voice. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back, still wearing a calm expression. Many people admired Lin Feng's state of mind. This kid was still so calm even now. They really didn't know what was going on in this guy's head. Could it be that he didn't know fear? Lin Feng said indifferently, cut it again. Qi Lianzun's final strike split the fist-sized stone into 2. Suddenly, a strong aura of life spread out. A drop of spirit liquid dripped out of the stone material. It was a drop of emerald green spirit liquid. Qi Lianshuan was shocked and hurriedly wrapped the spirit liquid with his magic power. Spring of life. A white-haired old man cried out in surprise, his face full of disbelief. What? Spring of life? The essence of life nurtured by the tree of life. Spring of life comparable to a medicine of immortality. Another white-haired old man roared in shock. A medicine of immortality could rejuvenate a person's youth. A drop of spring of life naturally couldn't achieve the same effect as an entire medicine of immortality. However, it also had endless effects. Although it was impossible to return to one's youth after consuming it, it could at least make one 1,000 years younger. As one grew older, one's body would become weaker and weaker. In the secular world, there was a saying that people who lived to 70 were rare. In other words, people who lived to 70 were about to die. This was because the body was too old and couldn't continue living. If one consumed the spring of life, their body would immediately improve and become younger. Apart from being able to make people younger, the spring of life had many other miraculous effects, such as activating the dried-up divine power in a person's body, extending their lifespan by 800 years, healing injuries, etc. This was a treasure that surpassed a medicine of immortality. Haha, thank you so much, young friend. Qi Lianshuan's gloomy face became extremely excited, even to the point of speaking incoherently. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You don't need to thank me, this is what you deserve. I also got what I wanted. Tingyu, let's go." Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, a white-haired old man hurriedly said, "Young friend, I also have a law here. I hope you can help me get a treasure." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man also took out a sealed law. The old man was called Duanmu Chang, and he was an ancestor of the Duanmu family, the #1 power in Yuju. He was almost a giant, and although he was slightly weaker than Qi Lianshuan, he was still an unfathomable figure. He was only one step away from becoming a giant. Lin Feng took the law. He pointed at an ink-colored stone and said, "Senior, please cut that stone." Duanmu Chang nodded and went to cut the stone. Everyone looked over. The stone kept shrinking. Finally, a refreshing fragrance wafted out from the stone. An ink-colored fruit was sealed by a stone. This is the soaring dragon fruit. When he saw the fruit, Duanmu Chang's eyes almost popped out. He was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Heavens, it's actually the soaring dragon fruit. Qi Lianshuan's expression changed. The soaring dragon fruit. The reincarnation of life and death. The soaring dragon fruit was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. If a cultivator at the peak of the creation realm used it to break through to the life and death realm, their chances of success would increase by 60%. If a cultivator at the peak of the life and death realm used the soaring dragon fruit to break through to the rebirth realm, their chances of success would increase by 30%. It's actually the soaring dragon fruit. This is a heavenly treasure that has disappeared since the ancient times. Duanmu Chang actually obtained it. It seems like he's about to break through to the life and death realm and become a giant. The white-haired elders looked at Duanmu Chang enviously. They were also quasi-giants. They couldn't break through. Now that they saw Duanmu Chang cut the soaring dragon fruit, their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, everyone came back to their senses. Lin Feng had cut 2 stones. He had cut them into the spring of life and the soaring dragon fruit. His ability to distinguish stones was too terrifying, wasn't it? Even the Stone King, Shen Yuanlong, was a far cry from him, right? Godly, truly godly. Reaching perfection is a saint. Little friend, you should be respectfully called the Stone Saint. Qi Lianzun and the others said excitedly. They looked at where Lin Feng was standing and found that Lin Feng had already left with his 2 female companions. Quickly go find the little Stone Saint. The old men said excitedly. Lin Feng was too young, so they added the word little in front of him. Lin Feng was called the Little Stone Saint by this group of people. This was quite similar to how Lin Feng was called the Little Stone Saint in Angry Axe City because Lin Feng's ability to distinguish stones had reached perfection. Qi Lianzun said, "Everyone, since the Little Stone Saint left quietly, it means he doesn't want to be disturbed. Won't he go to Holy Stone City in half a year? We should think of a way to collect the origin laws and wait for him to come to Holy Stone City in half a year. That's right. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to find the origin laws. When the time comes, we'll ask the little stone saint to pick the stones for us. In the eyes of outsiders, this group of old men was respectable, but at this moment, they were like young cultivators who had seen a hero they worshipped. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Chapter 904. On the way back, Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu's emotions were very complicated. Firstly, it was because Lin Feng had given them the ancient bronze hairpin, causing them to be incomparably shy. At the same time, they couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Most of the time, a man would give a woman a hairpin as a token of love. Such a precious thing, yet Lin Feng had given each of them one. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to both of them at the same time? This caused the two sisters to let their imaginations run wild. Although the relationship between the two of them was good, they couldn't accept the fact that the two of them were serving the same husband. However, if they were to give up on Lin Feng just like that, the two of them wouldn't be able to do it. Secondly, it was because of Lin Feng's godly stone discernment technique, which could be said to have reached perfection. Even Stone King Shen Yuanlong was far inferior to Lin Feng, right? Lin Feng's body added a lot of mysterious colors, like a fatal poison that teased the hearts of the two sisters, causing them to involuntarily want to know everything about Lin Feng. Just like when they came, when they left, many people had envious, jealous, and hateful expressions when they saw such a pair of beautiful sisters by Lin Feng's side. They really wanted to become Lin Feng so that they could enjoy the happiness of having two wives. After the three of them left the stone workshop, Lin Feng said with a smile, "Don't tell others about what happened in the stone workshop, so as to avoid causing unnecessary trouble." Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu nodded. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng began to go into seclusion to refine the two laws. As for Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu, they both returned to their rooms and laid on their beds. Their minds were filled with Lin Feng's figure, and they couldn't get rid of it. As if they had thought of some embarrassing scene, the two sisters covered their pink faces and shyly twisted their soft and enchanting bodies on the bed. As for Lin Feng, he was refining the two laws he had obtained. He had already refined one of the laws in his body. After breaking through to the creation realm, one would condense a law. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the first layer of the creation realm would have one law. A cultivator at the second layer of the creation realm possessed 3 laws. A cultivator at the third firmament of the creation realm possessed 9 laws. A cultivator at the fourth layer of the creation realm possessed 27 laws. A cultivator at the fifth heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 81 strands of Dharma laws. A cultivator at the sixth heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 243 Dharma laws. A cultivator at the seventh layer of the creation realm possessed 729 Dharma laws. A cultivator at the eighth heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 2,187 laws. A cultivator at the ninth layer of the creation realm possessed 6,561 strands of Dharma laws. A cultivator at the 10th heavenly layer of the creation realm possessed 19,683 strands of Dharma laws. As one's cultivation increased, the difference in the number of nomological laws that creation realm cultivators possessed would increase. The difference in strength would also increase. Although Lin Feng was only at the 8th heaven of the yin-yang realm, he had cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill, so his physical body was comparable to a master at the peak of the creation realm. His soul had also reached the 9th level of the creation realm. Because he had a law in his body, he was not weaker than a cultivator at the first firmament of the creation realm in terms of dharmic powers. Lin Feng had cultivated various powerful primordial mystic techniques. His strength was definitely enough to challenge a master at the second or third firmament of the creation realm. If Lin Feng refined the 2 laws that he had just obtained, the laws in his body would be exactly the same as a cultivator at the second firmament of the creation realm. His strength would soar again. Lin Feng spent the entire night refining the laws in his body. At dawn, the 2 laws were finally refined successfully. When Lin Feng sensed the increase in his strength, A smile appeared on his face. The next day, Lin Feng woke up late in the morning. When Lin Feng came out, he realized that Xiao Zhenyu's friends had already arrived. Xiao Zhenyu introduced them to everyone. There were a total of 5 of Xiao Zhenyu's friends, 3 men and 2 women. They were all disciples of aristocratic families and had extraordinary talent. Among the 3 male cultivators, the slender and handsome cultivator was called Wang Fei. The skinny and slightly wretched cultivator was called Tian Kuan. The medium-sized cultivator was called Zhao Kui. Among the 2 women, the charming woman in a red dress was called Li Shusha. The other woman, who looked cold, was called Nalan Bing The 5 of them only thought that Lin Feng was a friend of the Qiao family, so they did not pay much attention to Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng's strength was not very strong in their eyes. This was because the weakest among the 5 of them was at the quasi-creation realm. Wang Fei, Tian Kuan, and Nalan Bing had already broken through to the creation realm. The group sat down and discussed entering the ancient forest of the fallen immortal to search for the Falling Star mountain range. Li Shusha said, "The Falling Star mountain range is located in the central area of the ancient forest of the fallen immortal. There are already beast emperors in that area. It is extremely dangerous. If we are not careful, we will die. Therefore, we should not act alone." The others nodded. Xiao Zhenyu asked, "What do you plan to do?" Nalan Bing said, "We have already asked around. It is said that a few large factions will be bringing large flying ships. There will be patriarchs on the ships, and they will be enough to deter the beast emperors in the ancient forest of the fallen immortal. How about we take a flying ship?" Obviously, Wang Fei, Tian Kuan, and Zhao Kui already knew about this. Now that Nalan Bing had brought it up, she wanted to ask for Xiao Zhenyu's opinion. Xiao Zhenyu nodded and said, "This is the safest way. Let's wait for the flying ship to arrive." 3 days later, several flying ships arrived one after another. Because the flying ships were personally escorted by patriarchs, it was much safer. Therefore, the cost was naturally very high. The most basic cabin cost 10 top-grade spirit stones per person. The VIP cabin cost 30 top-grade spirit stones. The luxury cabin cost 80 top-grade spirit stones. There were also private rooms. The private rooms were divided into different tiers, but the cheapest one cost 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. Some of the more expensive ones cost tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Lin Feng and the others boarded the flying ship. There were 21 people in total. Xiao Zhenyu and the others spent 8,000 top-grade spirit stones to book a medium-sized private room. The room was well-equipped, and there was even a cultivation room. It was very convenient. There was also a trading area inside the flying ship, where all sorts of items could be traded. At the same time, there was also a newly opened casino. One could gamble in the casino, and one could also bet on stones. It attracted many people. Lin Feng was not interested in it. He cultivated in his room, but he would occasionally go out to chat with the others. One day, when they were passing by a mountain range, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from the mountain range. An endless black fog surged out from the mountain range. There seemed to be something terrifying in the black fog. Boom! The flying ship was attacked, and it shook violently in the air. Then, the flying ship started to fall. Many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Chapter 905. Fear quickly spread. Many people rushed out of the private rooms. The falling spaceship was hard to control. It was likely that the spaceship had been damaged. The ancient forest of fallen immortals was a terrifying place. So what if there were ancestor-level cultivators? The ferocious beasts of the ancient forest of fallen immortals were not afraid of them. "Open the cabins, get out," the captain of the spaceship bellowed and gave the order. After the cabin was opened, countless cultivators flew out in a panic. But as soon as they flew out, they started to scream. In the sky, poisonous insects covered the sky. They were as big as a thumb. They looked like ants, scorpions, or centipedes. Their entire bodies were poisonous. Once stung, the body would be paralyzed. These poisonous insects were extremely terrifying. Many people were attacked by the poisonous insects. Their bodies fell down. Then, the insects covered the sky and covered the cultivators' bodies. In a few breaths' time, those cultivators turned into bones and fell down. It was a tragic death. There are poisonous insects, use your Dharma powers to protect yourself, shouted a cultivator. The people behind him hurriedly used their Dharma powers. Take out your bronze tools to protect yourself, said Lin Feng to Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu. The two girls nodded. A group of people rushed out, but there were too many people. They were quickly separated. Lin Feng was in the middle of the crowd. When he was about to rush out of the cabin, he suddenly felt a biting cold murderous intent surround him. He turned around and saw more than 10 people coming out of the cabin. It was Huangfu Dushong. He was a strong cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. His cultivation level was unfathomable. Master, let's go and deal with this boy, said a cultivator next to Huangfu Dushong. The airship is about to fall. You guys go out. I'll deal with this boy. Huangfu Dushong's lips curved into a cold smile. Yes. More than 10 cultivators rushed out of the cabin. Huangfu Dushong locked onto Lin Feng. As long as Lin Feng dared to move, he was attacking like a thunderbolt. The cultivators outside were attacked by the beast horde. Various ferocious birds swooped down from the sky and countless wild beasts charged out from the forest to attack the cultivators who were charging out from the flying ships. Many cultivators were drowned by the horde of beasts and died instantly. Let's go. 6 to 7 cultivators had gathered around Qiao Zhenyu, while the rest of the people had been scattered. He found Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu, the siblings. Where's Lin Feng? Big brother, have you seen Lin Feng? Qiao Tingyu and Qiao Tingyu were looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts with pale faces. Seeing that his two sisters were so concerned about Lin Feng, Qiao Zhenyu felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that his two sisters seemed to have fallen in love with Lin Feng. Although Qiao Zhenyu also had a good impression of Lin Feng, it was naturally difficult for him to accept that his two sisters admired the same man at the same time. But when it came to feelings, who could say for sure? Moreover, his two sisters were rather opinionated people, so why would they listen to him? Of course, now was not the time to think about this. The most important thing now was to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. Qiao Zhenyu said in a low voice, Brother Lin's strength is unfathomable. Nothing will happen to him. Let's leave quickly. If something happens to you, won't Brother Lin feel pain and regret when he finds out? The two sisters bit their red lips. After a fierce struggle in their hearts, they finally nodded. Qiao Zhenyu could not help but smile bitterly. He was now certain that his two sisters had secretly fallen in love with Lin Feng. Let's go. The group quickly rushed into the distance. Roar. At that moment, a deafening roar shook the sky and the ground cracked open. A giant devil that was 1,000 meters tall rushed out and threw a punch at them. The giant devil's strength was too terrifying. It was definitely at the 5th or 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. Many cultivators died miserably. Not good, that's a dark giant devil. It's at the 6th heavenly layer of the creation realm. Tingyu, hurry up and leave. I'll stop it. Qiao Zhenyu's expression changed greatly. He was clearly a responsible person. Facing the dark giant devil's attack, Qiao Zhenyu knew that if he could not stop it, everyone would die here. His first thought was to let his two sisters and his clansmen escape. Just as Qiao Zhenyu was about to risk his life to stop the dark giant devil, a phoenix cry rang out. 2 blue phoenixes soared into the sky and pounced on the dark giant devil, sending it flying. In the end, the 2 blue phoenixes turned into 2 ancient bronze hairpins and flew back into Qiao Ting and Qiao Tingyu's hands. Bronze items. When he saw the 2 ancient bronze hairpins, Qiao Zhenyu's expression was full of shock. He naturally knew how shocking the value of these treasures was. How could his 2 sisters have such terrifying treasures? Qiao Tingyu said, Lin Feng gave them to us. Qiao Zhenyu smiled bitterly. It was no wonder that his 2 sisters had secretly fallen in love with Lin Feng. Lin Feng originally possessed a charm that women found hard to resist, and he was also so generous. He could easily give away a bronze item that was so precious that even the ancient giants would go crazy for it. This gave Xiao Zhenyu an indescribable feeling. The group did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left. Bang! A violent collision occurred within the airship. Lin Feng and Huang Fujushang were engaged in a great battle. With just one strike, Lin Feng was sent flying by Huang Fujushang. His face was somewhat pale. Only after exchanging blows did he realize how powerful Huang Fujushang was. This person's cultivation had probably already reached the 7th or 8th level of the creation realm. Brat, it's useless. You don't have to struggle anymore, because no matter how you struggle, you will definitely die today. The corner of Huang Fujushang's mouth curled up into a cold expression. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. Is that so? Lin Feng sneered. He directly threw out hundreds of talismans. Boom! Boom! The talismans exploded. Next, the entire airship began to explode. Madman! Huang Fujushang's face changed greatly. How could he still care about Lin Feng? If the airship exploded, both he and Lin Feng would be blown to death. Lin Feng also rushed outside. But it was obviously too late. Boom! A loud sound shook the sky, and the entire airship began to explode in the process of falling. The energy generated by the explosion blasted towards Lin Feng and Huang Fujushang. Lin Feng and Huang Fujushang hurriedly took out their magic treasures to block. But even so, Huang Fujushang was still shaken to the point that he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His face was deathly pale. It was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. Lin Feng's situation was not much better than Huang Fujushang's. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row, his body falling down, but in mid-air, Lin Feng stabilized his body in time, and then rushed into the distance. Brat, I want your life. Huang Fujushang roared in anger, his entire face distorted. Lin Feng was like an ant in Huang Fujushang's eyes. But today, he was almost schemed to death by someone he regarded as an ant. Huang Fujushang was completely enraged. Chapter 906. In the forest, one was running and the other was chasing. 10 days had passed. Lin Feng was still unable to shake off Huang Fujushang. Brat, do you really think you can escape? I can already sense that the magic power in your body is about to dry up. Let's see how you'll die then. Huang Fujushang said sinisterly. Lin Feng was holding a top-grade spirit stone in his hands. He was refining it. Lin Feng sneered. I think you should worry about yourself. Your injuries will only worsen if you delay any longer. You might even go berserk because of your injuries. I know my body better than you, so I'll give you a chance to live. Swear that you'll become my slave, then I'll let you live. Huang Fujushang said indifferently. Then I'll let you live. Swear that you'll become my slave, then I'll let you live. Who do you think you are? You dare to make me recognize you as my master? Lin Feng scolded. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Then, I can only kill you. Huang Fujushang increased his speed. However, it was not easy for him to catch up to Lin Feng in a short period of time. Lin Feng was too fast. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Feng and Huang Fujushang arrived at a dilapidated ancient ruin. This was an ancient ruin located in the depths of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. There were many skeletons scattered in this place. There was a gloomy and cold aura. Even the sounds of insects and birds had disappeared without a trace. In such a dense forest, it would be very strange if one could not even hear the sounds of insects and birds. Die, brat! Huang Fujushang shouted coldly. He had already caught up and attacked Lin Feng with a palm. In the void, a huge energy handprint condensed into form. Waves of destructive energy rippled out from his body. The huge energy handprint fell from the sky and blasted towards Lin Feng. Huang Fujushang was a high-level creation realm cultivator. His strength was too tyrannical. With Lin Feng's current combat strength, he could probably fight against a cultivator at the 3rd or 4th heaven of the creation realm. However, there was still a huge gap between them and Huang Fujushang, who was an expert at the 7th or 8th layer of the creation realm. Facing this attack, Lin Feng waved his right hand and the 7 treasures glazed pagoda flew out. This treasure floated above Lin Feng and emitted a rainbow-colored light to protect Lin Feng's body. When the energy palm came crashing down, It was blocked by Lin Feng's 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Defensive Dao artifact. Huang Fu Dushang's eyes immediately revealed a greedy expression. Dao artifacts were incomparably precious. Not to mention, defensive Dao treasures were even more precious. Lin Feng relied on the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect his body before he quickly rushed towards Huang Fu Dueshang. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng didn't hold anything back, he used his strongest attack. When fighting against an expert of Huang Fu Dueshang's level, he could not be the slightest bit careless. Huang Fu Dueshang sneered, "It's useless. No matter how powerful your attack is, it won't be able to withstand a single blow from me." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fu Dueshang swept a flying immortal fist towards Lin Feng. Clang! A muffled collision sound rang out. It was as if 2 primordial beasts had collided. The energy waves that dissipated destroyed a large area of the surrounding forest. Lin Feng was sent flying by Huang Fu Dueshang's attack. Crack! Crack! His arm was broken. Huang Fu Dueshang's realm was too high. There was almost no suspense in this battle. If it wasn't for the 7 treasures glazed pagoda's defensive power that had absorbed most of Huang Fu Dueshang's power, that attack just now could have even completely destroyed Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's life would return to the yellow springs. "Let's see how you're going to attack with a broken arm." Huang Fu Dueshang walked over step by step, the corners of his mouth full of cold killing intent. "I forgot to tell you that I have a special physique." Lin Feng activated his immortal divine body, and the technique that had been broken by Huang Fu Dueshang directly recovered. Huang Fu Dueshang's face became gloomy when he saw this scene. What a strange special physique, but this kind of physique can't infinitely heal an injured body. "Watch how I'll completely destroy your body." Huang Fu Dueshang rushed over and launched an extremely violent attack on Lin Feng. The strength of the 8th level of the creation realm was completely displayed. Under Huang Fu Dueshang's attacks, Lin Feng's body was destroyed again and again. Many places were covered in white bones. If it wasn't for the 7 treasures glazed pagoda that had absorbed most of Huang Fu Dueshang's power, Lin Feng would have died at Huang Fu Dueshang's hands more than 10 times. Using the immortal divine body to continuously repair his body had consumed Lin Feng's Fa Li very quickly, and he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. This made Lin Feng's face become as gloomy as water. "Boy, it seems that you can't hold on any longer. Within 3 moves, I can take your life." Huang Fu Dueshang laughed sinisterly, and he attacked again. A fist swept towards Lin Feng. Bang! A punch landed on Lin Feng's chest. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's sternum was shattered. Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string, and his face was as pale as a sheet. This attack had caused him to be seriously injured again. Lin Feng got up from the ground and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. A high-level creation realm cultivator. It was really too terrifying. He almost didn't have any strength to fight back. Lin Feng naturally knew his current situation. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he died. He was going to die at Huang Fu Dueshang's hands. Is it possible to? Seeing Huang Fu Dueshang attacking again, Lin Feng suddenly had a crazy idea in his mind. If he succeeded, he might be able to kill Huang Fu Dueshang. "Boy, accept the fate of death." Huang Fu Dueshang smiled sinisterly. Whoosh! At this moment, a treasure flew out and rushed towards Huang Fu Dueshang. A Dao artifact. A small golden bell. This was the Dao artifact that Lin Feng and Ning Hanzhuang had obtained from Xiong after killing him together. This Dao artifact's power was extremely tyrannical. Now, Lin Feng had used this Dao artifact to attack Huang Fu Dueshang. Huang Fu Dueshang was shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Feng to have 2 Dao artifacts on him. Then, Huang Fu Dueshang's eyes revealed endless greed. "No matter how many treasures you have, these treasures will belong to me in the end." Huang Fu Dueshang laughed loudly. Monstrous magic power spread out. Huang Fu Dueshang used his powerful magic power to suppress the small golden bell. Under Huang Fu Dueshang's suppression, the Dao artifact couldn't move an inch. Plunder. Huang Fu Dueshang's mind power poured into the Dao artifact. He wanted to forcefully erase the mind imprint that Lin Feng had left in the small golden bell. Explode. At this moment, Lin Feng shouted. Once a treasure at the level of a Dao artifact self-destructed, it could cause unimaginable destructive power. Ordinary people would not self-destruct their Dao artifacts. This was because Dao artifacts were too precious. No one was willing to self-destruct their Dao artifacts. But Lin Feng didn't care. No matter how precious a Dao artifact was, it was still not worth mentioning compared to his own life. Waves of destructive power spread out from the Dao artifact. Huangfu Duishang was so scared that his face turned pale. He threw the Dao artifact into the distance and turned to flee. Boom! But it was too late. The small golden bell self-destructed. The destructive power of a space-time storm escaped from the center of the explosion. It directly swallowed Huangfu Duishang. No! Huangfu Duishang screamed. However, he couldn't escape and was drowned by the destructive power of the Dao artifact self-destruction. Lin Feng used the 7 treasures glazed pagoda to protect himself and fled frantically into the distance. Bang! Chapter 907. The energy gradually dissipated. As for Huangfu Duishang, he had already been blasted into a pile of minced meat and bones that were scattered all around. Whoosh! Lin Feng, who was in the forest, was gasping for breath. He felt that he could not move his body at all. His injuries were extremely severe, and the magic power in his body had dried up. Endless darkness swept over. Lin Feng fainted. The Immortal Prefecture was one of the top 10 prefectures in Tianwu University's 63,000 prefectures. All kinds of powerful forces were located here. Rumor has it that ancient cultivators ascended to the Undying Realm from the Immortal Province's flying Immortal Cliff. However, after the ancient era, the order of the Heaven Martial Continent changed, and there were no more deity realm experts, let alone ascending to the Undying Realm. The Immortal Province's Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was a famous power in the Immortal Province. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was a scene of prosperity and extravagance. This power had been passed down for a long time and was abnormally powerful. There were also many experts among the younger generation. Huangfu Qingtian was also a peak-level genius. Yuhua Immortal Dynasty Imperial Palace, Origin Spirit Lamp Hall. More than a dozen eunuchs were cleaning up the dust. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a primordial spirit lamp shattered. To be able to be placed in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's primordial spirit lamp hall, one must be from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's royal family. When the primordial spirit lamp was broken, it meant that the corresponding cultivator had died. The eunuchs were so frightened that they fell on their butts and sat on the ground. Their faces were filled with horror. It's Lord Huangfu Duishang's origin spirit lamp. A young eunuch said in a trembling voice. Huangfu Duishang was at the 8th level of the creation realm. Even in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, he had a very noble status. But now, he was dead. The world is going to change. The leader of the eunuchs said with a trembling voice. No matter who killed Huangfu Duishang. For this matter, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty wouldn't let this matter rest. The eunuch quickly went to report to the Grand Eunuch in charge of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall. The head eunuch Sai Li's expression changed when he learned of this. He quickly arrived at Yuhua Palace. This was the place where the human emperor of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty read all sorts of memorials. Reporting to the human emperor, your servant has an important matter to discuss with you. The chief eunuch Sai Li knelt on the ground. Speak. A faintly discernible yet supremely dignified voice came from the Ascension Palace. Huangfu Duishang, who went to the ancient forest of the fallen immortals to search for Yuan meteor stones, has fallen. There's actually such a thing. Go and investigate. No matter who it is, I'll crush their bones to dust for daring to kill the people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. An angry voice came from the Yuhua Palace. The night was bright and the stars were sparse. It was quiet in the forest. There were no roars of beasts, no chirping of insects or birds. Lin Feng's finger suddenly moved slightly. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. Then, he opened his eyes. He looked at the bright moon and the stars in the sky. Then, he coughed violently. Every time he coughed, He coughed up blood. He's actually still alive. How lucky. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He struggled to get up, then took out hundreds of top-grade spirit stones, piled them up beside him, and began to devour the energy of the top-grade spirit stones. A large amount of energy was absorbed by Lin Feng. The energy was converted into magic power, which continuously nourished Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng then used his immortal divine body to heal his injuries. Lin Feng's body was almost fully healed. Phew, Lin Feng let out a long breath. He sensed his body's condition and felt that he had almost fully recovered. Lin Feng took out a body-cleansing talisman and removed the bloodstains from his body. Then, he changed into a fresh set of clothes. He looked at the ruins in the distance. The ruins were huge, and there were broken fences and broken walls. It was quiet. Lin Feng was very surprised. How could there be such a huge ruin here? And from the looks of it, this place should have been very prosperous in the past. Lin Feng flew deeper into the ruins. Along the way, he saw many huge palaces, but they were all in ruins. Finally, Lin Feng stopped in front of a plaza. What is this place? He was very confused. There were so many palaces, but no clues were left behind. Lin Feng couldn't find out the truth of what happened here in the past. In the middle of the night, the moon was setting in the west. Lin Feng suddenly realized something strange. The silver moon and the 9 stars were connected in a line. He tried to look at it from another place, but he couldn't see this special situation. He could only see it from the center of the plaza. Could this place be? Suddenly, Lin Feng had a flash of inspiration. The 9 stars were connected. 9 tortoise shells. He quickly took out the 9 tortoise shells and placed them on the ground. Then, something strange happened. In the starry sky, the 9 stars connected in a line each shot out a ray of starlight. The 9 rays of starlight finally entered the 9 tortoise shells. It really is here. The entrance to the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. Lin Feng took a deep breath. It was as he had imagined. This was the entrance to the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. At this time, the 9 tortoise shells were floating in the air. A picture appeared on each tortoise shell. The 9 pictures intertwined in the air. In the end, the 9 pictures turned into a distorted door. The door spiraled in the air. Whoosh! Lin Feng flew directly into the door. He felt the world spinning. Soon, Lin Feng appeared in another world. This was an ancient forest. Lin Feng landed on the ground, and the 9 tortoise shells fell into his hands again. This world was suffused with a heavy aura that was like the Primordial times. The Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. I found the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. I wonder what secrets it hides. Lin Feng was delighted. He shot up into the sky and flew into the depths. When he passed by a mountain range, crack, crack. Suddenly, the mountain range split open. In the mountain range, a troll stood up. Human, it's actually a human. A human has entered the Heaven's Tribulation Demon Realm. The giant devil let out a series of excited cries. He directly pounced on Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng laughed coldly, rushed forward, and killed the troll with a supreme reincarnation punch. The troll's body exploded. It turned into the purest origin energy. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. The troll was not made of flesh and blood, but of the world's origin energy. Devour. Lin Feng burst into laughter and started absorbing the original strength of the gigantic demon. This world's origin energy could quickly increase a cultivator's cultivation base. This was because the world's origin energy was condensed. It was different from a cultivator's origin energy. A cultivator's origin energy had all kinds of impurities. When refining it, one had to think of ways to refine the impurities as well. Moreover, the effect was far from the world's origin energy. Human, Lin Feng had just swallowed the original strength of the earth and sky, which had turned into a gigantic demon. At this time, an earth-shattering roar came from the distant abyss. Another troll rushed out. This troll was much stronger than the previous one. The troll that rushed out from the abyss had 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes. This was a 1,000-eyed, 1,000-armed troll. The thousand-eyed, thousand-armed troll roared and waved its 1,000 arms to attack Lin Feng. Chapter 908. The thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon was indeed powerful. With this move, Lin Feng knew that this giant demon was 50 times stronger than the previous giant demon. Nomological revolution. Lin Feng used the power of the nomological revolution, and a nomological revolution condensed in the void. This nomological revolution swept towards the thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon like a chain of order. The thousand-eyed giant demon was instantly shattered by the nomological revolution. The nomological revolution condensed by a creation realm cultivator was naturally powerful. Then, the nomological revolution wrapped around the thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon. The giant demon's 1,000 hands that were attacking Lin Feng suddenly grabbed at Lin Feng. In the void, waves of destructive power rippled. The thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon wanted to destroy Lin Feng's nomological revolution. But it was obvious that the giant demon underestimated the power of the nomological revolution. The nomological revolution began to actively devour the giant demon's power. Now, this nomological revolution was being refined by Lin Feng. The internal structure of the nomological revolution began to change, and Lin Feng gradually gave it the ability to devour. As time passed, the 3 nomological revolution that Lin Feng had refined would subtly receive Lin Feng's ability to devour. The thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon roared, wanting to cut off the nomological revolution. But at this moment, the nomological revolution that Lin Feng had produced suddenly lengthened. The nomological revolution itself could freely change. Lin Feng's nomological revolution was like an immortal binding rope, binding the thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon. The giant demon struggled hard but was unable to break free. Nomological revolution, as expected of the nomological revolution formed by the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Feng roared and stepped in front of the thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon. He punched at the giant demon. Bang! With Lin Feng's punch, the thousand-armed and thousand-eyed giant demon directly exploded and turned into the purest origin energy of heaven and earth. Lin Feng activated his devouring martial spirit and directly devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth. Powerful dharmic power surged in his body. The heaven and earth source energy formed by the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes was even more powerful, and the increase in cultivation was even more significant. Just as Lin Feng was refining the world essence power formed by the thousand-armed, thousand-eyed giant demon, an illusory figure silently appeared. This was a demon. This type of demon was called the phantom evil demon. The phantom evil demon was extremely strange and possessed powerful concealment techniques. The most powerful part of this kind of demon was its soul. The phantom evil demon's body was very weak, so they would not fight their targets head-on. Instead, they would choose to hide beside their targets. Then, he suddenly launched a soul attack. Because the phantom evil demons were very difficult to detect, once they launched a sneak attack, many people would have their souls instantly destroyed, dying miserably at the hands of the phantom evil demons. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his soul would be severely damaged. This was the terrifying aspect of the phantom evil demon. Its attack was not only silent, but it was also powerful enough. After the phantom evil demon sneaked up to Lin Feng's side, it let out a sinister laugh. Then, the phantom evil demon's powerful soul energy surged out, instantly entering Lin Feng's mind. It wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. "Little brat, I'll devour you." The phantom evil demon's soul energy condensed into a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Buzz! An ancient lamp flew out. It suppressed the beast formed by the phantom evil demon's soul. Bang! Just one attack. The beast formed by the phantom evil demon's soul was instantly smashed to pieces. What a powerful soul energy! So it's a phantom evil demon. It dares to launch a sneak attack on me while I'm cultivating? It really doesn't know life from death. Lin Feng directly devoured the phantom evil demon's soul energy. A monstrous amount of magic power surged out, suppressing the phantom evil demon's true body. The phantom evil demon wanted to escape, but it was too late. It was directly suppressed by Lin Feng. Its soul was heavily damaged, and its whole body trembled. Spare me, young master, the phantom evil demon begged. Someone like you dares to launch a sneak attack on me? Die. I'll devour you to increase my cultivation. Lin Feng was about to kill the phantom evil demon with a single palm. Not only did the phantom evil demon have a powerful soul energy, but its body was also formed by the origin energy of the world. After devouring it, it would be greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. Young master, I'm willing to exchange a huge secret for my life. The phantom evil demon shouted. Oh, a huge secret. What secret? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Primordial demon liquid. Have you heard of primordial demon liquid? The phantom evil demon asked. Lin Feng was shocked. He had naturally heard of primordial demon liquid. It was a liquid formed by the origin energy of the world. There were many different kinds of origin energy in the world. They were all called the origin energy of the world, but if they were carefully divided, they could be divided into many different categories. For example, there were immortal origin, Tao origin, divine origin, monster origin, and demonic origin. Naturally, there was also demonic origin. The origin energy that Lin Feng had refined from the thousand-eyed thousand-armed giant devil was one of the origin energies of the world, the demonic origin. When origin energy was condensed into a liquid, it was called primordial liquid. Primordial liquid was purer and more powerful. After refining it, one's cultivation would increase even faster. However, primordial demon liquid wasn't an ordinary primordial demon liquid. It was formed by the condensation of primordial demon liquid. It was rumored that primordial demon liquid was a kind of energy formed at the beginning of the world. Countless years had passed. Primordial demon liquid was nowhere to be found. Not to mention the primordial demon liquid condensed from primordial demon liquid. Lin Feng hadn't expected that there would be primordial demon liquid in the realm of monsters. If he could obtain the primordial demon liquid, Lin Feng believed that he would be able to make another breakthrough very quickly. Where is the primordial demon liquid? Tell me, and I'll spare your life. Lin Feng said. Only I know where the primordial demon liquid is. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain the primordial demon liquid. I can take you to find it. The phantom evil demon's eyes flashed with a strange light that was hard to detect, and then it said aloud. Lin Feng said indifferently, all right, if you can bring me to find the primordial demon liquid, not only will I not take your life, I'll even give you a lot to help you condense a body of flesh and blood as soon as possible. The phantom evil demon laughed strangely and said, You're really benevolent and righteous. This little one is impressed. Please follow me. Sue. The phantom evil demon flew towards the depths of the realm of monsters. Lin Feng followed behind the phantom evil demon. A day later, they arrived at a huge mountain range. The primordial demon liquid is in the depths of the mountain range, but it's very dangerous there. I have no way to enter, so whether you can obtain the primordial demon liquid will depend on whether you're strong enough. The phantom evil demon said. All right, I'll go in and take a look. Lin Feng flew towards the mountain range. Just as he entered the mountain range, suddenly, rumble, a terrifying aura permeated the air. In the mountain range, a large array was intertwined. Outside the array, a sinister and terrifying aura spread out. Black fog rolled. One could vaguely see more than a dozen demons and fierce beasts hibernating within the black fog. Foolish human, I was lying to you. You actually believed me. Now that you're trapped in the killing array, let's see how you'll die. Chapter 909. The phantom evil demon thought that he had tricked Lin Feng, so at that moment, he was extremely arrogant and complacent. Today, I can finally taste the delicious flesh of a human. Brother phantom evil demon, thank you so much. If you hadn't lured this brat here, we wouldn't have been able to taste the delicious flesh of a human. Many demons and beasts in the surroundings laughed evilly. They were all cruel and bloodthirsty. Lin Feng sneered and said, Did you really think that I was lured here? I already knew that this phantom evil demon wouldn't cooperate with me obediently and would secretly scheme against me, so I beat him at his own game and let him lure me to your nest. I'll be able to catch all of you in one fell swoop and save me the trouble of looking for you. The demons and beasts were slightly startled when they heard that. The phantom evil demon sneered and said, "Brat, it doesn't matter if you were lured or if you beat me at my own game. You are now trapped in a great formation. This great killing formation is an immemorial killing formation. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be because of its age, it's still more than enough to deal with you. Haha, everyone, let's activate the great formation and kill this human brat. I can't wait to taste his flesh and soul." A beast laughed evilly. "This brat's bloodline seems to be extremely powerful. After eating him, we'll all be able to obtain great benefits." A giant demon roared. "Then what are we waiting for? Activate the great formation and kill him." Boom, boom, boom. A group of demons and beasts started activating the great killing formation, wanting to kill Lin Feng. A terrifying chi pervaded the air from the great killing formation. That terrifying chi made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. It was as if an ancient demon had come back to life. Lin Feng had the feeling that his hair was standing on end. As expected of the immemorial slaughtering array. Although it's extremely damaged, it still possesses the power to easily kill me. Although I'm a heaven rank array master now, it's not an easy task to break this immemorial slaughtering array. However, this isn't a problem for me. Dragon Rabbit, come out. Lin Feng waved his right hand. Dragon Rabbit was immediately summoned by Lin Feng. The Dragon Rabbit could freely shuttle through all kinds of killing arrays. This was the Dragon Rabbit's racial talent. He was born with it. The little guy and Lin Feng had a telepathic connection. It carried Lin Feng and jumped around the array. Boom, boom. The immemorial ultimate killing formation was activated by the demons and beasts outside. Waves of destructive energy blasted towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng followed the Dragon Rabbit and shuttled through the grand array. Lin Feng smoothly dodged all the attacks that came crashing down. Very soon, under Dragon Rabbit's lead, Lin Feng charged out of the absolute kill grand array. Lin Feng put the Dragon Rabbit back into the beast slave bag. At this moment, the demons and beasts outside also saw Lin Feng. The demons and ferocious beasts looked as if they had seen a ghost. They obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to escape from the immemorial ultimate killing formation. Even if an ancient giant was trapped inside, the only path left for them would be death, right? How did Lin Feng escape? Many demons and ferocious beasts were extremely puzzled. However, these demons and ferocious beasts were originally vicious. After seeing Lin Feng come out, they were not afraid. Because they had the advantage in numbers, and Lin Feng was only one person. Attack together and destroy this brat. A ferocious beast roared and took the lead to charge towards Lin Feng. Immediately after, the rest of the demons and ferocious beasts also pounced towards Lin Feng. "H, you want to kill and eat me with your meager cultivation?" The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved into a sinister smile. He waved his right hand. Rumble, all of a sudden, 3 laws flew out. These 3 laws were like 3 moving mountains in the sky. Their auras were heavy, and they sealed the world. They suppressed the demons and ferocious beasts. Bang, 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 along with the sounds of collision, one after another, could be heard. The laws collided with the demons and ferocious beasts. These demons and ferocious beasts were sent flying. Lin Feng rushed into the battlefield and punched a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast was sent flying by the laws. It still hadn't recovered from the shock. In the next moment, Lin Feng blasted its body apart and turned it into world origin energy. With the cooperation of the laws, Lin Feng was unstoppable. One by one, the demons and ferocious beasts were killed. "This brat is ferocious. We are not his match. Run." The remaining demons and ferocious beasts screamed in fear and fled into the distance, wanting to escape. But how could Lin Feng let them escape? Every law was like a vigorous and powerful mountain range. They ruthlessly smashed down. Then, these demons and ferocious beasts were directly smashed to death by the laws. Their bodies then turned into the purest world origin energy. In the blink of an eye, only the phantom evil demon was left of the dozen demons and ferocious beasts. Lin Feng attacked the phantom evil demon with a palm. The phantom evil demon roared in fear, "You can't kill me. I am the trusted aide of the White Tiger Demon Lord. If you kill me, the White Tiger Demon Lord won't let you go. You really have guts. Even now, you still dare to threaten me. I'll kill you first, then I'll kill the White Tiger Demon Lord." Lin Feng sneered and slapped down. When Lin Feng's punch landed on the evil spirit's body, it immediately exploded. Soul Search. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed the phantom evil demon's primordial spirit that hadn't dissipated yet. His divine sense entered the phantom evil demon's primordial spirit. After searching, he learned a lot of information. It turned out that these ferocious beasts were the ferocious beasts under the White Tiger Demon Lord. The White Tiger Demon Lord was one of the most ferocious demonic beasts in the heavenly tribulation demon realm. It was extremely powerful and occupied an area. The reason why the White Tiger Demon Lord was so powerful was because the White Tiger Demon Lord had obtained a good fortune. That good fortune was that the White Tiger Demon Lord knew the whereabouts of the primordial demon liquid. The White Tiger Demon Lord would go and devour the primordial demon liquid every once in a while. Every time it devoured the primordial demon liquid, the White Tiger Demon Lord's strength would increase. Therefore, the White Tiger Demon Lord's strength was growing stronger and stronger. So this phantom evil demon's information about the primordial demon liquid wasn't groundless. However, the phantom evil demon's soul didn't have the specific location of the primordial demon liquid. It seems that only the White Tiger Demon Lord knows the location of the primordial demon liquid. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and began to refine the world's origin energy he had devoured. 2 hours later, Lin Feng continued to fly towards the depths of the heavenly tribulation. Roar, even though he was very far away, he could hear the roars of beasts shaking the mountains. In the distance, a 300-meter-long giant white tiger was fighting against a golden sky-splitting condor with a wingspan of 500 meters. The collision between the two fierce beasts was extremely fierce. The golden sky-splitting condor tore off a piece of the giant white tiger's flesh with its claws. The giant white tiger roared in pain and used its claws to fiercely slap the golden sky-splitting condor's body, sending it flying several hundred meters away. Wow, it's the White Tiger Demon Lord fighting against the golden sky-splitting condor. Lin Feng was shocked. He had obtained a lot of information from the phantom evil demon's memories, including some of the overlords of the heavenly tribulation demon realm. For example, the golden sky-splitting condor that was fighting against the White Tiger Demon Lord was an overlord of the skies that was comparable to the White Tiger Demon Lord. Chapter 9-10. The golden sky-splitter condor was extremely fast as well. It flapped its huge golden wings. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The White Tiger Demon Lord had no choice but to block the incoming wind blades. After the two sides clashed in the air, they quickly retreated. White Tiger Demon Lord, don't you think it's too greedy for you to monopolize the primordial demon liquid? If you know what's good for you, you should share the primordial demon liquid with us. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The golden sky-splitter condor's voice was filled with endless killing intent. The White Tiger Demon Lord sneered. You want to snatch the primordial demon liquid? You're overestimating yourself. What if we join in as well? A cold laugh came from afar. A fire ape flew over quickly. The fire ape actually had 2 heads. The head on the left had 3 eyes. The right head had a single eye. It was extremely strange. 4-eyed fire ape. Lin Feng, who was hiding in the dark, recognized the origin of this beast. The 4-eyed fire ape was also an overlord-level existence. Its strength was extremely tyrannical. Since it appeared here, it must have reached an agreement with the golden sky-splitter condor to deal with the White Tiger Demon Lord. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground split open, and a 1,000-meter-long yellow snake crawled out of the ground. Brilliant serpent. Lin Feng was shocked. It was an earth elemental sacred beast. White Tiger Demon Lord, you're too greedy. You only know how to enjoy good things and don't know how to share them with others. You'll make a lot of enemies this way. We've known each other for a long time. Now, I'll give you one last chance to share the primordial demon liquid with us. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to kill you. The brilliant serpent spoke in human language. You've come at the right time. It also saves me the trouble of going to your territories and defeating you one by one. Now that I've dealt with you all together, it saves me a lot of trouble. The White Tiger Demon Lord sneered. The White Tiger Demon Lord used to be on the same level as the Three Demon Lord, but now that the White Tiger Demon Lord has obtained the Primordial Demon Liquid, the balance between them has been broken. The three ferocious beasts felt threatened by the White Tiger Demon Lord, so they joined forces to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he analyzed the sequence of events. Ferocious beasts were very cunning. They attacked, killed, and devoured each other to increase their own cultivation. If the White Tiger Demon Lord grasps enough power, then the White Tiger Demon Lord will be defeated. How could they not kill the three Overlord-level beasts? Do it. The three Overlord-level cultivators shouted coldly at the same time. Then, they split into three different directions and attacked the White Tiger Demon Lord. They're going to fight. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and completely concealed his aura. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If Lin Feng fought against these Overlord-level beasts, it would be very difficult for him to kill them. Even if he could kill them, it would be a tough fight. But now, the White Tiger Demon Lord was fighting against the three Overlord-level beasts. If both sides were injured, Lin Feng was most willing to see it happen. Once both sides were injured, Lin Feng would have the opportunity to kill them all and devour them to increase his cultivation. Golden Sacred God-Splitting Slash. The golden sky-splitting condor let out a long cry and turned into a dazzling golden ray of light. It rushed up to the 9 heavens. It tore through heaven and earth. It attacked the White Tiger Demon Lord. 5 Mountains Immortal Suppression Seal. The brilliant snake let out a loud roar and opened its mouth to spit out a gigantic mountain in the void. The mountain fell from the sky and suppressed the White Tiger Demon Lord. This was a very powerful divine ability. It was said to be able to suppress immortals. From this, one could see how terrifying this divine ability was. The four-eyed flame ape also attacked. Its 4 eyes opened. Blood wheel eye. The four-eyed flame ape's cold voice sounded. Rays of blood-red light shot out from the 4 eyes. These rays of blood-red light contained a powerful destructive power. The 3 Overlord-level beasts attacked the White Tiger Demon Lord with their strongest attacks. They were trying to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord with one attack. Chimph, do you really think you can kill me? How ridiculous. I've been drinking Primordial Demon Liquid for a year. My cultivation has increased to a level that you can't even imagine. Since you want to die today, I'll help you. As soon as it finished speaking, the White Tiger Demon Lord's body emitted a powerful chi. It was as if there was a god hidden inside the White Tiger Demon Lord's body. Now that the god had awakened, it was releasing its own chi. The fluctuations were too terrifying. It made people's hair stand on end. Good heavens, the White Tiger Demon Lord's chi is so terrifying. It was deliberately hiding its strength before. Lin Feng was shocked. Originally, the White Tiger Demon Lord was on par with the other 3 Overlord-level beasts. But now that the White Tiger Demon Lord had released its own chi, Lin Feng felt that the White Tiger Demon Lord's strength was at least 3 or 4 realms higher than the other 3 Overlord-level beasts. Such a big gap. This battle was going to be reversed. As expected, the White Tiger Demon Lord, who had displayed his full strength, exploded with terrifying battle prowess. It unleashed the Tiger King's roar to the heavens, shattering the attacks of the 3 Overlord-level ferocious beasts. Then, the White Tiger Demon Lord jumped up, turned into a white light, and attacked the golden sky-splitting condor. White Emperor Holy Beast Slash. At that moment, the White Tiger Demon Lord seemed to have transformed into an extremely domineering holy beast. One attack. Shattered heaven and earth. Shattered heaven. The golden sky-splitting condor wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It was torn in half by the White Tiger Demon Lord's white light. Then, the white light attacked the four-eyed fire ape. The four-eyed fire ape's eyes shot out 4 rays of blood-colored light, trying to block the White Tiger Demon Lord's white light. But the 4 rays of blood-colored light couldn't stop the White Tiger Demon Lord's attack. Pu. The white tiger demon lord rushed in front of the four-eyed fire ape and directly tore it in half. The four-eyed fire ape died. Seeing this, the brilliant serpent was so scared that its soul almost left its body. It wanted to drill into the ground and escape. But at that moment, the white tiger demon lord charged over in the form of a white beam. Pu. The brilliant serpent's huge body was cut into a dozen pieces by the white tiger demon lord. But the vitality of snakes was extremely tenacious. The brilliant serpent was cut into a dozen pieces, but it still didn't die. The front half of the brilliant serpent's body fled towards the abyss. However, the white light that the white tiger demon lord had transformed into slashed over. The brilliant serpent saw that it couldn't escape, and its cold eyes were filled with madness. White tiger demon lord, if you want to die, we'll die together. Boom. The next moment, the brilliant serpent self-destructed. The white tiger demon lord soared into the sky in an attempt to avoid the energy impact of the brilliant serpent's self-destruction. But it was too late. The white tiger demon lord was swallowed up by the explosion. When the shockwave dissipated, the white tiger demon lord appeared. At that moment, the white tiger demon lord's body exploded into pieces. It was as if it would turn into a pile of minced meat at any moment. The origin energy of heaven and earth flowed through its body, barely preventing its body from shattering. Once I devour your source energy, I'll be able to recover very quickly. Although the white tiger demon lord had suffered a near-fatal injury, it wasn't worried at all because the origin energy of the three overlords was still there. As long as it swallowed the origin energy, not only would it be able to recover, but its cultivation would also increase. The white tiger demon lord was about to swallow the origin energy of the three overlords. Roar. Suddenly, a bestial roar shook the sky. Not good. The white tiger demon lord looked terrified. Its injuries were too severe, and it couldn't fight against the other overlords. The white tiger demon lord didn't dare to stay. It didn't even swallow the origin energy of the three overlords before it fled. Lin Feng took the Cheongqi clone back into his body, then quickly rushed towards the origin energy of the three overlords. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The white tiger demon lord was severely injured, and it was like a frightened bird, so Lin Feng easily used the Cheongqi clone to scare the white tiger demon lord away. A centipede dies but never falls down. I'll let the white tiger demon monarch escape first. When he recovers, I'll kill him quietly. That's the best choice. But the most important thing now is to refine the three overlords' ferocious beast essences and increase my strength. Lin Feng waved his hand and swallowed the origin energy of the three overlords. What's this? Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes widened. His expression was full of disbelief, but then it turned into ecstasy. Chapter 9:11. Every single strand of principle radiated astonishing energy fluctuations as it hovered within the origin energy. It was a beautiful sight to behold. 1, 2, 3, 4, Lin Feng counted. There were 43 strands of Dharma law in total. Lin Feng was overjoyed. If he could refine these Dharma laws, his strength would surpass that of a cultivator of the fourth celestial layer of the fortune realm. Dharma laws, Dharma laws. When a living being dies, the Dharma laws disperse, but the Dharma laws of these overlords are preserved. Lin Feng was astonished, but he also felt extremely lucky. These overlords were all fortune realm cultivators, so they naturally had Dharma laws in their bodies. However, when a living being died, the Dharma laws would disperse. Only special methods could seal one or two Dharma laws and prevent them from dispersing. The three overlords had 43 Dharma laws in total, which was beyond Lin Feng's expectations. Lin Feng guessed that it might have something to do with the fact that the overlords were condensed from the original strength of the world. Devour. Lin Feng waved his hand and devoured all the original strength of the world and the Dharma laws. Lin Feng quickly left to find a safe place to refine the original strength of the world and the Dharma laws. He went to a quiet valley and set up a Dharma spell to seal the valley. Then, he sat down cross-legged. After Lin Feng devoured the original strength of the world, his cultivation level increased greatly. He went from the middle of the 8th celestial layer of the yin-yang realm to the late stage of the 8th celestial layer of the yin-yang realm. Then, Lin Feng started refining the 43 strands of Dharma laws. Despicable human boy, how dare you refine us? You're courting death. Let's kill this human boy together. Go to hell. The Dharma laws manifested the silhouettes of the three overlords. It was the power of their primordial spirits that hadn't dispersed yet. Whoosh! The three silhouettes rushed towards Lin Feng's soul, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They wanted to destroy Lin Feng's soul. However, Lin Feng sneered and the primal chaos ancient lamp flew out. You don't know the difference between life and death. The primal chaos ancient lamp descended from the sky, suppressing the three beasts. No, the three ferocious beast phantoms cried out in fear. They wanted to flee, but it was too late. The primal chaos ancient lamp suppressed them. With a peng sound, the three vicious beast phantoms exploded, turning into the purest form of soul power that was absorbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng began to refine the 43 laws one by one. 3 days later, all 43 strands of law had been successfully refined by Lin Feng. Within Lin Feng's dantian, there were a total of 46 strands of law energy. It was like a primordial beast was hibernating within it. Feeling the tyrannical spiritual energy in his body, Lin Feng had the feeling that he could shatter the heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. This heavenly tribulation demon realm is truly my blessed land. How long have I been here? My cultivation has increased by more than 10 times. Lin Feng smiled. I wonder how the White Tiger Demon Lord is doing. It's time to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord and obtain the law energy in his body. At the same time, I'll also obtain information about the primal demon liquid. Lin Feng directly soared into the sky and flew towards the White Tiger Demon Lord's nest. The White Tiger mountain range was a continuous chain of mountains. The mountains were majestic and ancient, and the ridges were as strong as the bodies of dragons. This was the White Tiger Demon Lord's nest. At that moment, many ferocious beasts were patrolling around the mountain range. They were the Demon Lord's subordinates. Now that the White Tiger Demon Lord had been severely injured, his subordinates would definitely be on high alert. However, Lin Feng easily deceived them and arrived at the deepest part of the White Tiger mountain range. In a valley, the White Tiger Demon Lord was lying on the ground. His body was constantly splitting apart, but the essence was gathering back together. Every time he split apart and gathered back together, his injuries would heal a lot. The White Tiger Demon Lord's healing method was quite strange. Although the White Tiger Demon Lord has been severely injured, he's too strong. If he counterattacks before death, he might kill me, so I need to be very careful. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and didn't act rashly. He noticed that the sky was gradually darkening. Lin Feng waited for the sky to completely darken, then used the darkness escape technique to hide his body. Then, he launched a peerless stab at the White Tiger Demon Lord. Time passed. Darkness descended and covered the earth. The White Tiger Demon Lord was lying on the ground weakly, recovering from his injuries. Lin Feng had already quietly moved. He carefully sneaked towards the White Tiger Demon Lord. The darkness escape technique that he cultivated was also a peerless escape technique. It allowed him to move forward in the darkness. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. However, Lin Feng didn't let his guard down because of this, because the White Tiger Demon Lord was very strong. The slightest movement would be noticed by him. Lin Feng wanted to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord in one hit. One hit. He wanted to kill the White Tiger Demon Lord, so that the White Tiger Demon Lord wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. Lin Feng lurked above the White Tiger Demon Lord. This was the best place to assassinate him. He was waiting for the best moment to arrive. At this moment, Lin Feng was like an assassin in a dynasty of assassins. Extremely patient. Either he didn't make a move, or once he did, it would be a thunderous attack that would instantly kill his opponent. Finally, Lin Feng found an opportunity. Something seemed to have happened while the White Tiger Demon Lord was healing. His body emitted a violent fluctuation. Crack, crack. The White Tiger Demon Lord's body began to crack. It had suffered such a serious injury, so it was naturally impossible for it to heal in one go. The White Tiger Demon Lord was trying hard to prevent his body from completely shattering. At this moment, Lin Feng made his move. He descended from the sky, holding the black dragon sword in his hand, and stabbed towards the White Tiger Demon Lord. The White Tiger Demon Lord, who was trying hard to suppress his injuries, didn't expect that someone would sneak over to assassinate him. So for a moment, he was stunned. Immediately after, the White Tiger Demon Lord roared and waved his huge claws towards Lin Feng, wanting to send Lin Feng flying. However, it was all too late. Lin Feng was too close to the White Tiger Demon Lord. He attacked in a flash. As fast as lightning. The sword stabbed down, leaving the White Tiger Demon Lord with no way to dodge. Poochie. Lin Feng's sword instantly pierced through the White Tiger Demon Lord's head, and then his right hand suddenly shook. There was a loud bang. The White Tiger Demon Lord's body directly exploded. Lin Feng grabbed the White Tiger Demon Lord's remnant soul. Lin Feng's divine sense invaded the White Tiger Demon Lord's remnant soul and found information about the primordial demon liquid. This made Lin Feng very happy. He turned his head to look at the White Tiger Demon Lord's world origin energy and saw that there were 81 laws entrenched in the world origin energy. Every strand of principle vibrated with a murderous aura. The White Tiger was in charge of killing. So the White Tiger Demon Lord's law also contained endless killing intent. Haha, 81 laws, great, let me devour them all. Chapter 9:12. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the White Tiger mountain range, roars shook the sky. Ferocious beasts rushed over from all directions. It's a human. What a powerful flesh and blood essence. The White Tiger Demon Lord was killed by him. Let's go together and kill this human and devour his flesh and blood. After seeing Lin Feng, the powerful beasts immediately roared. Those ferocious beasts threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked cold and detached. He took a step forwards and threw a punch. It was like a god had descended to the world. Everything in his path turned into nothingness. Fierce beasts were killed by Lin Feng one by one. Lin Feng's body emitted an endless domineering aura, allowing the beast tide to kill him. One punch, one person, one punch, broke the sky and shattered the earth. Countless beasts were killed. This brat isn't human. He's too abnormal. Run. The horde of beasts was being slaughtered to the point of trembling in fear. Many ferocious beasts fled for their lives. Lin Feng directly devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth formed by the dead beasts. Then, he flew into the distance. 5 days later, a figure was flying quickly in the forest. It was Lin Feng, who had just come out of seclusion. Now, Lin Feng's body had reached 127 precepts. It could be said to be tyrannical. Purely based on the number of precepts, he could directly crush a 5th-level creation realm cultivator. 300 miles to the west, there's a Black Demon Mountain. In the Black Demon Mountain, there's a demon cliff. The demon cliff contains an incredible amount of death energy. Any living being who enters the demon cliff will be corroded by death energy and die. The primordial demon liquid is in the depths of the demon cliff. This was the information Lin Feng obtained from the White Tiger Demon Lord's memory. The reason why the White Tiger Demon Lord could enter was because of the White Tiger killing intent condensed in the Demon Lord's body. The White Tiger killing intent restrained the death energy in the demon cliff. In this world, all kinds of powers were mysterious and unfathomable. Soon, Lin Feng saw a huge mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, black peaks towered between heaven and earth. 4 huge peaks surrounded each other, forming a cliff. That place was the Black Demon Cliff. Lin Feng entered Black Demon Cliff. The power of death surged over, wanting to devour Lin Feng. You want to devour me? How ridiculous. Lin Feng activated the Tao character, Death. The Tao character Death was the source of the great Tao, and it countered the power of death. Sure enough, after the Death Tao character was activated, the surrounding death energy began to disperse. However, it did not completely disperse. White Tiger killing intent. Lin Feng circulated the laws of the White Tiger Demon Lord within his body. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. This was the White Tiger's killing intent. The White Tiger killing intent was similar to the heaven-punishing battle will that Lin Feng comprehended earlier. Both of them belonged to a type of momentum. Moreover, because the white tiger was mainly used for killing, the white tiger's killing intent was extremely heavy. Once enveloped by the white tiger's killing intent, many people would instantly lose their will to fight. There were millions of types of momentum, and each type was naturally different. After the white tiger's killing intent spread out from Lin Feng's body, it immediately dispersed the power of death that still lingered around Lin Feng's body. The Dao character Death Dao and the white tiger's killing intent combined perfectly, making it difficult for the power of death to invade Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng arrived at the bottom of Black Demon Cliff, where he discovered a pool. The pool was enveloped by an endless amount of death energy, and it was filled with primordial demon liquid. From time to time, primordial demon liquid overflowed from the pool, then gathered together and flowed out. It seems that the white tiger demon monarch has no way of getting close to the pool. It comes here every once in a while because it needs to wait for the primordial demon liquid to gather together. Many little drops make an ocean. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and walked towards the pool. Pool of death, I am the god of death, harvesting lives. Suddenly, a deep and cold voice sounded. Then, a man wearing the god of death's robe appeared. His body was surrounded by an endless amount of death chi. That man called himself the god of death, and he was an evil spirit that had been born from the death chi. The god of death stepped forward and attacked Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. A mere evil spirit dares to call himself the god of death. You're overestimating yourself. Today, I will kill you, evil spirit. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and used his supreme reincarnation fist. Bang! Lin Feng and the god of death collided. They both retreated a few steps. Despicable human, accept the punishment of the god of death. God of death destroys the world. The god of death attacked again, trying to kill Lin Feng. Devouring martial spirit, increase fighting strength by 5 times. Lin Feng started to circulate his 5 devouring martial spirits. The magic power in his body had increased by 5 times. Lin Feng's qi became violent. He attacked the god of death with his supreme reincarnation fist again. This punch was not something that the previous punch could compare to. With an explosion of 5 times his combat strength, the supreme reincarnation fist was pushed to the pinnacle. Lin Feng collided with the god of death again. His spine moved like a dragon, and the muscles in his right arm bulged. His spiritual energy flowed through his arm. His entire arm seemed to have become thicker in an instant. This peerless and invincible punch landed on the body of the Grim Reaper, causing his body to explode. The god of death disappeared into thin air and turned back into death energy. Death energy? Can it increase the strength of my Dao character, death? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He started to devour the death energy. Lin Feng devoured an endless amount of death energy. His actions could be described as crazy. Everyone avoided death energy. Lin Feng actually dared to take the initiative to devour it. If others saw this, they would probably be scared to death. The death energy was far inferior to the death energy that entered Lin Feng's body. It was all devoured by the death of Dao. Lin Feng's death of Dao was only at the minor mastery realm. It quickly reached the major mastery realm, then the perfection realm, and then the perfection realm. In Lin Feng's Dantian, lightning suddenly intertwined above the divine ability array formed by the death of Dao. This was called divine ability evolving lightning. It meant that this ability had been cultivated to the extreme. Suddenly, a hazy and mysterious figure appeared above the divine ability array. He was like the lord of the underworld, the lord of death. His every move was mysterious and filled with endless power. It was as if he could destroy the world. Suddenly, a lot of information appeared in Lin Feng's mind. His death of Dao had reached the perfection realm. He had awakened one of the 3,000 great Daos, the great art of death. Between the various worlds, there were 3,000 great Daos that were separated from the world. Rumor had it that as long as one could cultivate any of the 3,000 great Daos to the perfection realm, they could break through to godhood. For example, Lin Feng's 5 Emperor's Dragon Fists, when cultivated to the peak, would transform into the 5 Elements art. There was also the great purification art that Lin Feng had learned. They were all part of the 3,000 Great Taos. At that moment, in Lin Feng's brain, there was a dense list of cultivation methods. The Great Death Art. It's actually one of the 3,000 Great Taos, the Great Death Art. Lin Feng looked at the information in his brain. His heart was pounding violently. Chapter 9:13. Haha, I actually obtained the inheritance of the Great Death Art. It's comparable to an emperor art. Even with Lin Feng's mental state, he couldn't help but laugh out loud in excitement. An emperor art was a supreme technique created by a great emperor. Any emperor art had the power to destroy the world. The 3,000 Great Taos evolved into 3,000 divine abilities when the Tao reached its peak. Some of the 3,000 Great Taos were auxiliary Great Taos. For example, the Great Purification Art could forcefully convert people into their slaves. The Great Five Elements Art could communicate with the power of heaven and earth and allow a cultivator's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. These 3,000 Great Taos weren't offensive Great Taos. Among the 3,000 Great Taos, there were 72 offensive Great Taos, such as the Great Karma Art, the Great Creation Art, the Great Reincarnation Art, the Great Death Art, the Great Destruction Art, and so on. Naturally, there were differences in strength among the 72 types of offensive 3,000 Great Taos. However, even the weakest type of offensive 3,000 Great Taos was comparable to an emperor technique in terms of power. Lin Feng's Supreme Reincarnation Fist was powerful enough, but it wasn't a complete emperor art. It was equivalent to an emperor art's embryonic form. As for the Great Death Art, it was equivalent to a complete emperor art. Once it was cultivated, Lin Feng didn't know how strong it would be, because he hadn't started cultivating the Great Death Art yet. Lin Feng waved his hand and the pool of primordial demon liquid was stored in a spatial bottle by Lin Feng. This amount of primordial demon liquid could last Lin Feng for a long time. This is the best place for seclusion. I'll cultivate here for a while and cultivate the Great Death Art. Then, I'll try to break through to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the Great Death Art. Just as Lin Feng began his seclusion, a huge spatial door began to form in the void 300 miles away from Lin Feng. Boom! The stone door in the void directly opened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one figure after another flew out of the void gate. There were more than 100 cultivators. Their auras were powerful and deep. They were also very young. These cultivators were all wearing the attire of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. This meant that these cultivators were all from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Is this the Heavenly Tribulation Demon territory? A pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Then, a woman walked out. This woman had a picturesque appearance. She was like a woman who had walked out of a painting, giving off an otherworldly and elegant feeling. If Lin Feng saw this woman, he would definitely be very surprised. This woman was actually Liu Mengyang. After Liu Mengyang was defeated by Lin Feng in the sect competition, she followed Huangfu Qingtian into the secret realm of ether to cultivate. Now, it seemed like he had come out of seclusion. It wasn't just his temperament that had changed. Furthermore, his cultivation seemed to have improved significantly. Now, Liu Mengyang no longer seemed to be a small figure in the past. She exuded a noble aura. Beside Liu Mengyang were over a dozen core disciples of the Blue Cloud sect's Green Sky Peak. For example, Luo Shengtian, who had sent Li Jianxiao to the divine land of the East County to kill Lin Feng, was also among them. Luo Shengtian was the saint of the Blue Cloud sect. A few years ago, his cultivation was about to break through to the creation realm. This person had also entered the secret realm of ether to cultivate. There seemed to be a primordial beast hibernating in his dantian. That was the power of the laws. Obviously, Luo Shengtian had broken through to the creation realm. Haha, we really have to thank the third prince this time. Otherwise, how could we enter the Heavenly Tribulation Demon territory? A young elite of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty said with a smile. Huangfu Qingtian was the third prince of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The method to enter the Heavenly Tribulation Demon territory was also obtained by Huangfu Qingtian from the secret realm of ether. In the secret realm of ether, it was rumored that there was the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was the ruler of the undying realm. Many sages and emperors had to respect the Heavenly Emperor. Huangfu Qingtian had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor, which was why he was so terrifying and could suppress the younger generation. At such a young age, he had already cultivated to an unfathomable realm. Everyone, we still have things to do. You can all train in the Heavenly Tribulation Demon territory. I heard from senior brother Huangfu that there are source beasts everywhere in the Heavenly Tribulation Demon territory. After killing them, those source beasts will turn into the source energy of heaven and earth. Devouring the source energy of heaven and earth can greatly improve your cultivation. You can go hunt those source beasts. Liu Mengyang said, then soared into the sky and left with Luo Shengtian and the others. Seeing Liu Mengyang and the others leave, a young cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty sneered and said, "This woman is too arrogant. She has no respect for us." Back then, she was just a lowly servant. If it wasn't for her water spirit body, would the third prince have kept her by his side? We're all relatives of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, but now we have to listen to her. There's no need to be angry with this kind of person. The third prince is still waiting to dual cultivate with her and use her primordial yin to improve his cultivation. Once this woman has no value, she will be abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes. Being angry with this kind of person will damage our status. Another young master flicked the dust off his clothes and said, "Haha, let's go and kill the source beasts." The group of people flew into the distance. Lin Feng naturally didn't know that Liu Mengyang, Luo Shengtian, and the other young experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty had entered the demon realm. He was in deep seclusion. First, he bitterly cultivated the Great Death technique. After he had mastered the Great Death technique, he began to refine the primordial demon liquid to improve his cultivation. Lin Feng refined the primordial demon liquid while refining the divine source in his body. Every time he refined a part of the divine source, Lin Feng's immortal godblood would awaken more. As time passed, Lin Feng's qi became more and more tyrannical. Lin Feng's immortal godblood increased from 10% to 13%. The recovery of the immortal godblood was a relatively slow process. Lin Feng was already very satisfied with this rate of improvement. Immediately after, Lin Feng's body emitted a tyrannical fluctuation. Above Lin Feng, a heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth appeared. The heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth stood on a heavenly dragon. Its head was the firmament, and it wore an imperial robe. Its body emitted a noble aura, and its eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. It was like a supreme holy emperor who had enlightened tens of thousands of people. Yin-Yang Stage 9. It would condense a heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. And Lin Feng's heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. It was a holy emperor. I've finally condensed a heavenly law's embodiment of heaven and earth. My strength has broken through to Yin-Yang Stage 9. Lin Feng opened his eyes, revealing a joyful expression. He soared into the sky and flew outside. Pa, pa, pa. As soon as he flew out of the demon cliff, Lin Feng was attacked. Numerous blood-red branches whipped towards Lin Feng. The power of those branches was too terrifying. They directly shattered the void. Chapter 9:14. It was a blood-colored ancient tree that was about 10 meters tall. Its trunk was like a dragon's, vigorous and powerful. This was the Ironblood ancient tree, an ancient demonic tree that had long disappeared from the outside world. That ancient Ironblood tree's attack was extremely powerful. Lin Feng was astonished. However, Lin Feng's current cultivation was too tyrannical, so even though he was ambushed by the Ironblood ancient tree, he didn't panic at all. He reached out with his right hand and made a grasping motion. A cracking sound could be heard as the branch of the ancient Ironblood tree flew toward him. What a powerful brat! The Ironblood ancient tree's face couldn't help but cry out. The ancient Ironblood tree's branches quickly extended outwards. Then, it wrapped around Lin Feng's body. At the same time, a silvery white ferocious beast appeared behind Lin Feng without making any sound. It had the head of a dragon, the body of a Chileen, the tail of a snake, and the scales of a fish. It was extremely strange. The terrifying creature stretched out its sharp claws towards Lin Feng's head, wanting to crush Lin Feng's head. There were actually two terrifying beasts hiding here that wanted to ambush Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt the sinister aura behind him. He reacted quickly and stomped his feet on the ground. A large part of the cliff collapsed as he fell towards the Devil Cliff. The silver-white beast behind Lin Feng also fell into the Devil Cliff. However, it quickly soared into the sky and attacked Lin Feng again. However, at this time, Lin Feng had already jumped into the air. Heavenly fire surged out and wrapped around the Ironblood ancient tree. Fire restrained wood. This was the principle of the 5 elements restraining each other. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Ironblood ancient tree was or how strange its methods were, it was still completely restrained by Lin Feng. Whoosh! Sure enough, the Ironblood ancient tree's side was set ablaze. The Ironblood ancient tree let out a miserable scream. It didn't dare to hesitate and quickly threw Lin Feng away with its branches. Then, the branches ruthlessly slammed into the ground, wanting to extinguish the flames. But how could the heavenly fire be extinguished? Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He rushed forward and punched at the ancient Ironblood tree. The ancient Ironblood tree wanted to resist. However, it was instantly engulfed by the heavenly fire and had no power to resist Lin Feng's attack. Lin Feng punched the ancient Ironblood tree. After the ancient Ironblood tree was killed, Lin Feng absorbed its original strength and the 27 cosmic energies of the tree. When the silver-white beast saw that the ancient Ironblood tree had been killed, it turned around and fled. "I can't escape," Lin Feng sneered. He quickly chased after the silver-white beast and killed it. Lin Feng also devoured the heaven and earth origin energy and the 27 strands of heavenly principles formed by the silver-white beast's body. 200 miles away from Lin Feng, a group of people from the Yuhua immortal dynasty had joined forces to hunt all kinds of source beasts. After devouring a large number of origin beasts, many people's cultivation base had increased greatly. Roar, roar, roar. Roars shook the sky. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were besieging a Dao Wu. More than 100 cultivators attacked together. The powerful Dao Wu was directly killed. Only the heaven and earth origin energy and the 81 strands of heavenly principles were left in the void. Oh my God, so the rumors are true. After these origin beasts died, the laws in their bodies didn't dissipate. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty roared excitedly. In the outside world, it was very difficult to obtain the laws after killing a creation realm beast. This was because the laws would dissipate. But here, all the laws were perfectly preserved. After all, there were 81 strands of laws. After a yin-yang realm cultivator refined them, their cultivation base would directly skyrocket. They would be able to crush any yin-yang realm cultivator who hadn't refined any laws. This was the terrifying part of the laws. It could allow a person to complete a qualitative transformation. Many people's eyes were burning. There were a total of 81 strands of laws, but there were more than 100 people here. Naturally, some people would be able to get a share of the laws, while others wouldn't. A cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty named Huangfu Shu said, "How about this? We'll distribute the laws according to our strength. Of course, those who didn't get the laws don't have to worry. The heavenly tribulation demon realm is so huge, there must be a lot of creation realm beasts. When the time comes, we'll kill those creation realm beasts one by one. Everyone will be able to obtain the laws." Huangfu Shu was Huangfu Qingtian's cousin and the heir of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. His status was much nobler than the other members of the royal family. In addition, he was at the creation realm, so no one dared to go against his words. Everyone nodded and agreed. Then, these people began to distribute the laws. After Lin Feng refined the heaven and earth origin energy and the 54 strands of laws from the ancient Ironblood tree and the silver-white beast, he headed to the next destination. Dragon Lake. This was the place where a level overlord lived. A black dragon lived inside. The black dragon was at the 6th level of the creation realm and had 243 strands of laws in its body. Lin Feng now had 181 strands of laws in his body. Although there was still a certain gap between him and the black dragon, Lin Feng's divine abilities were too powerful and were enough to make up for this gap. Lin Feng had just arrived at the Dragon Lake. The black dragon that was resting at the bottom of the Dragon Lake suddenly opened its eyes. The aura of a human. Could it be that a human has entered the heavenly tribulation demon realm? This is great. I've always wanted to taste human flesh and blood. Today, I can finally fulfill my wish. Then, the black dragon soared into the sky. Its 1,000-meter-long body was like a mountain ridge in the air. Its pitch-black scales emitted a cold and gloomy luster. Lowly human brat, die! The black dragon stretched out its huge claws and clawed at Lin Feng. You're just a black dragon condensed from the origin energy of heaven and earth. You're not a real dragon and don't know any dragon language divine abilities. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Today, I'll kill you. Lin Feng rose up in the air and started fighting against Hei Long. After 300 rounds, Lin Feng found Hei Long's weak point. He threw a supreme reincarnation punch at Hei Long's neck. Bang! A huge hole was blasted open in the black dragon's neck. The black dragon was instantly heavily injured. Immediately after, Lin Feng used Sky Splitter to completely cut the black dragon's body into two. Dao's death. Lin Feng's attacks were endless, and the Dao's death suppressed the black dragon. The black dragon's huge body exploded and turned into pure origin energy of heaven and earth. 243 strands of the power of law spiraled in the air. Lin Feng was about to collect the origin energy and laws of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a flying sword slashed down from the sky. It was actually a Dao artifact flying sword. That Dao artifact flying sword was as fast as lightning, spitting out flames. This flying sword was called the Fire Demon Sword, and it was forged from the Fire Demon Bloodstone. Blow and break. Slay demons. With a flick of his finger. 1,000 miles away. Human level. Chapter 9:15. What a powerful fire demon sword. If it were someone else, their head would have been chopped off by that sword. But it won't be easy to kill me. Celestial absorbing jar, come out. Absorb another treasure for me today, murmured Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand and the swallowing heaven jar flew out and floated in front of him. When the fire demon sword slashed down, the swallowing heaven jar released a powerful devouring force that enveloped the sword. It began to devour the fire demon sword. The fire demon sword struggled violently. Lin Feng punched the fire demon sword. The fire demon sword's sword intent was dispersed. The swallowing heaven jar seized the opportunity and directly devoured the fire demon sword. Then, it erased the soul imprint in the fire demon sword. Lin Feng poured his magic power into the fire demon sword to refine it. This treasure is quite suitable for me. It's a fire elemental treasure. If I use heavenly fire to refine the fire demon sword and get rid of the impurities, the fire demon sword's power will increase greatly. Lin Feng played with the fire demon sword in his hand. He didn't leave after devouring the origin energy and laws of heaven and earth formed by the black dragon. Because Lin Feng wanted to see who had ambushed him. Who had also entered the realm of beasts. Swoosh, 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 soon, figures flew over from afar and landed on the ground. There were more than 100 of them. How did you get in? A cultivator looked down at Lin Feng and asked with a gloomy face. They didn't recognize Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you can come in, why can't I? Boy, hand over my fire demon sword. A young cultivator with a pale face glared at Lin Feng. He was the son of a prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He was at the 10th layer of the Yin-Yang realm and was the crown prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. This fire demon sword was a treasure that he had obtained by chance in the past. So the fire demon sword is yours. You tried to kill me with the fire demon sword, but you failed. Now that I have the fire demon sword, it's my treasure, said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately after, he put his demon fire sword away. Seeing this, the crown prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Boy, you're courting death. That crown prince laughed sinisterly, his face filled with dense killing intent. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have already been cut into 1,000 pieces by that glare. I can crush a piece of trash like you to death with a single hand. You dare say I'm courting death? said Lin Feng disdainfully. The Crown Prince was not the only one who was angry. Even the rest of the people from the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty were incomparably furious. Lin Feng was fighting against so many strong cultivators of the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty alone. Do you know who we are? We're relatives of the imperial family of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Another young expert of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty said coldly. I'm not blind. I know you're from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Lin Feng curled his lips. When he saw these people, he recognized their clothes. Only the imperial family of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was qualified to wear such clothes. Lin Feng and Huangfu Qingtian had a 10-year agreement. In addition, Lin Feng had used a Dao weapon to kill Huangfu Dushong from the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Lin Feng had long been at odds with the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't show any mercy to the people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. He attacked and killed. He couldn't be merciful. Being merciful to these people was cruel to himself. He would be killed by them sooner or later. Boy, you know who we are and you still dare to be so arrogant. Another cultivator of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty asked in disbelief. Lin Feng was speechless. Where did these people get their sense of superiority from? Was it because they were born in a major power like the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty that they were superior to others? Lin Feng sneered. Idiots. You want to kill me, but you want me to speak politely to you. Why bother talking nonsense with this boy? I'll go and kill him. A tall and sturdy cultivator with a centipede scar on the left side of his face laughed sinisterly. His name was Huangfu Tu. He was from a branch of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. He was estranged from the imperial family. However, Huangfu Tu's talent was extraordinary. Therefore, he was heavily nurtured by the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Boom! Boom! Huangfu Tu took a step forward. Terrifying waves of energy swept out, causing the void to ripple slightly. In his dantian, a tyrannical aura was awakening. Hey! A law! You actually refined a law. Lin Feng frowned. Huangfu Tu laughed out loud and said, Boy, are you scared now? Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, Huangfu Tu directly used a law to suppress Lin Feng. The law emitted the aura of the vicious beast Swanni. It was obvious that Huangfu Tu had obtained the law of a vicious beast after killing it. What a pity. What a pity. These laws were obtained by you. Lin Feng shook his head. Kill the Swanni. The law did not disperse. He could refine it now. But if the law was refined by another cultivator, the law would be tainted with the cultivator's aura. When the cultivator was killed, the law would disperse. Lin Feng stepped forward. With a light tap of his finger, he directly broke Huangfu Tu's law. Nobody expected Lin Feng to be so tyrannical. Originally, these people only saw Lin Feng kill a vicious beast from afar. But because they were too far away, they did not see clearly what kind of vicious beast it was. Lin Feng's cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Naturally, these experts of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty did not take him seriously. At this moment, they realized that they had made a fatal mistake. They had underestimated Lin Feng. Huangfu Tu quickly retreated. He wanted to avoid Lin Feng. But Lin Feng grabbed Huangfu Tu's neck and lifted him up. Boy, hurry up and let him go. Many people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty shouted coldly when they saw Huangfu Tu being caught. The people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty looked extremely gloomy. But they did not act blindly without thinking. After all, Huangfu Tu was still in Lin Feng's hands. Huangfu Tu was a proud person. Now, he was being held by the neck by a cultivator who was one level lower than him. It could be said that he was humiliated. Huangfu Tu shouted angrily, Boy, you better hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, you will definitely die here today. The expressions of many people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty changed slightly. Many of them secretly cursed Huangfu Tu for being brainless. How could he threaten that brat at this time? That brat was obviously someone who was not afraid of anything. He did not care about the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty at all. Now, you should say some soft words. When this brat lets you go, he will have no hostage. Everyone could do whatever they wanted to him. Now that you threaten that brat like this, who knows what unexpected things might happen? You don't know life from death. Lin Feng looked coldly at Huang Fu Tu. His right hand grabbed Huang Fu Tu's neck, his left hand pressed down on his head, and suddenly twisted. Crack! Huang Fu Tu's head was directly twisted by Lin Feng. Lin Feng casually threw Huang Fu Tu's corpse on the ground. Chapter 9:16. You're courting death. You're courting death, shouted the cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty furiously when they saw that Lin Feng had broken Huang Fu Tu's neck. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng had dared to kill a cultivator of the Yuhua immortal dynasty in front of so many cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Do you know that you've caused a great disaster? Not only you, but also your clansmen will suffer the wrath of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, said Huang Fu Shu coldly, looking at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't have the strength to act tough, you're just courting death, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. What a sharp-tongued brat. Today, I'll kill you myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Fu Shu leaped out with a sword in his hand. That sword had a great history. It was called the Spring and Autumn Sword. According to legends, it was a peerless sword passed down from an era called the Spring and Autumn Era. Since the creation of the world had experienced countless disasters and countless eras. The Spring and Autumn Era was a short and chaotic era. There were battles everywhere. And this era ended not long after. The sword is 7 feet and 3 inches long, 4 inches and 5 centimeters wide, and it weighs 792 kilograms. Today, I'll use this Spring and Autumn sword to chop off your head and offer it to Huang Fu Tu's spirit in heaven. Huang Fu Shu walked forward step by step. Each time he took a step, his sword intent condensed and condensed. Huang Fu Shu's spirit had already reached the level of intent realm. This person definitely had a very deep understanding of sword Dao. Huang Fu Shu's sword Dao is incredible. Now that he's going to attack, he'll definitely be able to kill that little boy. I've sparred with Huang Fu Shu before. His swordsmanship is incredible. Many strong cultivators of the older generation can't compare with Huang Fu Shu in terms of swordsmanship. Let's watch Huang Fu Shu's performance. The group of cultivators from the Yuhua immortal dynasty clearly admired Huang Fu Shu's strength. In their opinion, since Huang Fu Shu made a move, Lin Feng would definitely die. Lin Feng looked at Huang Fu Shu indifferently and said, "The Spring and Autumn sword is indeed a famous sword. I once saw someone at an auction who wanted to buy the Spring and Autumn sword at a high price. I never thought that this treasure would end up in your hands. Well, since I've seen the Spring and Autumn sword today, there's no reason for me not to take it." "How dare you?" Huang Fu Shu shouted coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Swordsmen loved their swords as much as their lives. How could he allow others to covet his treasured sword? "Little brat, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece." Huang Fu Shu stepped forward and used the Spring and Autumn sword technique. Time was like spring, full of vitality. The autumn wind was bleak and chilly. This was the Spring and Autumn sword technique. It had the vigorous vitality of all things awakening in spring. What is spring? At the beginning of the year, 10,000 flowers bloomed. The Spring and Autumn swordplay also had the bleakness of autumn. What is autumn? The coldness locked the autumn, the falling leaves were like rain, the heart was cold. Huang Fu Shu's first sword was the bleak autumn wind and the falling leaves. In the void, leaves floated down one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These weren't real leaves, they were leaves condensed from sword chi. The leaves were like sharp swords as they shot towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body was torn apart, one wound after another. Blood immediately flowed out of his wounds. What a good move, the bleak autumn wind and falling leaves. The sword chi is like falling leaves. It's really powerful. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and grabbed a falling leaf that was flying towards him. He shook his hand lightly and the leaf was shattered into pieces. This is just the beginning. Later, I'll let you have a taste of death by 1,000 cuts. Huang Fu Shu sneered coldly. Amazing, amazing. Huang Fu Shu's swordsmanship has already reached the level where the sword can connect to the gods. Seeing Huang Fu Shu's power, many people from the Yuhua celestial dynasty cheered excitedly. A cold wind blew. Fallen leaves fluttered. In the void, dense leaves once again floated down. This time, there were even more leaves. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was impossible to count how many falling moons were floating in the sky. The world seemed to have turned into a world of falling leaves. A countless number of leaves were moving towards Lin Feng. The falling leaves were like swords, slashing towards him. Lin Feng stepped forward in the sky full of falling leaves. He waved his hand and cut open a path. He quickly rushed out and charged towards Huang Fu Shu. "Mitch, take another move of my spring flowers bloom like rain." Huang Fu Shu slashed out with his sword again. The swordsmanship he displayed now was even more powerful. In the void, petals fell down one after another. One flower, one world. These petals represented the vitality of spring and autumn, but they also represented the endless killing intent like the sea. In the extreme, the brilliance was sublimated, blooming the most beautiful side. In the brilliance, there was killing intent, burying the years of life. One flower after another appeared and bloomed. A terrifying killing power surged out from it. The void was instantly torn apart. This move was really powerful. The destructive power caused by it was too strong. Many people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were shocked and moved. Because the aura emitted by that move made them feel suffocated. Not to mention Lin Feng, who was attacked by this move. As expected of Huang Fu Shu, who comprehended the essence of the spring and autumn sword technique. This move already has the meaning of a grandmaster swordsman. That kid is dead. The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty sneered and looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. What a powerful swordsmanship! Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng also had a deep understanding of swordsmanship, but Lin Feng cultivated too many powerful skills after all. A person's energy was limited, so it was difficult for him to spend all his energy on swordsmanship. Huang Fu Shu was different. He specialized in swordsmanship. His understanding of swordsmanship had indeed surpassed Lin Feng by a lot. Lin Feng even felt a trace of danger from Huang Fu Shu's spring flowers bloom like rain. However, it was only a trace of danger. Huang Fu Shu's cultivation was only at the second level of the creation realm. So what if his swordsmanship was divine? The nomological laws in his body were too different from Lin Feng's. Absolute power. It could crush any move. Lin Feng circulated the 181 nomological laws in his body. Monstrous magic power surged. Lin Feng raised his right hand. His arm was like a sword and directly slashed out. Countless falling flowers were torn apart. Lin Feng took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Fu Shu. "You!" Huang Fu Shu was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to break his swordsmanship so easily. "I'll take your sword." Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and lightly tapped Huang Fu Shu's forehead. Poof! A tyrannical magic power shot out and penetrated Huang Fu Shu's forehead. His body flew backward and fell to the ground, dead. Lin Feng held the spring and autumn sword in his hand. It shook slightly. The spring and autumn sword hummed. The sword hums in the sky. The divine sword has a spirit. As expected of a peerless sword. Lin Feng looked at the spring and autumn sword in shock. Chapter 9:17. Huang Fu Shu is dead. A cultivator from the Yuhua immortal dynasty checked Huang Fu Shu's condition, and his expression changed drastically. Huang Fu Shu's status was extremely noble, and he was very talented. Therefore, Huang Fu Shu was highly valued in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. But now, he had died tragically. The cultivators from the Yuhua immortal dynasty were filled with killing intent. Killing 2 people from my Yuhua immortal dynasty in a row. How many years has it been since something like this happened? A cold voice sounded. Next, a young prince walked out from the Yuhua immortal dynasty's side. This young prince was tall and slender, and he had a noble temperament. He was wearing a fork-clawed dragon robe. This fork-clawed dragon robe was usually worn by the princes. Lin Feng said indifferently, I didn't expect that there would be a prince from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Which prince are you? Fifth prince. Huangfu Qingming. What a good fifth prince. Today, I will kill you and let the Yuhua immortal dynasty lose a prince first. Lin Feng was domineering. He directly stepped forward, wanting to kill Huangfu Qingming. The cultivators from the Yuhua immortal dynasty's expression changed drastically. If Huangfu Qingming was killed, then all of them would be blamed for not protecting the prince. Huangfu Qingming sneered and said, "You want to kill me? You are still far from being able to do so." As his voice fell, a tyrannical aura spread out from Huangfu Qingming's body. One could vaguely feel that Huangfu Qingming's magic power was much stronger than Lin Feng's magic power. Huangfu Qingming should be at the sixth heavenly layer of the creation realm. He should have at least 243 strands of the power of laws. Whether or not I can kill you, I will only know after I try. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he walked towards Huangfu Qingming step by step. Die, brat. Immediately, more than a dozen cultivators from the Yuhua immortal dynasty rushed towards Lin Feng. One by one, they circulated the power of laws and attacked Lin Feng. These people were all experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty who had refined the laws before. They scattered and attacked Lin Feng from all directions, causing Lin Feng to be distracted. However, these people underestimated Lin Feng too much. Facing their attacks, Lin Feng directly used the confinement magnetic field. More than 10 experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were imprisoned, unable to move. Next, Lin Feng swung his right hand and a sword beam shot out. Puff, puff, puff. The experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were directly torn apart by the sword energy, dying tragically on the spot. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen experts were instantly killed by Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the other experts of the Yuhua immortal dynasty almost split apart. Kid, who exactly are you? Huangfu Qingming looked at Lin Feng gloomily. Naturally, I'm the one who will kill you. Lin Feng sneered. He instantly appeared in front of Huangfu Qingming and used the Supreme Reincarnation Fist to attack Huangfu Qingming. White Sun Soaring Technique. At this moment, Huangfu Qingming suddenly shouted coldly. He used the Yuhua immortal dynasty's ultimate technique. The White Sun Soaring Technique was an ancient divine ability recorded in the White Sun Soaring Sutra. Immortal light surged out from Huangfu Qingming's body. Then, Huangfu Qingming soared into the sky. He was like a god and a demon. He was like an immortal and a saint. Between heaven and earth, only that immortal light seemed to be left. Huangfu Qingming turned into an immortal light and swept towards Lin Feng. Bang! The two sides collided. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was like two falling stars colliding in the starry sky world. This collision was extremely violent. With the two of them as the center, tornado-like energy ripples spread out. In the center of the storm, there were even storm dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, roaring towards the sky. After the collision, the two quickly retreated. The White Sun Soaring Sutra of the Yuhua immortal dynasty is indeed worthy of its reputation. It's rumored that there are many ultimate techniques recorded in the White Sun Soaring Sutra, and this White Sun Soaring technique should be one of them. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist he had invented was based on the Tao of the Nine Heavens Supreme. It had absorbed the essence of the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists, the Sky-Shrouding Hand, the Ancient Dragon Elephant Art, the Imperious Lightning Art, and other powerful moves. Although it was only the embryonic form of an Emperor technique, its power was far greater than ordinary ancient divine abilities. But his attack was blocked by Huangfu Qingming's White Sun Soaring technique. This showed how powerful the White Sun Soaring technique was. It was probably one of the top divine abilities among the ancient divine abilities. This kid's combat power is far higher than his realm. Let's attack together and kill him, Huangfu Qingming said in a deep voice. They still had hundreds of experts on their side. Moreover, there were 5 creation realm cultivators. Huangfu Qingming was convinced that Lin Feng was going to die under their attacks. That's right. Let's kill him together. Everyone from the Yuhua immortal dynasty shouted sternly. Each of them had a ferocious expression on their faces. In the outside world, they were the high and mighty geniuses of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Any one of them was admired by others. But at that moment, so many of them had been killed by Lin Feng alone. They were terrified. Everyone felt incomparably sullen. Perhaps in their lives, they had never encountered something that made them feel so humiliated. Now, these people only wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to wash away the pressure and humiliation that Lin Feng brought to them. White Sun soaring technique. Flying immortal fist. Dragon's roar. Divine fist of destruction. God-destroying immortal palm. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were used by the cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Hundreds of cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty used their divine abilities together. All the divine abilities gathered together, forming a torrent of attacks that drowned out Lin Feng. These cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty believed that their attacks would be fatal. Even if they were at the 7th or 8th level of the creation realm, they wouldn't be able to resist their attacks. They would be killed. Today, I will let you have a taste of the supreme divine ability that I have just cultivated. Facing the attacks of hundreds of cultivators, Lin Feng didn't care at all. Not only did he not retreat, but he also stepped forward. Great Death Technique. Lin Feng flipped his hand and summoned clouds and rain. The Great Death Technique, which was comparable to an Emperor technique, was executed. Suddenly, a river appeared in the sky. It was a long river of death. The long river of death fell from the sky and smashed towards the hundreds of cultivators. Crack. Lin Feng fought against hundreds of cultivators alone. His Great Death Technique directly destroyed the torrent of attacks that hundreds of cultivators had launched together. Then, the long river of death bombarded the hundreds of cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Bang! The cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were all blasted away. The weaker ones' bodies directly exploded, and they died tragically on the spot. The stronger ones also vomited mouthfuls of blood from the impact. Lin Feng's Great Death Technique, which was comparable to an Emperor technique, was too tyrannical. Destroy them all. Lin Feng sneered. His big hand covered the sky and attacked the cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. No, many people shouted in fear. Facing death, these top geniuses of the Yuhua immortal dynasty couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. These cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were about to die in Lin Feng's hands. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Brat! You are courting death. Boom! Behind Lin Feng, an old man stepped out of the void and attacked Lin Feng with his palm. The old man's aura was too terrifying. He was like a god, as majestic as a mountain. The old ancestor has made his move, that brat is dead for sure. Seeing the old man attacking Lin Feng, the cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, who were originally in despair, became excited. An ancient overlord. Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. An ancient overlord. An expert in the life and death realm. Chapter 9:18. It's over. I'm dead for sure. Lin Feng's face was extremely pale. This was an attack from an ancient powerhouse. This attack could instantly turn his body into ashes. He wouldn't even have a chance to recover from his injuries. The shadow of death shrouded his entire body. Lin Feng's heart was filled with waves of despair. The terrifying attack was about to land on Lin Feng's body. Suddenly, a light flashed in the beast slave pouch. Swoosh! An egg flew out and landed in front of Lin Feng, blocking his path. It was the mysterious beast egg that Lin Feng had obtained. Don't bully Bibi's big brother. A childish voice came from the beast egg. Although the little guy hadn't hatched yet, it was extremely intelligent. Its spiritual intelligence had long been activated. Moreover, when it almost hatched the last time, the little guy was already able to wake up from its deep slumber anytime. Sometimes, the little guy would also come out to play. After it was tired of playing, Lin Feng would take out many precious herbs for the little guy to eat. It turned out that most of the spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits that Lin Feng had collected were eaten by the little guy. The little guy and Lin Feng were naturally very close. Now that the little guy sensed that Lin Feng was in danger, it took the initiative to fly out. Then, it blocked in front of Lin Feng. The palm that was originally aimed at Lin Feng fiercely hit the beast egg. Lin Feng's eyes were about to pop out. He and Bibi had already developed a very deep relationship. Now that Bibi had suffered such a terrifying attack, wouldn't she die without a doubt? Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound of collision, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's ancient powerhouse's attack landed on the beast egg. What surprised Lin Feng was that the beast egg didn't shatter after receiving this attack. This beast egg was a little too sturdy. Lin Feng took advantage of this rare opportunity and sent the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty's leader flying with a punch. Then, he hugged the beast egg and flew into the distance. "Bibi, are you okay? Don't scare me," Lin Feng said with heartache. Bibi's weak voice came from the egg, saying, "Bibi is very tired. Bibi wants to sleep." Hearing Bibi's voice, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, his heart was immediately filled with killing intent. Bei Bei must have suffered some injuries, which was why he decided to sleep to recover. At this moment, Lin Feng swore to himself that as long as his cultivation base increased, he would definitely go and kill that old bastard from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. To be old and not die is to be a thief. As an existence at the level of an ancient giant, he actually dared to attack a junior. This was completely shameless. "Little dog, where are you going?" The face of the ancient powerhouse from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was extremely gloomy. As an ancient powerhouse, he was actually sent flying by a cultivator who was like an ant in his eyes. This was simply a great humiliation. This ancient giant was almost angered to death. He roared and chased after Lin Feng. "You old bastard, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll take your head," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned his head and glared at the ancient powerhouse from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Then, he took out his golden wings. Under the control of the golden wings, his speed was as fast as lightning. Even the ancient powerhouse couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Lin Feng crazily ran towards the depths of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. After 3 days, he finally got rid of the ancient powerhouse from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Lin Feng stopped in a mountain range. There was a stone tablet outside the mountain range. There were 5 words written on the tablet. "Pagoda suppresses the river demons." Seeing these words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't help but mutter, "Who left this tablet here? It seems like there are a few words missing." Asterisk swish, swish, swish. Asterisk Lin Feng used his finger as a knife and wrote a few more words in a row. These 5 words were Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Together, it was Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. Pagoda suppresses the river demon. Lin Feng seemed to be very satisfied with his masterpiece. He couldn't help but smile. He then walked towards the depths of the mountain range. This mountain range was extremely huge, stretching for hundreds of miles. If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to see that this mountain range was like a huge dragon that resided on the ground. The mountain ridge was like the body of the huge dragon that coiled around, vigorous and powerful. Lin Feng found a huge cave in the mountain range. This cave was very dry. He blocked the entrance of the cave and then used a few formations to hide the aura of this place. After that, Lin Feng started recuperating in the cave. The continuous battles made Lin Feng feel extremely tired. Lin Feng adjusted his state to its peak. Then, he refined the 243 nomological laws that he obtained from killing the black dragon. The number of nomological laws in Lin Feng's body reached 424 nomological laws. I wonder what's the situation outside. Now that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's ancient powerhouses have appeared, should I stay or leave? Lin Feng was a little hesitant. If he stayed, he might be able to obtain more opportunities. If he left, the opportunities would belong to the cultivators of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. However, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng decided to leave the demon realm. After all, he had obtained so many benefits in the demon realm. Now that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's ancient powerhouses had entered, there was no need to continue taking risks. With that thought, Lin Feng took out 9 turtle shells. He wanted to use the 9 turtle shells to form a teleportation gate and teleport himself out. However, at that moment, a loud rumble sounded. Lin Feng looked over and saw that a large number of rocks in the depths of the cave had collapsed, revealing a deep passage. He didn't know where it led to. Lin Feng was surprised. Why would a passage appear here? He carefully walked into the passage. Dong, dong, dong. Only Lin Feng's footsteps could be heard in the deep passage. After walking for about half an hour, Lin Feng seemed to have arrived at the center of the mountain. He entered a huge mountain. Then, Lin Feng saw that there was actually a huge stone tower in the mountain. The stone tower had a total of 9 floors. The stone tower was densely covered with runes. Those runes were too complicated. Even though Lin Feng was a Heaven Stage Spirit Array Master, he felt like his head was about to split open when he glanced at the runes. It was incomparably painful. He quickly retracted his gaze and felt a little better. The appearance of a 1,000-meter-tall stone tower filled Lin Feng with doubts and confusion. He was guessing the origin of this stone tower. Boom! At that moment, the stone tower shook violently. There seemed to be a terrifying existence suppressed under the stone tower. And now, the terrifying existence suppressed under the stone tower wanted to overturn the stone tower. Run! Lin Feng didn't even think as he frantically fled outside. He thought of the stone tablet he saw at the entrance of the mountain range. Pagoda suppressing a river demon. Could it be referring to this stone tower in front of him? A river demon was suppressed under the stone tower? If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Because this was a secret realm that had existed since the immemorial era. Didn't that mean that the river demon suppressed here was also a powerhouse from the immemorial era? Thinking of this, Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. How could he dare to stay? Human flesh, I want to eat. But at that moment, the stone tower was pushed open by a crack. A sinister voice came from under the stone tower. Then, a terrifying suction force surged out and instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body couldn't be controlled at all, and he quickly flew toward the stone tower. Lin Feng felt an extremely terrifying force bombarding his body. Chapter 919. Life and Death. Just at this moment, Lin Feng felt his life slipping away. He couldn't resist, and his heart was filled with terror. Just as his body was about to crumble and be devoured by the river demon below the pagoda, the 9 pieces of tortoiseshell in Lin Feng's hands suddenly emitted a shocking wave of energy. The Black Tortoise God. Suddenly, a roar came from below the pagoda. The terrifying power that had enveloped Lin Feng and wanted to destroy Lin Feng's body instantly dissipated. Lin Feng fell to the ground, but the 9 pieces of tortoiseshell in his hands floated in the air. The 9 pieces of tortoiseshell emitted 9 rays of light that gathered together to form an ancient image. A mysterious world appeared in the image. There was a long river in that world. That river ran through heaven and earth, connecting the heavenly river and the underworld river. It was called the Heavenspan River. It was called the Undying World. The first river. Thump, thump, thump. War drums beat, and an endless number of celestial soldiers and generals descended from the sky. Demonic chi surged within the Heavenspan River. An old man appeared, leading the demonic beasts of the Heavenspan River. Black Tortoise God, the Heavenspan River demons have already been executed. If you don't surrender, you can still live. If you dare to resist, only death will await you. A cold voice came from the Heavenly Court's army, filled with boundless killing intent that seemed capable of destroying the world. Next, a celestial general clad in sacred golden armor appeared and looked coldly at the Black Tortoise God. The Black Tortoise God howled in grief. Our young master has been awake for 128,000 years. He experienced the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations and achieved enlightenment. The demons of the Heavenspan River elected him as the sacred master, and he ruled over 800 million kilometers of the Heavenspan River. Under the young master's control, the demons of the Heavenspan River have never harmed the common people. Instead, they occasionally perform miracles and benefit the world. Why do you want to kill our young master? Where is the heavenly justice? Ha ha ha, the heavenly justice? The heavenly court is the heavens. The celestial general laughed coldly. The heavenly court is the heavens. Now I finally understand why Senior Sacred Battle Ape resisted the heavenly court. The black tortoise god's voice was cold. Senior Sacred Battle Ape. How dare you call a peerless cultivator senior? You monsters should all die. The heavenly general had a cold gaze. I think the greatest evil in this world is your heavenly court. Black tortoise high god's voice was cold. How stubborn. Slaughter all the demonic beasts in the Heavenspan River. Don't leave a single one alive. General Tien gave the order. The order they had received was to kill all living beings within the 800 million kilometers of the Heavenspan River. As for the so-called enlistment, it was just a pretense. In this world, how many people were massacred after being recruited or surrendered? Preserve the flame, preserve hope, the black tortoise god said. He had sent some of the talented disciples of the Heavenspan River's demon race away, so that they wouldn't be completely wiped out. The battle was exceptionally fierce. High God Black Tortoise personally led the Heavenspan River's monster race against the Heavenly Court's army. The sky was dyed red by demonic blood. The ground was dyed red by demon blood. Even the entire Heavenspan River was dyed blood red. Countless demonic beasts were wiped out. High God Black Tortoise howled in grief. If there is a next life, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. If there is a next life, I hope to overturn the heavenly court so that there will be no more slaughter. High God Black Tortoise charged into a large group of heavenly generals and self-detonated. Before he died, he took a large number of people with him to the grave. All the images vanished like smoke in thin air. Lin Feng sat on the ground, unable to believe it. 800 million kilometers of the Heavenspan River. It wasn't just the Milky Way. Only a very small number had managed to escape. They had all been killed. How many people had died? Just how much slaughter was this? Even if everyone on the Tianwu continent was killed, there probably wouldn't be even 1 in 10,000 people in the entire Heavenspan River. Woo! The sound of someone crying could be heard from below the pagoda. Old Celestial Emperor, have you ever thought that I'm still alive? The being roared, his killing intent soaring. Even if you suppressed me for 100 million years, even if you destroyed my body, even if you destroyed my soul, my will is immortal. He roared furiously, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. The hatred in his heart couldn't be washed away. At the same time, outside the mountains, Liu Mengyang, Luo Shengtian, and the others were flying in that direction. We've already searched many places, but we still haven't found the pagoda. Is it possible that the Heavenspan Great Beast is just a legend? Luo Shengtian frowned. No, it's definitely not as simple as a legend. Liu Mengyan's eyes were gloomy. She paused for a moment, then said, "You should know that eldest senior brother's secret land of heaven is related to Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor is rumored to be the ruler of the undying world. You probably don't know about this. What is it?" Luo Shengtian and the others were curious. "I once followed eldest senior brother into a mysterious cave in the secret land of heaven. There was a statue of Celestial Emperor in that cave, and it actually manifested a spirit." Liu Mengyang still couldn't believe what she was saying. What? Celestial Emperor's statue manifested a spirit? This time, everyone was astonished. They couldn't believe it. Liu Mengyang took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, Celestial Emperor's statue manifested a spirit and spoke in human language. Even though I wasn't qualified to be there, eldest senior brother quickly told me what Celestial Emperor had told him. It was about the heavens disaster and the Heavenspan Great Beast." After a short pause, Liu Mengyang continued, "Inside the Heavens Tribulation Demon territory, there's a peerless great demon. This great demon is called the Omnipotent Great Demon. You might not know his origin, but if I tell you, you'll be scared to death. This Omnipotent Great Demon is the ruler of the immortal world's omnipotent river. His cultivation is unfathomable, and such a powerful existence is feared by the Celestial Court. Therefore, the Celestial Emperor led 36 great emperors to build the subduing Great Demon Tower, and together, they attacked the omnipotent Great Demon Tower and suppressed him inside the Heavens Tribulation Demon territory. Is it wrong to be too strong?" asked a cultivator. Liu Mengyang said with a faint look in her eyes, "That's right. Sometimes, being too strong is a mistake. How did the sacred battle ape die? Because he was too strong, the emperors of the heavenly court and the Buddhas of the Buddhist world felt threatened. Therefore, the emperors of the heavenly court and the 7 ancient Buddhas of the Buddhist world joined forces to kill the battle saint ape. The omnipotent great beast showed a trace of the battle saint ape's shadow, so the heavenly emperor couldn't let the omnipotent great beast grow to the battle saint ape's level. Luo Shengtian asked, "So many years have passed, the great beast should have died long ago, right?" Liu Mengyang said, "The celestial emperor told eldest senior brother that the omnipotent great demon's resentment was too great, and that its remnant soul hadn't died yet. In another 100 years, the omnipotent great demon's remnant soul would also be obliterated." However, the celestial emperor suddenly discovered that there was a ripple in the omnipotent great demon's river of fate. An extra ripple in the river of fate. What does that mean? Luo Shengtian frowned. Someone will appear in the fate of the Zhon Tian beast. Maybe it's just a ripple, it won't change anything. After 100 years, the Zhon Tian beast's soul will be completely destroyed. But that ripple can also change the life of the Zhon Tian beast and bring him back to life. Therefore, Tian Didi sent him to activate the Zhon Tian Tower and destroy the soul of the Zhon Tian beast. Tian Didi is in a life and death situation right now, he can't leave. Therefore, he gave us this important task. After the task is done, we can all go to the secret area of the firmament to practice cultivation and obtain incredible opportunities to improve our cultivation. Luo Shengtian was delighted. Luo Shengtian and the others were overjoyed. Among them, only Luo Shengtian had cultivated there for a year. During that year, Luo Shengtian had broken through to the creation realm. The others were naturally looking forward to entering the mystery land of ether. Even Luo Shengtian's eyes were shining. He couldn't wait to enter the mystery land of ether again. "Junior sister, look, there's another mountain range." Luo Shengtian pointed into the distance. That mountain range looked like a dragon crawling on the ground. It was the mountain range where the great beast was sealed. Liu Mengyang said, "Let's go and see if this omnipotent great demon is being suppressed in this mountain range. If it is, it's time for him to die." "How do we kill it?" asked Luo Shengtian suspiciously. Eldest senior brother gave it a celestial emperor talisman. "If we activate it, we can kill the great beast." Chapter 920. "Senior, are you all right?" Lin Feng asked softly. He couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he decided to stay. Instead, he asked the mysterious being suppressed by the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda. Lin Feng guessed that this was the omnipotent greater demon, the ruler of the Skyfall River, the pagoda suppressing the river. It was easy to understand. It looks like the black turtle god used the innate 8 trigrams divination technique before he died. When he realized that I wasn't dead, he imprinted a Tao diagram on the broken turtle shell, and this kid obtained the turtle shell. Perhaps it was fate that brought him here to save me from danger. The omnipotent greater demon muttered to himself. He then transmitted to Lin Feng, saying, "Kid, since you came here with the black turtle god's turtle shell, you must be destined to be the one to break the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's seal. Are you willing to help me break the seal and release me?" Lin Feng thought to himself, would I dare to say no? If I did, I might be killed. Lin Feng hurriedly said, "It would be my honor to be able to help Senior." "Good. I wasn't wrong about you," the omnipotent greater demon said. Said Lin Feng. "It's just that my cultivation level is low. How can I help you?" "That's simple. At the peak of the mountain, there's a talisman on the cliff. It has the words Celestial Emperor's Talisman written on it. The Celestial Emperor's Talisman was created by the Celestial Emperor and 36 other emperors during the Primordial era. It was created specifically to suppress me. So long as you take it off, I'll be able to break the Yarrow Ceiling Pagoda's seal," the omnipotent greater demon said. "All right, I'll go now," Lin Feng said. When Lin Feng finished talking, he started flying away. The Heavenly King suppresses the Earth Tiger, and the pagoda suppresses the river monster. Liu Mengyang looked at the stone tablet and frowned. Luo Shengtian asked, "Is there something wrong?" According to what eldest senior brother said, There is a stone tablet in the mountain range that suppresses the omnipotent great demon. On it are the words pagoda suppresses the river demon, but there are no words heavenly king suppresses the earth tiger. Eldest senior brother shouldn't have made a mistake. Could it be that we are in the wrong place? Whatever, let's go in and take a look, Liu Mengyang said. Then, the group of people entered the mountain range to search. Junior sister, look. There seems to be a golden talisman on the cliff. Luo Shengtian pointed at a 10,000-meter tall mountain in the distance. A talisman was pasted on one of the cliffs of the mountain. The Celestial Emperor's decree. That's right, this is the place. Liu Mengyang revealed a look of joy. Then, a group of people quickly flew over. They stopped in the void and carefully observed the Celestial Emperor's decree. The Celestial Emperor's decree was covered in mysterious runes. These runes were ancient, mysterious, and contained an ancient aura. What should we do next? Luo Shengtian asked. Whoosh. Liu Mengyang waved her right hand and a light flashed. A jade talisman appeared in Liu Mengyan's right hand. This is the Celestial Emperor's talisman. The Celestial Emperor's talisman emitted a shocking wave that shook the void. Liu Mengyang said, the Celestial Emperor's talisman was created together with the Celestial Emperor's decree. There are a total of 12 Celestial Emperor's talismans in this world. As long as you activate the Celestial Emperor's talisman, you can communicate with the Celestial Emperor's decree. Once you communicate with the Celestial Emperor's decree, you can use the Celestial Emperor's decree to activate the Great Destruction Array above the demon-subduing pagoda and kill the omnipotent great demons suppressed below. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Mengyang began to recite an ancient incantation. After she recited the incantation, a golden light shot out from the Celestial Emperor's talisman. The golden light surged into the Celestial Emperor's decree. Suddenly, the Celestial Emperor's decree began to change. The 4 dazzling golden words on the Celestial Emperor's decree emitted a blinding light. The Celestial Emperor's decree shone brightly. A great pressure spread out, as if the Celestial Emperor had descended. Liu Mengyang was pleasantly surprised when she saw this. Powerful magic power flowed from her body into the Celestial Emperor's decree. Liu Mengyang wanted to refine the Celestial Emperor's decree. Liu Mengyang. Not good, she's refining the Celestial Emperor's decree. The Celestial Emperor's decree can communicate with the demon-subduing pagoda. Liu Mengyang is definitely up to no good. After Lin Feng came out of the cave, he flew to the peak of the mountain. When he saw Liu Mengyang and the others, he was stunned at first, but then his expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly ran towards Liu Mengyang. He had to stop her as soon as possible. If Liu Mengyang refined the Celestial Emperor's decree, the consequences would be unimaginable. Senior brother, look, it's Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been discovered. When they saw Lin Feng, they were obviously shocked. Luo Shengtian was also slightly stunned, but then he laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng, you really didn't take the right path to heaven, but barged into hell instead. Today, I'll kill you. Heaven-shattering fist. Luo Shengtian shouted coldly and punched towards Lin Feng. His face was filled with killing intent. In Luo Shengtian's opinion, Lin Feng was only at the yin-yang realm, while he was at the creation realm. Wouldn't killing Lin Feng be as easy as killing an ant for him? Scram! Lin Feng shouted coldly and punched towards Luo Shengtian. Bang! The two of them collided, and Luo Shengtian was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Wah! He spat out blood in mid-air. Luo Shengtian couldn't even take a single blow from Lin Feng and was defeated by Lin Feng. Stop him! Liu Mengyang screamed. More than a dozen core disciples of the Blue Cloud sect took out their magic treasures and charged towards Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng's breath was like a sword. Puff! 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 The magic treasures were destroyed in an instant, and then the sword chi slashed towards the core disciples. Several weaker core disciples were killed on the spot, and the rest were seriously injured. Although they were from the same sect, these people were all Huangfu Qingtian's subordinates, and Lin Feng wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Lin Feng naturally didn't need to show mercy. Lin Feng rushed in front of Liu Mengyang and punched her, interrupting Liu Mengyan's refining of the Heavenly Emperor's decree. At this time, The Heavenly Emperor's decree emitted a terrifying aura, as if it was about to release an unimaginably terrifying attack. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to hesitate and rushed towards the decree. "Get down here." Lin Feng reached out to grab the Heavenly Emperor's decree. However, the Heavenly Emperor's decree emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed Lin Feng's body. Catcher, catcher. Lin Feng's body began to collapse. The Heavenly Emperor's decree's aura was too terrifying. If it was someone else who received the decree, they would have been crushed to pieces at this moment. Lin Feng's body was too strong, and he didn't die. Even so, Lin Feng couldn't withstand this terrifying aura at this moment. Ah! Lin Feng let out a mournful scream. He felt the aura of death, and he was unwilling to die like this. He frantically operated his immortal divine body. Under the immortal divine body's restoration, Lin Feng's body was repaired with difficulty and didn't directly collapse. He grabbed the Celestial Emperor's decree and tore it off. "Lowly creature, you've ruined this Emperor's plan." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the Heavenly Emperor's decree in the void. Endless holy light soared into the sky, and a mysterious man in a holy robe stepped out from the holy light. The man's appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, everyone could feel a heavenly might from the man. It was as if they were facing the supreme heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor has appeared. Lin Feng is dead for sure. Liu Mengyang shouted excitedly. Boom. The Heavenly Emperor stepped into the void and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. Catcher, catcher. Lin Feng's body had just recovered, and now it looked like a piece of porcelain had cracked. Lin Feng was stuck in the air, he couldn't move at all. He looked at the mysterious man with a face full of fear. Was this the Heavenly Emperor? Even if it was just an illusion, it was unimaginably terrifying and impossible to resist. Lin Feng had never felt so close to death. The Heavenly Emperor's attack was about to hit Lin Feng. Suddenly, the entire mountain peak cracked open. A man in his 30s stepped into the sky. Heavenly Emperor, we haven't seen each other in a long time. The man punched towards the Heavenly Emperor's phantom. Bang! He and the Heavenly Emperor collided. The void collapsed, and the entire demon realm began to collapse. The laws were shattered. These two existences were too terrifying. Chapter 921. After the collision, Tian Di's phantom and the omnipotent beast quickly retreated. They faced each other in the sky, and the space around them started to distort. Lin Feng quickly retreated, not daring to get close to the battlefield. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Tian Di's gaze shifted from the omnipotent beast to Lin Feng. His expression was gloomy as he said, "No wonder. No wonder. So it's that kind of bloodline. Boy, I'll remember you." Being remembered by Tian Di was obviously not a good thing. Lin Feng knew how much Tian Di wanted to kill him. However, since they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be afraid of Tian Di just because he was Tian Di. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Many people remember me. Who do you think you are?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Tian Di's face twitched violently. His eyes were cold and filled with boundless fury. "Ha ha ha, well said." The omnipotent beast laughed loudly. He was indescribably carefree. Tian Di snorted coldly, his cold eyes looking deeply at Lin Feng. Then, he took Liu Mengyang and the others and left. More than 100 miles away, the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty were bewildered because the space around the Heaven's Tribulation Beast territory had started to collapse. Clearly, something had happened. "We can't stay here any longer. Let's go, quickly," the ancient powerhouse of the Yuhua immortal dynasty said in a deep voice. He quickly flew towards the spatial gate with the cultivators of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. "Senior, congratulations on escaping." Lin Feng went up to congratulate him. The omnipotent demon took a deep breath and smiled. "Even the air outside is free. I never thought that I, the omnipotent demon, would be able to see the light of day again. Today, I was able to escape, and your contributions cannot go unnoticed." Lin Feng hurriedly said, "It's what I should do." The omnipotent beast asked, "What's your name?" "I'm Lin Feng." The Tongtian beast nodded and said, I'll stay here for half a year. During this time, you can follow me and practice cultivation. Lin Feng was delighted. The omnipotent great demon was a big shot in the undying realm back then. The Heavenly Emperor had joined forces with 36 great emperors to suppress the heaven-reaching great demon. From this, one could tell how terrifying the heaven-reaching great demon was. Now, Yi Futian was actually able to cultivate with the heaven-reaching great demon for half a year. Clearly, the heaven-reaching great demon understood what he meant. Perhaps in order to repay him for saving his life, the omnipotent great demon wanted to guide him in his cultivation. Time passed. Lin Feng was cultivating in the heavenly tribulation demon realm. Fighting ferocious beasts, fighting giant demons, constantly sharpening his cultivation. At the same time, Lin Feng would also consult the omnipotent great demon every day on matters that he did not understand in his cultivation. Lin Feng's cultivation quickly stabilized. Then, he quickly rose to the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. At night, the stars were like sand. The omnipotent great demon sat cross-legged in front of a cliff, the heavenly emperor's decree floating in front of him. Powerful magic power surged into the celestial emperor's decree as the omnipotent demon continued to refine it. Lin Feng did not cultivate today because he had been cultivating bitterly all this time. He needed to relax. Lin Feng took out the ancient bronze book. This bronze book had been found in Dugu Aotian's family's treasury, and it was covered in numerous runes. The runes intertwined together, emitting astonishing fluctuations. However, Lin Feng had been unable to decipher the runes. These are heavenly formation runes. I never thought that something like this would be passed down until now. The omnipotent great demon looked at the bronze book in Lin Feng's hand and said. Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that the omnipotent great demon had recognized the origins of the bronze book. Lin Feng asked, Senior, what kind of heavenly formation runes are you talking about? The omnipotent great demon said, they are the legacies of the heavenly masters. They have inherited heavenly formation runes. The heavenly masters? Lin Feng was astonished. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. In reality, Lin Feng knew very little about the legacies of the spirit formation masters. This was because Lin Feng had been studying spirit formation masters since the beginning, and the legacies he had obtained had not come from a single sect. Many of the formations had been purchased by Lin Feng at a high price, so they were rather heterogeneous. There are many inheritances of spiritual array masters. Some of the more famous ones are the Taoist masters, the Earth masters, and so on. There are tens of thousands of different branches, but among all the inheritances, there is one that is the most mysterious, and that is the Taoist master's inheritance. Why do you say that? Lin Feng asked. The heavenly masters have very few successors. After tens of thousands of years, there were only 36 generations in the immemorial era. Moreover, there were often gaps in the legacies, and the legacies were lost over and over again until a fated person obtained them and succeeded in cultivating them. Then, they appeared as heavenly masters again. The omnipotent great demon explained. Why would there be gaps in such a powerful legacy? Lin Feng was extremely puzzled. In Lin Feng's opinion, some powerful legacies and orthodoxies were extremely powerful. They could widely accept disciples, pass down their teachings, and strengthen their sects. How had those immemorial era powers been passed down? This was how they had been passed down. The celestial master lineage was the most powerful lineage of spiritual array masters in the branch of spiritual array masters. Such a force should be extremely large. Heavenly masters cannot meet in pairs. The omnipotent great demon said. Cannot meet in pairs? There is such a strange rule. Lin Feng muttered. This is not a rule, but a curse. The omnipotent great demon said. Hearing the word curse, Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, because he thought of the fire crow. The fire crow had been cursed, and would never be able to escape the curse of the immortal's cave. Although it had an endless lifespan, it had been imprisoned for its entire life, and lived a painful and lonely life. What kind of curse is it? Lin Feng asked. What kind of curse is it? I don't know, but I once saw an extremely powerful heavenly master accept a disciple when he was old. That heavenly master was cursed, and he fell into the underworld and became a dead spirit, unable to escape the shackles of the underworld. The omnipotent great demon said, "Isn't that the same as the fire crow?" The fire crow was unable to escape the curse of the immortal's cave, but the heavenly master that the omnipotent great demon saw was even more miserable, falling into the underworld. But in a way, their experiences are exactly the same. Lin Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he thought of a possibility. Could the fire crow be a heavenly master of the heavenly master sect? You seem to have some ideas. The omnipotent great demon said. Lin Feng said, "Some time ago, I saw a fire crow in the swamp of death. It seemed to be a human cultivator, but for some reason, it was cursed by the immortal's cave and turned into a fire crow. It had an endless lifespan, but it could never escape the curse of the immortal's cave. Every day, it would suffer endless pain and torment, and it would live a lonely life." The omnipotent great demon was slightly surprised. It seems that the immortal's cave isn't simple. "Senior, can you help me open this bronze book?" Lin Feng asked. "I can try, but you have to be careful. The celestial masters are cursed. Even though they're powerful, they're too evil. Even great emperors can't get rid of the curse. Therefore, if you don't have to, try not to, said the Tongtian great beast. "Yes, I will seriously consider it," Lin Feng said. The omnipotent great demon nodded. He stretched out his hand, and a stream of godly strength poured into the bronze book. Chapter 922. The intertwined runes emitted astonishing fluctuations, emitting waves of shocking power. This was the secret manual of the heavenly master's lineage. Now, it was about to be opened. Even though he knew that this lineage's inheritance was shrouded by the shadow of a curse, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. This was because any spiritual array master would yearn to learn more about such a powerful inheritance. The most tyrannical spirit array master's inheritance. If he didn't carefully study it, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? Catcher, catcher, the sealed bronze book began to open on its own. Many runes reassembled. This was the method to open the bronze book. The omnipotent great demon was truly terrifying. He could even break the heavenly master's runes. Finally, the bronze book opened. Lin Feng thanked the omnipotent great demon and began to study the things recorded in it. On the first page, there were 7 very eye-catching words on the first line. The heavenly masters will never meet. This was what the omnipotent great demon had told him before. Below was the inheritance of the heavenly master's lineage. Born from the heavens and earth, swallowing the essence. Heavenly Tao Book, divine runes formed. Lin Feng read the next paragraph. This paragraph recorded the origin of the heavenly master's lineage. After reading it, Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was because the heavenly master's lineage was not created by cultivators. It came from a stone scripture. This stone scripture was born from the heavens and earth. It was a rune born from the heavens and earth. Later on, this stone scripture was obtained by someone and created the heavenly master's lineage. Born from the heavens and earth, isn't it the same as heavenly fire, immortal medicine, and other things? Lin Feng was abnormally shocked. No wonder the heavenly master's lineage was known as the strongest spirit array master's inheritance, but it was still cursed. The reason should be because it was too powerful. A spirit array born from the heavens and earth was naturally not something that could be created by cultivators. The stone scripture recorded 3,000 great arrays. This was the foundation of the heavenly master's lineage. Lin Feng continued to read. That mysterious and unfathomable stone scripture not only recorded 3,000 types of powerful formations. Moreover, it was a stone artifact. Some of the best stone artifacts were comparable to emperor weapons. And the stone scripture was such a treasure. However, the heavenly master's holy artifact, the stone scripture, was lost. As for the heavenly master's orthodoxy, it was the first time there had been a major break in the orthodoxy. This bronze book recorded a portion of the Tao teachings of the heavenly masters. Even after losing the sacred artifact, the legacy of the celestial masters is still so powerful. If the stone scripture was still here, how heaven-defying would it be? Lin Feng was deeply shocked. The Heavenly Master lineage can locate spirit veins, search for immortal residences, freely travel through death zones, enter the heavenly court, explore the underworld, communicate with yin and yang, break through heavenly formations, seal the great Tao, slaughter the heavens, destroy the gods and Buddhas. There were more than 100 words that recorded the abilities of the Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master lineage had mastered many terrifying techniques. For example, some of them allowed them to walk freely in a place as terrifying as the land of death. It was simply inconceivable. Some of his methods were very similar to the dragon-searching formula of the mountain-moving Daoist's lineage. He could locate spirit veins and search for immortal residences. There were also some methods that allowed one to ignore the ultimate killing formation and travel through it without any hindrance. Of course, there were also many powerful attacks that could kill gods and Buddhas. They were so powerful that even gods and Buddhas trembled in fear. The contents of the book were too shocking, and Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he read it. The omnipotent great demon seemed to know the contents of the book, and he faintly said, "This lineage is already very heaven-defying. Although it's only a single lineage, everyone who sees it fears it." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I never thought that there would be such a terrifying legacy. No wonder the Celestial Master lineage was cursed." In the following days, Lin Feng continued to cultivate diligently every day, and then he would study the Bronze Book. Although he knew that the legacy of the Celestial Master lineage had been cursed, Lin Feng could not control his desire to learn more about it. Moreover, from Lin Feng's point of view, the Celestial Master lineage had been lost for tens of thousands of years, and the ancestors of the Celestial Master lineage had died long ago. So what if he cultivated? At most, he would never pass down the legacy of the Celestial Master lineage to anyone else. This way, the curse of the Celestial Master lineage would have no effect on him. After cultivating with the omnipotent great demon, Lin Feng's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The number of laws in Lin Feng's body also continued to increase. In the end, it reached 1,000 laws. This was his limit, and he could not continue to refine the laws unless his cultivation made a breakthrough. Otherwise, if he forcefully refined the laws into his body, Lin Feng's body would be destroyed. Next, Lin Feng began to consolidate his cultivation, preparing to break through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. The 10th level of the yin-yang realm was called the Lesser Creation Realm. Once he broke through, he would only be one step away from the true creation realm. Lin Feng used a month to adjust his state and wash away all the impurities. Then, he began to try to break through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Boom! The magic power in his body surged. Primordial fiend liquid. Divine source. It also began to be refined by Lin Feng. Every time he broke through, his bloodline would become stronger. Lin Feng would seize this opportunity to refine the divine source to stimulate the immortal divine blood in his body. The immortal divine blood in his body began to awaken. Soon, Lin Feng's immortal divine blood reached 16% purity. Lin Feng estimated that when he broke through to the creation realm, it should reach 20% purity. For special bloodlines, every 10% increase in bloodline purity would increase the power of the bloodline by several times. Loud rumbling sounds came from Lin Feng's body like thunder. The magic power in Lin Feng's body exploded like a river bursting through a dam. A monstrous amount of magic power surged. Lin Feng's aura became stronger and stronger. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Feng's energy fluctuations began to rise in a straight line. It increased by a full 10 times before stopping. I broke through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals, the omnipotent demon beast held a ball of magic power in his hand. Within the ball of magic power was a sealed miniature world. This miniature world was the Heaven's Tribulation demonic territory. The Heaven's Tribulation demonic territory itself was a precious treasure, but it had become a miniature world of its own. Now, it was under the omnipotent demon's control. If the Heaven's Tribulation demonic territory was just an ordinary territory, I would have given it to you and let you increase your cultivation. However, this is a treasure, and it involves a great secret. The treasure's master is still alive, and if it's in your hands, he'll appear and kill you 1,000 times over with just a thought. Therefore, I'll take it away. The omnipotent demon said. Only you can control such a treasure, Senior. Lin Feng said. After a pause, Lin Feng asked, Senior, where are you going after leaving the Tianwu continent? The deepest part of the starry sky world. I want to return to the undying realm and see the Skyfall River, my homeland. The omnipotent demon's voice became desolate. That battle all those years ago. Countless demons of the Skyfall River had been killed by the heavenly court. The relatives of the heaven-reaching demon must have perished in that battle as well. I don't know if I'll be able to see Senior again one day. Lin Feng muttered. The world was too big. This parting might be an eternal one. Work hard on your cultivation. If you have the strength to enter the undying realm one day, we'll meet again. The omnipotent demon walked off into the distance. His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Chapter 923. In the Death Swamp, a fire crow streaked across the sky and crashed into a cliff. Bang! 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 The fire crow's head crashed into the cliff again and again. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Every day, the fire crow would suffer the pain of having its soul devoured. At this time, it would crash into the cliff to lessen the pain. A figure walked over from afar. The fire crow seemed to sense something and turned around. Its feathers stood on end as it looked at the person walking over with a serious expression. It felt that this person was abnormally terrifying. Who are you? The fire crow asked. You don't even remember me? That terrifying curse buried your memories and made you forget who you are. You're living in endless pain. The omnipotent demon sighed. The fire crow sneered, Of course I know who I am. The omnipotent demon said, The most terrifying and sorrowful thing is that you think you know everything, but in the end, you realize that everything was planned by someone else. Everything you've experienced, even the memories in your head, don't actually belong to you. They were stuffed into your head by someone else. The fire crow said with a gloomy expression, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Caw, caw, caw. The fire crow flapped its wings and flew into the distance. The omnipotent demon shook his head slightly as he watched the fire crow leave. He then walked in another direction. There were still many cultivators gathered in the Starfall mountain range in search of Yuan meteor stones. Lin Feng also arrived at the Starfall mountain range. The mountain range was extremely huge and endless. He couldn't see the end of it. Lin Feng entered the Starfall mountain range and spent an entire day digging through several places before he finally found Yuan meteor stones. Yuan meteor stones were very precious, and they were extremely rare even in the Starfall mountain range. Thus, when Lin Feng dug out the Yuan meteor stones, many people looked at him with evil intentions. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to waste time with the cultivators here. He soared into the sky and quickly left. I've been cultivating in the heavenly tribulation beast realm for half a year. The stone debate in Holy Stone City should have already started, right? Lin Feng muttered. The Saint Stone City of the Star State would have a batch of stones passed down from the Primordial era. These stones were too precious. It could be said to be a grand event that would attract countless experts. Calculating the time, it should have already started. Lin Feng planned to head to the Holy Stone City to take a look. He had never seen the primordial divine stone before, so he naturally wanted to see it for himself. Lin Feng flew out of the ancient forest of the fallen immortals. One night, 10 days later, Lin Feng started a bonfire in the middle of a forest. Then, he roasted some meat and boiled some wine. Swish swish swish, someone had arrived. It was a group of more than 10 cultivators. They were all young cultivators, both male and female. Just by looking at their attire, one could tell that these people were not ordinary people. Brother, your cooking skills are not bad. I can smell the aroma of meat from afar. A cultivator in black attire said with a smile. Lin Feng cut off a piece of meat and threw it to him. Haha, thank you. The black-clothed cultivator said with a smile. Lin Feng nodded and did not say anything. Wang Chaozong, you should be more careful when you're outside. A purple-clothed young master frowned slightly. The black-clothed cultivator smiled and said, Brother Yuan is right. I'll be more careful next time. Although he said that, he still wolfed down the food. It was obvious that he was just casually brushing off the cultivator called Yuan Hua. The group of people sat down and rested. Some took out spirit wine to quench their thirst, while others took out spirit fruits to eat. They really don't know how to enjoy life. What's left in life if you don't eat? You have to keep tasting delicious food. That's the only way to live a good life. These people only eat spirit fruits to quench their hunger. They say that eating spirit fruits reduces the body's impurities and is beneficial to their cultivation. However, they don't know that when they have this kind of mentality, their cultivation has already fallen to the bottom. Wang Chaozong looked at the cultivators around him and could not help but twitch his mouth. You're a free and easy person. Lin Feng smiled. Wang Chaozong said, Haha, thank you for the compliment. How should I address you? Lin Feng. I'm Wang Chaozong. The two of them introduced themselves. Wang Chaozong was clearly someone who knew how to deal with things. With just a few words, he closed the distance between him and Lin Feng. After chatting for a while, Lin Feng found out that these people were the young disciples of the various clans of the Spirit Cloud continent. They had come out together to gain experience. The Spirit Cloud continent was northwest of the Star continent and bordered the Yuju. The Spirit Cloud continent was not a particularly powerful continent, and there was only one primordial faction, the Spirit Cloud Villa. However, the Spirit Cloud Villa had always been mysterious. Even the other factions of the Spirit Cloud continent did not know much about the Spirit Cloud Villa. Apart from Wang Chaozong, the others clearly did not have much interest in getting to know Lin Feng. They all sat down and rested. Whoosh, whoosh, at that moment, 4 or 5 figures flew over from the distance. These people stopped. It was obvious that they were companions. Seeing that you're all back, I'm relieved. Everyone stood up and said. Wang Chaozong said, we met a beast emperor and a few beast kings, so we split up and left. Lin Feng nodded. Amongst the newcomers, there was a woman who caught Lin Feng's attention. This woman was wearing a long brocade dress that was a mix of moonwhite and light pink. The hem of the dress and the cuffs of her sleeves were embroidered with silver threads. Her long hair was coiled together with a simple white hairpin. Her sandalwood lips were smiling, and there was an otherworldly feeling between her eyebrows. When he saw this woman, Lin Feng could not help but think of a poem that described her. It simply complemented the temperament of the woman in front of him. Her hands were soft, and her skin was smooth, her collar was like a bayan, and her teeth were like a rhinoceros, her brows were arched, and her smile was beautiful, her beautiful eyes were full of hope. Jiyu Qingcheng and Jiyu Qinghua. This woman seemed to have walked out of a painting. Her arrival caused the eyes of many male cultivators to become slightly heated. Even though they were considered acquaintances and had known each other for a long time, every time they saw this woman's peerless appearance, they could not help but secretly sigh in admiration at the greatness of the Creator to be able to give birth to such a beauty. A few female cultivators looked at a male cultivator who had arrived with them. He looked to be in his 20s and had a slender figure. His face was like jade, and his eyes were like stars. He was very handsome, and it was no wonder that he attracted the attention of the female cultivators. However, it was obvious that this male cultivator was not very interested in the other female cultivators. His gaze was fixed on the female cultivator who had walked out of a painting. Wang Chaozong said, that woman is called Liu Huaxian, and she's the #1 beauty of the Spirit Cloud continent. That male cultivator is called Su Ling, and his clan is a clan of the ancients. It's said that his mother is the daughter of a great elder of the primordial Spirit Cloud Mountain Villa. Su Ling's talent is also very shocking. Normally, we don't interact with him, but this time, Liu Huaxian came with us to train. Liu Huaxian bowed to everyone and then found a place to sit down and rest. Her every move had an indescribable beauty to it. Chapter 924. Brother Lin, where do you plan to go? Wang Chaozong asked. Holy Stone City. Wang Chaozong looked delighted as he said, what a coincidence. We're also planning to head to Holy Stone City. We heard that a batch of primordial godly material would appear there, so we're planning to go and see if we can obtain something amazing. The cultivator called Yuan Hua's eyes lit up when he heard about primordial godly stones. He came over and said, I once cut a primordial godly stone in the past, and I heard that I found something amazing. Lin Feng asked in surprise, what did you find? I heard that a fairy was cut out, Yuan Hua said mysteriously. Lin Feng was shocked, but he did not doubt Yuan Hua's words. In theory, the primordial godly stone was wrapped in godly power, which was equivalent to a seal that could isolate the passage of time. If a fairy was cut out, it was not impossible for it to be born. Wang Chaozong was obviously very interested in this matter. He said, a fairy can be cut out. This isn't just a rumor, is it? Even if she's really sealed in the stone, her life will quickly fade away, right? If you say that a fairy's bones were cut out, I'd believe it. Yuan Hua said, what do you know? I'm telling the truth, because one of my ancestors saw it. Yuan Hua's words attracted the attention of many people, and they all perked up their ears to listen. Lin Feng asked, what was the situation at the time? Yuan Hua said, at the time, it caused a huge commotion and attracted many people. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, many factions should still have records of it. According to the records left behind by my ancestor, life was born in the primordial godly material. When the primordial godly stone cracked open, a fairy walked out. Stop. Are you saying that the girl walked out of the primordial godly stone by herself? Wang Chaozong asked. That's what my ancestor said. Yuan Hua said. Wang Chaozong shook his head. What you're saying is getting more and more unreliable. I don't believe it. Lin Feng said, actually, it's not that it's unreliable. If someone is sealed in a primordial godly stone, they might not die even after hundreds of millions of years. Isn't their lifespan already gone? Wang Chaozong asked. Lin Feng said, among the primordial godstones, there is a type of godstone called the time restriction stone. This kind of divine stone is very strange, its interior will form a very special kind of divine power, and when this kind of divine power flows, it can isolate the passage of time. Therefore, in theory, if you can find such a divine stone and seal yourself in it, it is indeed possible for you to not die, and then walk out of the divine stone after countless years. Yuan Hua replied, didn't I say that something like this would happen? How dare you question me? It seems that this young master has done some research on stone materials. Liu Huaxian walked over, bringing with her a fragrant wind. Lin Feng replied, I have indeed dabbled in it. May I know young master's name? Liu Huaxian asked. Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. I have a piece of stone here. I wonder if you can help me take a look at it, Lin Gongzi? Liu Huaxian asked. At this time, Su Ling said, Xian this kid's background is unknown, so it's better to be cautious. Moreover, what can a yin-yang realm cultivator possibly do? I think he's just trying to be mysterious. There is no lack of people fishing for fame in this world. Lin Feng glanced at Su Ling indifferently and said, it doesn't matter if I'm trying to be mysterious or fishing for fame, I can confirm that some people's qualities make people feel anxious. As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons, but the 9 sons are all different. It seems that this saying is true. Sometimes, the difference between people from large families is only in their character. Su Ling's gaze darkened, and he coldly looked at Lin Feng and said, are you indirectly scolding me? Wang Chaozong hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, young Master Su, Brother Lin is still young. If he said something wrong, please don't take it to heart. I apologize to young Master Su on behalf of Brother Lin. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being a peacemaker? Su Ling sneered. Wang Chaozong's face violently twitched a few times. They had been training together for more than half a year, so Wang Chaozong thought that Su Ling would give him some face. However, Su Ling obviously did not. These words were no different from a resounding slap to Wang Chaozong's face. Although Wang Chaozong was sullen, he did not dare to do anything. Su Ling's background was too great, and he could not afford to offend him. Liu Huaxian said, Brother Su, I think we should just let this matter go. Since Xian is pleading for leniency, then let's just let it go. Su Ling did not look at Lin Feng again. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody. Liu Huaxian also did not ask Lin Feng to help her look at the stones because she also felt that a young cultivator like Lin Feng did not have much ability to identify stones. Liu Huaxian walked away, and Su Ling followed her. I've made things difficult for Brother Wang. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Wang Chaozong said, it's fine. Most of the people here have a good relationship. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. Although he said that, who wouldn't be angry after being humiliated like this? Lin Feng said, when we reach Holy Stone City, I'll help you choose a few stones. Wang Chaozong did not mind. He smiled and said, that's good. Maybe I'll be lucky. When the time comes, I'll be rich if I cut out some good things. Lin Feng naturally knew that Wang Chaozong was teasing himself. He probably did not have much hope of cutting out good things. Lin Feng smiled and did not say anything. He felt that Wang Chaozong was a good person. As for Su Ling, in Lin Feng's eyes, he was just a nobody. Late at night, Lin Feng, who was resting on a big tree, woke up. He frowned slightly, then stood up and walked into the distance. Other than the cultivator on night duty, everyone else was asleep. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes looked over. The terrifying aura made one's hair stand on end. However, the owner of the pair of cold eyes quickly left after seeing Lin Feng. It's actually a shadow beast. This is a vicious beast from the depths of the earth. Its cultivation is unfathomable. Could it be chasing after Liu Huaxian and the others? Lin Feng frowned slightly. He remembered that Liu Huaxian seemed to have a stone. Could it be that she obtained it from the depths of the earth? Was that why the shadow beast followed them all the way here? What are you doing here? A voice came from behind him. Lin Feng looked over and saw Liu Huaxian's peerless figure. I'm just taking a walk. Lin Feng smiled faintly and walked towards the resting area. Just now, I vaguely felt a terrifying aura. It seemed to be the aura of a shadow beast. Why did it disappear? Could it be that he had become overly sensitive after being chased by the Umbra magic beast? Actually, there was nothing. Chapter 925. Holy Stone City was bustling with activity, especially during this period of time. Because of the primordial godstone, many experts had come. Many ancient clans had sent people over, hoping to buy primordial godstones. When Lin Feng and the others arrived at Holy Stone City, they found it difficult to even book an inn. They had to go to many places before they managed to book a room. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, this is crazy. So many people have come. Wang Chaozong said, this is a grand event. The primordial godstone has appeared, so it's natural that many people will come. The group walked towards their residence. At that moment, Su Ling said to Liu Huaxian, Xian this kind of inn is too shabby. Our clan has a mansion in Holy Stone City. Why don't you stay in the Su clan's mansion? Many people shook their heads and didn't stay because Su Ling had no intention of inviting them. For example, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the other cultivators were all from ancient or ancient clans. There was a big gap between them and Su Ling's clan, so they didn't have much interaction. Over the past half a year, Su Ling had probably only spoken 10 sentences to them. These cultivators naturally knew that Su Ling didn't like them, so they didn't want to be snubbed. As for the cultivators who had a good relationship with Liu Huaxian, they had more or less distanced themselves from her because of Su Ling. Lin Feng naturally didn't care whether Liu Huaxian would leave with Su Ling or not. To him, Liu Huaxian was just a nodding acquaintance. Lin Feng said, let's go take a look at the stone workshop tomorrow. Yuan Hua said, Brother Lin, are you really good at choosing stones? Why don't you help me choose a few stones? If it's lost, it'll be on me. If it's really good, I won't forget about it. Lin Feng smiled and said, do you know that many ancestors have to wait in line if they want to invite me to choose a stone? They also have to pay a law to invite me. Haha, Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so humorous. Yuan Hua laughed. The rest of the people also laughed, thinking that Lin Feng was joking. During this period of time, everyone had gotten to know each other a lot. Lin Feng didn't have much contact with other people, but at least they knew each other. These children of aristocratic families were not bad. None of them were particularly arrogant and domineering. Do you want to go out for a gathering tonight? Someone said. Let's go to Wanhua Building and relax. Wang Chaozong said. At night, everyone headed to the Myriad Flower Building. Liu Huixian also appeared. She didn't follow Su Ling to the Su clan's residence. Instead, she chose to stay in the inn. Everyone went to the 10,000 Flower Building. When they exited the inn, they saw Su Ling waiting outside. Many people frowned slightly. Su Ling was high and mighty. With him around, even if it was a gathering, everyone would feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, due to Liu Huaxian's reputation and the fact that no one dared to offend Su Ling, no one said anything. The Myriad Flower Building was bustling with activity as usual. This brothel that had been opened all over the Sky Marshal University's 63,000 prefectures had attracted countless experts with beautiful women. Xue Lingyu, the holy maiden of the Wnhua Building, is coming. When they arrived at the Myriad Flower Building, they saw excited cultivators everywhere. The Myriad Flower Building had a total of 12 holy maidens. Bai Shengyi, whom Lin Feng knew, was one of them. Xue Lingyu was also one of them. She was known as the Fairy of the Moon Palace. Today, many outstanding geniuses had come to see Xue Lingyu's elegance. Lin Feng and the others asked for a private room. Then, they ordered singers, dancers, musicians, and more than 30 other people. Some people played music, while others danced. Everyone drank wine and admired the beautiful dancers as they danced gracefully. Halfway through the banquet, one of Su Ling's guards entered the private room and whispered something in Su Ling's ear. Su Ling dismissed him and smiled. Everyone, since you're in Holy Stone City, I'd like to introduce you to an important person. This important person is the Stone King Shen Yuanlong's 9th disciple, Song Lenghen. If you get to know him, you can look for him if you want to buy stones in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ling stood up and went outside to welcome Song Lenghen. Many people started talking about him. The Stone King Shen Yuanlong was an esteemed guest of an ancient sect leader. He had a total of 18 disciples, and all of them were highly respected. Many people were quite excited. If they could get to know such an important person, it would naturally be very beneficial. However, some people were indifferent because they didn't think that someone like Song Lenghen would befriend them. Soon, Su Ling walked in with a middle-aged cultivator who looked to be in his 40s. Su Ling said, "This is Song Lenghen, Great Master Song." Many people went up to greet him, but Great Master Song didn't even nod his head. Wang Chaozong pursed his lips, as if he had already expected this. Yuan Hua said, "If you're not in the same circle, don't try to befriend him. In the end, you'll only embarrass yourself." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Brother Yuan, you're right." Yuan Hua was a little proud. He patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother Lin, you're still young. You still have a long way to go." Lin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Yuan Hua's arrogant expression. After Song Lenghen sat down, he looked at Liu Huixian and said, "I saw Su Ling earlier. He said that niece Liu obtained a very special stone and wanted someone to take a look at it, so I came here." Liu Huixian nodded and said, "I did indeed obtain such a stone. I'll have to trouble Senior to take a look at it." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the Umbra demon beast that had chased after him and was forced to retreat. This stone was probably related to the Umbra demon beast, but he didn't know what it was. "Let's open another private room for Senior to take a closer look at the stone," Su Ling said. Liu Huixian nodded. A few cultivators who were on good terms with Liu Huixian were also called over. Lin Feng wasn't invited. Although Lin Feng was curious about the stone's uniqueness, since Liu Huixian didn't invite him, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to follow. Lin Feng's ability to identify stones was unparalleled in the world, so he naturally had his own dignity. Not long after, there was a commotion outside. The saintess of the 10,000 Flower Building, Xue Lingyu, had arrived. Many people rushed out of the private room, wanting to see Xue Lingyu's peerless beauty. Lin Feng and the others also walked out of the private room. A tall and slender woman wearing a silver long dress with a veil over her face walked in. The woman walked over with light steps. Her body was surrounded by moonlight, making her look holy and otherworldly. She had a cold temperament, as if she was a fairy who had descended from the moon palace to the mortal world. Seeing this woman, Lin Feng couldn't help but think of a poem. It couldn't be more suitable for this beautiful woman in front of him, who looked like a fairy from the moon palace. The flowers think of her clothes, the clouds of her face, the spring breeze brushes the railings, the dew is thick. If not seen on top of the Jade Mountain. Chapter 926. The goddess of the moon offerings, she's so beautiful. It's hard to imagine how beautiful she is under the veil. Some people were amazed by Xue Lingyue's temperament. They hadn't seen her face, but her temperament was enough to make countless people's hearts pound. Goddess, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A few young geniuses walked over. When they saw them, many people were astonished. Huangfu Qingqiong, Luo Yu Chen, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli. Of these four people, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? Huangfu Qingqiong, the crown prince of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. Luo Yu Chen, the young master of the ancient Luo family in Yuju. Mu Zikuan, the descendant of the time cave in the celestial continent. Nangong Bieli, the descendant of the void god school in the celestial continent. Those four people weren't just from noble backgrounds, they were also extremely talented. Their cultivation levels were comparable to those of the older generation. It was obvious that those four geniuses had come for Xue Lingyu. Xue Lingyu was like a fairy from the moon palace. Only those peerless geniuses were qualified to be friends with her. Sorry for making you wait, friends. Xue Lingyu walked over. Her qi was pure and holy. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but it also gave people the impression that she was faintly discernible. Everyone opened up a path for them, allowing them to go up. After the group of geniuses left, many people were still talking about how beautiful Xue Lingyu was. They were talking about how extraordinary the four geniuses were. Lin Feng and the others left. The night was bright. Lin Feng sat on the roof and looked up at the moon. He was in the depths of the starry sky. That was where he wanted to go. He liked to look at the starry sky like that. It reminded him that his mother was still being suppressed by the Jotian god-burying coffin. Liu Huaxian and the others came back. Lin Feng just glanced at them. He didn't pay much attention to them. Liu Huaxian also saw Lin Feng. She was a bit curious. Lin Feng seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious aura. They had known each other for a while, but who knew where he came from? They didn't know anything except his name. It was hard to say whether his name was real or not. After all, many people liked to make up a name when they went out to train. Some people even used nicknames to replace their real names. What a strange person. Liu Huaxian mumbled to herself, but she didn't think too much about it. From her point of view, Lin Feng was destined to not have much interaction with her. The next day, Lin Feng and the others went to the stone workshop. The Star State Saint Stone City's stone workshop could be ranked in the top 5 even in the 3,000 prefectures. This was one of the most famous stone workshops. This was because primordial godstones had appeared more than once. Many top forces had set up stone workshops in the Holy Stone City. The place was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless cultivators flocked here just to gamble on stones. Not everyone had come. Some people were not very interested in stone gambling, so they did not come. Lin Feng, Wang Chaozong, Yuan Hua, and the others all numbered 7. The number of cultivators in the first courtyard was also the highest. After all, the price of the stones further in was too high. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford it. Lin Feng shuttled through the stones. He found 3 stones and handed them to Wang Chaozong. The 3 stones were worth 300 supreme-grade spirit stones. To Wang Chaozong, this was a huge sum of spirit stones. It would spend more than half of his savings. However, Wang Chaozong was an open-minded person. He paid the spirit stones without hesitation. The deacon of the stone workshop gave Wang Chaozong a stone-cutting knife. Chapter 927. The 3 stones were the bee smoke stone, the black scale stone, and the fire rock. These 3 types of stones were very common. Of course, in the lowest grade stone area, it was impossible to find high-grade stones. The bee smoke stone was like a bee's nest. It was oval-shaped and densely packed with holes. This was the stone that cultivators were most unwilling to use. Even if there was something inside, because of the many holes on the bee smoke stone, there was a chance that the thing inside would come into contact with the outside air and be destroyed. The black scale stone was black and covered with a layer of cuticle that looked like fish scales. This stone was usually fished out of lakes. Of course, some black scale stones were also fished out of the sea. The fire rock was formed by the movement of magma in volcanoes. It was usually mined from the surroundings of volcanoes. Wang Chaozong chose to cut the bee smoke stone first. His movements were not very practiced. In fact, it could even be said that he was very unfamiliar with it. However, he soon seemed to have found the technique to cut the stone and cut off the outer layer of the stone. The bee smoke stone is the stone that should be eliminated first. It is very difficult to cut out anything from this stone. Even if there is something inside, it will probably be destroyed 7 or 8 times out of 10. That's right. It is better to choose other stones than the bee smoke stone. However, these people seem to be novices. I think they are quite casual in their choice of stones. When they choose more stones and accumulate more experience, they will know how to choose stones. Many cultivators were discussing, and some of them looked like they were giving advice. The stone kept shrinking from a diameter of more than 1 meter to only 20 centimeters. Many of the onlookers felt that this situation was very normal. Stone gambling was originally about using small to win big. It was normal to not be able to cut out anything after hundreds or even thousands of times. Wang Chaozong was not disappointed at all. From the beginning to the end, he did not have any expectations of cutting out anything good from the stone. Since he did not have any expectations, how could he be disappointed? Wang Chaozong cut down one last time. Only half of the stone was cut, and a purple lightning power shot out from the cracked stone. There is something in the stone, many people exclaimed when they saw this. Not only was there something in the stone, but it was also very likely that it was something extremely extraordinary. It could actually shoot out purple lightning to attack Wang Chaozong. This was too shocking. Wang Chaozong's reaction was also extremely fast. He slapped his palm towards the thunderbolt, directly shattering it. An excited expression appeared on his face. Even though he didn't have much hope, seeing that he was about to cut out something, he was naturally very excited. Wang Chaozong looked at Lin Feng. "Be careful," Lin Feng said. Wang Chaozong nodded. At this moment, the hand holding the stone-cutting knife trembled slightly. Wang Chaozong carefully cut open the stone, revealing a piece of purple lightning wood that was about 10 centimeters long. The purple lightning wood continued to shoot out bolts of lightning. Purple lightning wood. Someone had cut out the purple lightning wood. The purple lightning wood is a small piece of true spirit wood in the core of the purple lightning tree. The purple lightning tree is rumored to be a divine tree from the primordial era. It is a divine tree that is compatible with wood and thunder attributes. Since the end of the primordial era, the purple lightning tree has been extinct, and the purple lightning wood has also gradually disappeared. It is very difficult to pass it down. Not only can the purple lightning wood be used to forge wood and thunder attribute magic treasures, it is also said that cultivators who cultivate wood or thunder attribute cultivation techniques will increase their cultivation speed by 10 times if they wear the purple lightning wood. A cultivator cried out in shock. At this moment, he looked at the purple lightning wood in Wang Chaozong's hand and wished he could snatch it away. This treasure was worth at least 1 million top-grade spirit stones. The deacon's face turned green. A wasp smoke stone that was worth 100 top-grade spirit stones was actually cut into a purple lightning wood that was worth more than 1 million top-grade spirit stones. This business was naturally a huge loss. "Brother, you're rich." Yuan Hua and the others looked at Wang Chaozong enviously. Wang Chaozong still hadn't recovered from his shock. He just didn't want to dampen Lin Feng's mood, so he gritted his teeth and bought the 3 stones that Lin Feng had chosen for him. But now, a purple lightning wood that was worth more than 1 million top-grade spirit stones was actually cut out. This made Wang Chaozong feel as if he was in a dream. Wang Chaozong came back to his senses and looked at Lin Feng gratefully. He suddenly remembered that Lin Feng had said that even if an ancestor wanted to cut a stone for him, not only would they have to line up, but they would also have to pay a reward of the law. Could it be true? Although he felt that it was unbelievable, Wang Chaozong felt that he believed Lin Feng's words in the depths of his heart. Lin Feng signaled Wang Chaozong to continue cutting the second stone. Wang Chaozong took a deep breath, held the knife, and carefully cut the second stone as if he was afraid of accidentally cutting the treasure in the stone. Many people were speechless when they saw Wang Chaozong carefully cutting the stone. Wasn't this guy too careful? It was already a great fortune to cut out a treasure from 3 stones. Did he want to cut out a treasure from every stone? Someone cut out the purple lightning wood in the first courtyard. This news quickly spread in the stone workshop of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Many people were shocked after hearing it. Many cultivators rushed outside because many people were interested in a supreme treasure like the purple lightning wood. This was a thunder and wood dual attribute supreme treasure. It was a fatal temptation for cultivators who cultivated thunder and wood attribute cultivation techniques. There were more and more cultivators in the first courtyard. Many people wanted to find the cultivator who had cut out the purple lightning wood to discuss the matter of buying it. After coming out, they found out that the other party was cutting the second stone. A cultivator asked the people around him who were watching the show, "Did the cultivator who cut the stone choose the stone? His luck is too heaven-defying, right? He actually cut out a treasure like the purple lightning wood in the low-grade stone area." The cultivator who was asked said, "He didn't choose it. It was the young master in white beside him who chose it. He spent 300 top-grade spirit stones for 3 stones, but he has already made a profit. To be able to cut out a treasure like the purple lightning wood is simply the accumulated merit of our ancestors," that cultivator said. As soon as the cultivator finished speaking, a black fog rolled in the depths of the courtyard. "What's inside?" The cultivators outside couldn't see the situation inside and asked anxiously. Something else came out. The cultivators in the depths of the courtyard replied loudly. Black fog surged in the middle of the stone. It was something cut out from the black scale stone. Within the black fog, there was actually a mysterious black bone. On the surface of the bone, there were dense runes curling around it. Heavens! It's a demonic bone. Moreover, it's a demonic bone with runes imprinted on it. There must be an ancient divine ability recorded on it. Chapter 928. The runes on the demonic bone intertwined and emitted shocking waves of energy. It was just a piece of bone, but it could emit such powerful waves of energy and chi. It was hard to imagine what the runes on the bone had recorded. Many people guessed that it was an ancient spell, but of course, it could also be something else. They couldn't be sure until they studied it thoroughly. "Young friend, I'm willing to pay 3 million top-quality spirit stones for your demonic bone," said a white-haired old man. A white-haired cultivator arrived. He was definitely an expert with an unfathomable cultivation base. Normally, it was rare to see such a strong cultivator. But things were different now. The appearance of the immemorial godly stone in Holy Stone City had attracted many strong cultivators, so it was possible to see them from time to time. "Young friend, I'll give you a semi-finished Dao tool and 3 ancient spells in exchange for your demonic bone," said a white-haired old man. Another elder appeared. His attacks were extremely imposing. "Young friend, if you give me the demonic bone, I'll accept you as my last disciple and you'll inherit my legacy in the future," said a white-haired old man. The third old man arrived, and his identity was even more shocking. He was an antique who had lived for 6,000 years. After he appeared, the 2 patriarchs in front of him were slightly moved. "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I still have a use for this demonic bone." After a short moment of excitement, Wang Chaozong regained his composure and put the demonic bone away. The 3 patriarch-level powerhouses frowned slightly, but they did not say anything because they had already guessed this outcome. Nobody would take out such a mysterious demonic bone so easily. "The third stone. I'll buy it for 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. What do you think?" said the white-haired old man. Many people were amazed by the old man's generosity. The third stone was a fire rock, and it was worth 100 top-quality spirit stones. The chances of getting something good out of it were very low. In the eyes of many people, Lin Feng was lucky to get 2 things out of the 3 stones he had chosen. Could his luck continue to be so good? Even Yuan Hua and the others tried to persuade Wang Chaozong to sell the stone. Wang Chaozong hesitated and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng shrugged and didn't say anything. Since he had chosen the stone for Wang Chaozong, it was Wang Chaozong's. Whether he sold it or cut it, it was up to Wang Chaozong to decide. Wang Chaozong said, "Senior, I'm sorry, but I don't intend to sell it." The old man nodded and didn't say anything else. At that moment, Wang Chaozong started cutting the third stone. The fact that the purple lightning wood and the demon bone were cut out from the first courtyard naturally caused quite a stir. Even if it was a high-grade stone, it would be very difficult to cut out such a good thing. But now, the other party had cut it out from a low-grade stone. This news quickly spread and attracted the attention of many people. Even the cultivators who were selecting stones in other stone workshops rushed to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's stone workshop. Everyone wanted to see who it was that had such good luck. Of course, there were also some people who wanted to buy the purple lightning wood and demon bone. Of the Yuhua's SSS. Could it be that someone is really that lucky? He cut 2 pieces of stone and got the purple lightning wood and the demonic bone. Jealousy appeared in Su Ling's eyes. He had cut 3 pieces of stone and spent hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, but he had only gotten 1 piece of blacksmithing material that was worth a few hundred top-grade spirit stones. This made Su Ling very depressed. How could he not be jealous when he heard that the cultivator in the first courtyard had spent 200 top-grade spirit stones to get 2 supreme treasures? Song Lenghan said, "Let's go and take a look. I want to see if this person is really skilled or just lucky." The group quickly left this courtyard and headed outside. When they arrived at the first courtyard, they saw that it was completely surrounded. "Grandmaster Song is here. Everyone, make way," someone shouted. Many people made way for Song Lenghan, Su Ling, Liu Huaxian, and the others to enter. When they reached the center of the crowd, they were stunned. They knew Wang Chaozong, who had cut the stone. How is this possible? Liu Huaxian was in disbelief. She knew Wang Chaozong quite well and knew that he didn't know anything about stones. Now that Wang Chaozong had cut 2 supreme treasures, it was simply like a fantasy story. However, such an unrealistic thing had really happened. As for Su Ling, his expression was gloomy. He had previously humiliated Wang Chaozong, and now he saw that it was actually Wang Chaozong, a person he didn't even bother to look at, who had cut out the purple lightning wood and demon bone. Su Ling felt the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. How could such an ancient family, a mediocre cultivator from a mediocre power, have such good luck? On the other hand, he was a genius who had the guidance of a master like Song Lenghan. He had spent more than 100 top-grade spirit stones, but he had only cut out a few hundred top-grade spirit stones. Comparisons were odious. That was what it meant. Now that he compared himself, Su Ling felt even more sullen. Of course, it was mainly because of jealousy. This was because Wang Chaozong's 2 supreme treasures could be sold for a sky-high price. Although Su Ling had an extraordinary background, he only had about 300,000 top-grade spirit stones on him. The number of top-grade spirit stones that Wang Chaozong had obtained after selling his items was probably more than what Su Ling could earn in his lifetime. How could Su Ling not be jealous? His gaze became colder. Catcher. Suddenly, a sound was heard. The stone-cutting knife touched something. It can't be, right? He cut out something again. Many people exclaimed in disbelief. 3 stones were cut out of 3 supreme treasures. The corners of the 3 ancestor-level experts' mouths twitched violently. They were experienced and knowledgeable. However, in their long lives, they had never seen such a thing. 3 low-grade stones worth 100 top-grade spirit stones were cut out of them. This was too unbelievable. Wang Chaozong's face was also filled with joy. He was about to cut the stone. Lin Feng said, "Take it back and cut it." Wang Chaozong was slightly stunned, but then he nodded. Lin Feng must have found something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped him. At this time, everyone looked at Lin Feng. "It's him, the 3 stones he chose," someone shouted, and everyone looked at Lin Feng. The first treasure was luck. The second treasure was luck. Then, could the third treasure be luck? Obviously, the crowd didn't think so. That young master must have grasped an extremely shocking skill in identifying stones. Liu Huaxian's red lips were slightly open. She was obviously very shocked. At this moment, she remembered that in the ancient forest of fallen immortals, she had asked Lin Feng if he knew anything about stones. Lin Feng had said yes. At that time, she had wanted to ask Lin Feng to help identify the stone she had obtained after a narrow escape. Lin Feng had agreed. But because Su Ling had interfered and made fun of Lin Feng, he had said some nasty things about Lin Feng and Lin Feng. Both sides had almost had a conflict. Lin Feng had mediated between the two of them. However, Liu Huaxian felt that Lin Feng was so young. How could he have the ability to identify stones? Thus, the idea of asking Lin Feng to help identify the stone disappeared. Yesterday, a master like Wolf Lenghen had seen that piece of stone. However, Song Lenghen couldn't see anything special about the stone. Clearly, Song Lenghen's skills were not enough. If I had known, I would have asked him to help identify the stone. Liu Huaxian regretted it. Lin Feng and the others walked out. There were more and more people here, so it wasn't good to stay. Many people wanted to ask Lin Feng to help, but Lin Feng rejected them all. Chapter 929. Liu Huaxian was as beautiful as ever. She was like a peerless fairy that had just walked out of a painting. No man seemed to be able to resist her pitiful and expectant gaze. Lin Feng said, "You think too highly of me. I don't know much about stones, so I'm afraid I'll ruin your plans." Lin Feng didn't stay and left with Wang Chaozong and the others. Liu Huaxian was stunned after being rejected by Lin Feng. Her face flushed red as she quickly turned and left. She had never been rejected before, and now that she had been rejected by Lin Feng in front of so many people, she felt ashamed. Su Ling quickly chased after Liu Huaxian. After returning to their residence, Wang Chaozong said, "Brother, it's all thanks to you that we were able to cut out these things today. I'll take 30 and you take 70. Lin Feng smiled and said, "These things belong to you, so just take them." Wang Chaozong could only nod when he saw Lin Feng's insistence. Wang Chaozong then asked, "Are you stopping me because there's an even more precious treasure in the third stone?" Lin Feng said, "I'm not sure if it's even more precious, but I can feel that many people have developed a greedy nature. It's not good to cut out the third stone in front of so many people. You can use the demonic bone to comprehend the divine abilities within. Once you've comprehended them, you can sell them together with the other two at the auction house. These things will only bring disaster to you if you keep them. Then, you can write a letter and ask your clan's elders to take you back." Wang Chaozong naturally knew what Lin Feng meant. The things he had on him were too precious, and many people would covet them. "All right, I'll write a letter tonight," Wang Chaozong said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I still have things to do, so let's part ways. We'll meet again if fate wills it." When they heard that Lin Feng was leaving, Yuan Hua and the others were very reluctant. They also hoped that Lin Feng would help them choose a few precious stones. But now that Lin Feng wanted to leave, their hopes were dashed. After the crowd sent Lin Feng off, Lin Feng headed towards the Qilian clan in the Holy Stone City. Back then, Lin Feng had helped Qi Lianzun cut the stone. Qi Lianzun and a large number of experts from the older generation had also invited Lin Feng to Saint Stone City to examine the Primordial God Stone. Now, Lin Feng planned to directly take a look at the Primordial God Stone. If possible, he wanted to cut a few Primordial God Stones to see if he could cut out any powerful treasures or shocking things. On the way, Lin Feng saw Liu Huaxian and Su Ling. When Liu Huaxian saw Lin Feng, she bit her red lips and hesitated for a moment. She then walked over and said, "If Lin Gongzi can help me take a look at the stones, I'm willing to pay you 100,000 top-quality spirit stones." From Liu Huaxian's point of view, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones was already a huge amount of wealth. Even the inheritors of ancient powers would find it difficult to take out 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. In the face of such a huge temptation, Lin Feng wouldn't refuse, would he? Moreover, it was just taking a look at the stones. It would be over quickly. However, Liu Huaxian clearly didn't understand Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng said indifferently, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones isn't a small amount. You can ask the Stone King Xian Yuan Long to help you, but my abilities are limited. You've found the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked off into the distance. Seeing Lin Feng leave, Liu Huaxian bit her red lips. That man had actually rejected her twice in a row. Liu Huaxian had suffered a huge blow. Boy, stop right there. Suddenly, Su Ling shouted coldly. Swoosh, swoosh. Su Ling's two guards blocked Lin Feng's path like ghosts. Lin Feng said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Su Ling looked arrogantly at Lin Feng and said, "A cultivator like you doesn't even have the right to talk to Xian Er. Today, you actually dared to reject Xian Er's request. Aren't you shameless?" Lin Feng immediately narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Liu Huaxian wasn't a domineering person. When she heard Su Ling's words, she couldn't help but feel disgusted with him. She said coldly, "Young Master Su, this is my business. It has nothing to do with you, so please don't interfere." Hearing Liu Huaxian's words, Su Ling's face darkened. He was protecting Liu Huaxian, but Liu Huaxian didn't appreciate it. Wasn't this a slap to his face? "Didn't you hear what Fairy Liu said? Why aren't you scramming?" Lin Feng coldly looked at the two cultivators blocking his path. Su Ling sneered and said, "Boy, who do you think you are? How dare you ask my guards to scram? Teach him a lesson. Let him know that there is always someone better than him. Young Master Su, you're going too far," Liu Huaxian said coldly. When Su Ling saw that Liu Huaxian was still protecting Lin Feng, he immediately burned with jealousy. He said, "Xian Er, this is between me and that boy. It has nothing to do with you." Then, Su Ling shouted, "What are the two of you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it." "Yes, young master," Su Ling's two guards responded. Then, one on the left and one on the right, they punched Lin Feng. The two of them were experts at the 10th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Su Ling's identity was not ordinary, so his family had sent such a powerful expert to protect him. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's facial expression suddenly looked glum. He was facing the two people's attacks and he threw a punch at them. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive dull sounds of collision were heard. Su Ling's two guards looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Their arms were broken, and their chests caved in. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Lin Feng had beaten the two of them half to death with one move. Liu Huaxian was very surprised. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. She had known Lin Feng for a while, but she didn't know much about him. The man in front of her was full of mysteries. Su Ling's expression was extremely gloomy. His voice was filled with dense killing intent. "Boy, you actually dared to beat my subordinates so miserably. No one in the world can save you." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura spread out from Su Ling's body. The power of a creation realm cultivator was fully displayed. "Look, they're fighting over there. That person seems to be Su Ling, the genius of the Su family in the Lingyun continent. He's at the 4th stage of the creation realm. His cultivation is unfathomable, and it's said that he has awakened a special constitution. Who is that boy?" He actually angered Su Ling. "I'm afraid he's in trouble now." "So he's Su Ling. I've heard of him before. It's said that when he was 8 years old, he drank the blood of a divine beast and didn't die. Since then, his constitution was improved by the divine blood, and he had a meteoric rise. The cultivator who offended Su Ling seems to be at the Yin-Yang realm. He's probably dead now. Killing is forbidden in Holy Stone City, so there's no need to worry about being killed by Su Ling. However, Su Ling will probably break his limbs." Chapter 930. Young Master Su, can we end today's matter here? Liu Huaxian asked. "This kid injured my guard, no one can save him." Su Ling's eyes were cold. "What if I insist on protecting Lin Gongzi?" Liu Huaxian stood in front of Lin Feng, her body emitting a powerful aura. Liu Huaxian was a goddess of heaven. She was also in the creation realm. That girl is Liu Huaxian, right? Why is the #1 beauty of the Lingyun prefecture protecting that kid? Some cultivators asked in astonishment. The matter in front of them was not a simple conflict. Something else seemed to be involved as well. I heard that Su Ling is pursuing Liu Huaxian. Could it be that Liu Huaxian and that young cultivator are together, so Su Ling has a grudge and wants to take revenge? Some cultivators said. This explanation satisfied many people's curiosity. Many people nodded, thinking that this was the reason. Seeing that Liu Huaxian was protecting Lin Feng, Su Ling was on the verge of exploding. He looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Kid, do you only know how to hide behind a girl? What a coward. You want to hide, but I'm afraid that Liu Huaxian won't care about you," Lin Feng said indifferently. Su Ling almost vomited blood after hearing Lin Feng's provocation. His eyes were gloomy, flashing with cold killing intent. "I can crush a nobody like you with one hand. That's all you've got. If you want to hide, just hide. I don't think you can hide forever, you coward. You better pray you don't see me, or I'll crush you like an ant," Su Ling said fiercely with all kinds of contempt and mockery. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. "Lin Gongzi, ignore this person. I'll send you away," Liu Huaxian said. Lin Feng felt that Liu Huaxian was not bad. It was obvious that she did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Su Ling to protect him. Her heart was still very kind. Lin Feng replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, but someone wants to crush me to death. I want to see if that person really has the ability to do so, or if he's just bragging." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to go against Su Ling, Liu Huaxian immediately became anxious. Although Lin Feng had his own unique skills in identifying stones, his cultivation level was much lower than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was only at the yin-yang realm. Su Ling was at the fourth layer of the creation realm. The two people's strength was simply as different as heaven and earth. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were talking about Su Ling and Lin Feng. Wasn't Lin Feng courting death by rushing forward so recklessly? However, Lin Feng was so determined and resolute that Liu Huaxian did not know how to dissuade Lin Feng. Thus, Liu Huaxian could only be anxious. When the surrounding onlookers saw that Lin Feng was about to go against Su Ling, many of them became excited. Could it be that this brat wants to show off in front of Liu Huaxian? Is that why he wants to fight Su Ling? But the difference between him and Su Ling is so big. Isn't rashly courting death? That brat shouldn't be so stupid, right? Some cultivators muttered. They felt that there was something strange about this matter. Good timing. When he saw Lin Feng walk out, Su Ling immediately felt proud and laughed sinisterly in his heart. If Lin Feng did not come out, there was nothing he could do. But now that Lin Feng had come out, Su Ling had absolute confidence in himself. Su Ling felt that he had 1,000 ways to play Lin Feng to death. Boom. Su Ling went up and slapped Lin Feng with his palm. Su Ling wanted to beat Lin Feng half to death first before ruthlessly torturing Lin Feng. Although the Holy Stone City had a rule that forbade killing, but it did not say that one could not humiliate or torture others. He wanted to ruthlessly humiliate this brat, torture this brat, and make him lose all face. He wanted to make Lin Feng fear him every time he saw him. Su Ling seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Feng kneeling and begging for mercy. However, in the next moment, Su Ling suddenly felt as if his body had been hit by an immemorial mountain. Su Ling regained his senses. It turned out that his palm attack had missed and he had been hit in the abdomen by that brat. At this moment, Su Ling felt an unimaginable pain spread through his entire body. Whoa! Su Ling flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and his body twitched violently. What's going on? All the onlookers were completely dumbfounded. They had thought that Lin Feng was going to be beaten half to death by Su Ling. But in the face of Su Ling's attack, Lin Feng had easily dodged it. Then, his fist landed heavily on Su Ling's body. Instead, he had beaten Su Ling half to death. How had that brat dodged Su Ling's attack? That was what everyone was puzzled about. Su Ling was at the fourth firmament of the creation realm. When he attacked, he had already locked onto that brat. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a yin-yang realm cultivator to dodge Su Ling's attack. But in reality, he had successfully dodged it. Could it be that he was lucky? Many people felt that it was very possible. In fact, that was the only explanation. They did not believe that Lin Feng, who was at the yin-yang realm, could defeat Su Ling, who was at the fourth firmament of the creation realm. In this world, there might really be a yin-yang realm cultivator who could defeat Su Ling, but such a cultivator would definitely be famous in the 3,000 prefectures. But who knew Lin Feng? Even Liu Huaxian had a shocked expression on her face. Was it luck? Or strength? Liu Huaxian's beautiful eyes stared intently at Lin Feng. She was puzzled. From Liu Huaxian's point of view, Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious halo. That kind of mystery made Liu Huaxian want to get closer to Lin Feng and dig out his secrets bit by bit. Ah! Su Ling roared and crawled up from the ground. At this moment, Su Ling's hair was disheveled, and there was blood on his clothes. His body was also covered in mud. It was a stark contrast to his previous handsome and confident image. Su Ling's handsome face contorted in anger. What a humiliation! It was really a great humiliation. He was a prodigy of his generation. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a lowly cultivator. Su Ling wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. "Brat, I'm going to trample you under my feet. I'm going to ruthlessly humiliate you," shouted Su Ling furiously. He immediately threw himself at Lin Feng. He only had one thought now, and that was to take revenge on Lin Feng. 10 times. He would take revenge 100-fold. Only then could he quell the anger in his heart and wash away the endless humiliation that Lin Feng brought to him. Demon God Fist. Su Ling roared and charged at Lin Feng. Divine light shot into the sky from his left, and demonic aura surged from his right. Su Ling was like a demon and a god. He punched at Lin Feng. This demon god fist actually showed the shadow of a demon god. If this punch landed on Lin Feng's body, even if his body was tempered by the Archean dragonesque elephant art, he would probably be severely injured. Chapter 931. Demon God Fist. That's an immemorial divine ability. Su Ling is worthy of being called a genius. He even knows an immemorial divine ability. He's even using an immemorial divine ability. Su Ling clearly wants to kill him in one hit. That brat was lucky enough to dodge Su Ling's attack, but now that Su Ling has used the Demon God Fist, he won't be able to dodge it, right? Many people were discussing. Everyone looked at Su Ling with a solemn expression. The aura of Su Ling's Demon God Fist was too strong. It made everyone tremble in fear. They were only spectators, and the Demon God Fist wasn't targeted at them. Even so, the Demon God Fist made them feel pressured. Now that Lin Feng was attacked by the Demon God Fist, how much pressure would he have to endure? The pressure was probably unimaginable, right? Can Lin Feng block Su Ling's attack? Liu Huaxian's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Feng. Now, Liu Huaxian was already suspicious of Lin Feng. She felt that Lin Feng should be very terrifying, but he was just pretending to be weak. He didn't reveal his true strength. However, if you really thought that he was easy to bully, then you would be gravely mistaken. If Su Ling still couldn't defeat Lin Feng after using the Demon God Fist, then Liu Huaxian could be sure that Lin Feng had been hiding his true strength. The Demon God Fist carried a boundless aura as it attacked Lin Feng. What a powerful immemorial divine ability! When Lin Feng felt the power of the Demon God Fist, he was extremely shocked. If the laws in Su Ling's body were on par with his, then the Demon God Fist might have been able to threaten him. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Demon God Fist was. But now, Su Ling was only at the 4th stage of the creation realm, and he only had 27 laws in his body. Compared to Lin Feng, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the face of Su Ling's attack, Lin Feng didn't even need to use his divine art. He simply lifted his right hand and slapped at Su Ling. "You think you're better than others. You think you can look down on everyone with your little bit of strength. I have to say, you're really just a frog at the bottom of a well." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's palm had already slammed down. It was as if Mount Tai was crashing down. Su Ling's condensed godly demon fist was instantly shattered by Lin Feng's palm. Then, Lin Feng's attack landed heavily on Su Ling's chest. As if struck by lightning, Su Ling was sent flying by Lin Feng's attack. Wow! In midair, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. This attack caused Su Ling to be severely injured. He fell to the ground, his body twitching. The entire street was dead silent. At this moment, all the cultivators who were watching the show were dumbfounded by what was happening before them. It was as if they had seen a malicious spirit run to Holy Stone City during the day. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. So he was hiding his cultivation before Liu Huaxian's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked as excited as a navigator who had discovered a new continent. Lin Feng walked over and stepped on Su Ling's chest. Bastard, you dare to step on me? Let me go. Su Ling's face twisted as he roared in anger. He had never suffered such humiliation before. It made him want to go crazy. Stepping on you is already a light punishment. Right now, I'm thinking of crippling your limbs or crippling your dantian first. Lin Feng looked at Su Ling in a condescending way, the corners of his mouth raised in an ice-cold way. Su Ling's face suddenly revealed a trace of horror. He could feel that Lin Feng wasn't joking at all. He really wanted to cripple him. Liu Huaxian said, Lin Gongzi, today's matter is all a misunderstanding. There's no need for us to make such a big deal out of it, right? Lin Feng looked at Liu Huaxian with a smile that wasn't a smile. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Liu Huaxian. He had also thought that Liu Huaxian was too naive and simple. In reality, how could a woman like Liu Huaxian be naive? After meeting Lin Feng's gaze, Liu Huaxian suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken. It was a feeling of panic after the secret she had hidden deep in her heart was discovered. Liu Huaxian slightly avoided Lin Feng's gaze. All right, I'll give fairy face today. Lin Feng immediately lowered his head and looked at Su Ling. He said, since Fairy Liu has pleaded for you, I'll give you a chance today. Let's see if you can grasp this opportunity. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Ling, who was originally very worried, could finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as he agreed to Lin Feng's conditions, he would be safe. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng's words made Su Ling's expression turn extremely ugly. Your primordial divine demon fist is not bad. I've taken a liking to it. Give me the cultivation manual, Lin Feng said with a smile. You're asking too much. Su Ling said with a gloomy expression. You can choose not to agree, but I can also choose to cripple you. Lin Feng said indifferently. You're acting like a bandit. You're taking advantage of someone's perilous situation. You're too despicable and shameless. Su Ling was so angry that he kept roaring. He originally wanted to curse a few times, but fortunately, he still had some rationality left and didn't say anything. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I'll ask you one last time. Will you give me the cultivation manual of the divine demon fist? No matter how unwilling Su Ling was, he had no way out at this moment. Take it. Su Ling gritted his teeth, took out a scroll, and threw it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened the scroll and looked through it carefully. There was no problem with the contents of the scroll, and Su Ling didn't play any tricks. He put the scroll away. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. This guy. He actually dared to so brazenly take someone else's primordial divine ability. That was an primordial divine ability. Any primordial divine ability was incomparably precious, and its value was unimaginable. Countless cultivators had entered the great swamp, barged into the demonic abyss, fought evil beasts, and fought evil spirits in order to obtain an primordial divine ability. However, Lin Feng had easily taken advantage of Su Ling's primordial divine ability. And he had succeeded. Many people looked at Lin Feng with envy and jealousy. They wanted to immediately take the scroll away, but when they thought of Lin Feng's terrifying strength, they quickly suppressed their crazy thoughts. Scram! Lin Feng kicked Su Ling and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Su Ling got up from the ground and left in a sorry state with the help of 2 guards. Brat, just you wait. This matter won't end like this. Su Ling roared hysterically in his heart. Chapter 932. Lin Gongzi, why don't we find a place to talk? Liu Huaxian asked. This time, Lin Feng didn't refuse. He nodded and left with Liu Huaxian. What an exciting battle of love. No wonder Liu Huaxian got together with that brat. He's too strong. Su Ling is nothing in front of him. Yeah, Su Ling thought he had that brat in his grasp. Who knew that the brat would play dumb and beat him half to death? This could be written into a novel and told by the storytellers in the tea houses. It would definitely attract a lot of customers. Seeing Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian leave, many people started discussing. These people started imagining things. Moreover, this kind of gossip spread very quickly. Not long after, there really were storytellers in restaurants and tea houses talking about this matter. Of course, this was all in the future. Lin Feng and Liu Huaxian arrived at an elegant tea house. After the two sat down, Lin Feng looked at Liu Huaxian with a faint smile and said, "I really couldn't tell that fairy was such a scheming person." Liu Huaxian's face turned slightly red, and an apologetic expression appeared on her face. She stood up and bowed to Lin Feng, saying, "Xian was really annoyed by Su Ling. I hope that Sir can forgive Xian's actions today." Liu Huaxian was about to cry as she spoke. Lin Feng didn't believe that Liu Huaxian would shed real tears. This woman was very two-faced. Lin Feng already knew that Su Ling was pursuing Liu Huaxian. Moreover, Liu Huaxian's relationship with Su Ling wasn't bad. Although she didn't accept Su Ling, she didn't reject him either. Lin Feng thought about what happened today and realized that something wasn't right. The reason seemed to be because he refused to look at the stones for Liu Huaxian. Su Ling stood up for Liu Huaxian. Moreover, the conflict between the two of them became more and more serious, to the point of fighting. When Su Ling wanted to deal with him, Liu Huaxian stood up for him. She even ruthlessly told Su Ling, "This matter has nothing to do with Su Ling, tell Su Ling not to interfere." Lin Feng originally thought that immortal Liu Hua was not bad. She did not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Su Ling to protect him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that something was not right. Logically speaking, Liu Huaxian's relationship with Su Ling was much more than her relationship with him. If there was a conflict, there was a high probability that Liu Huaxian would stand on Su Ling's side. However, Liu Huaxian was on his side. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Liu Huaxian was a woman with a strong sense of justice, but this assumption wasn't valid either. Even though Liu Huaxian's sense of justice was off the charts, with Liu Huaxian's wisdom, the best way to persuade Su Ling was to use some gentle words to persuade Su Ling, but not to coldly reprimand Su Ling, as if saying that if Su Ling dared to touch Lin Feng, they would cut off all ties. Su Ling had always been a jealous person. Seeing Liu Huaxian protecting Lin Feng, how could he stand it? All of his rationality vanished in an instant. Thus, Lin Feng felt that Liu Huaxian had done it on purpose. She had purposely angered Su Ling, causing the conflict between him and Su Ling to deepen. If this wasn't black-bellied, then what was? If it wasn't for Lin Feng being used to deception, he wouldn't even know that he had been tricked by Liu Huaxian. Seeing that Lin Feng only smiled without saying anything, Liu Huaxian said with tears in her eyes, "Xian's family is only an ancient family. Ever since this Su Ling met Xian, he has been pestering Xian. His family's influence is enormous, and his mother's family is also an ancient power. How could a small family like ours dare to offend him? If this Su Ling was a righteous person, then Xian would have given herself to him. However, this Su Ling's character is sinister, jealous, and merciless. Someone like him might be able to hold Xian in his hands when he pursues Xian, but once he obtains Xian, he will definitely abandon Xian. Xian has seen too many people like him, and I can already guess what kind of tragic ending will await Xian in the future." Seeing that young master is like a god descending from the heavens, Xian knew that young master would definitely be able to help Xian get rid of this person. Thus, Xian carefully planned everything. However, I didn't expect young master's eyes to be as sharp as a torch, instantly seeing through Xian's thoughts. Now, Xian only hopes that young master can forgive Xian. As long as young master can forgive Xian will agree to any request. Speaking until here, Liu Huaxian blushed, as if she was hinting something to Lin Feng. Humans live in this world. Most of the time, they have no choice. We don't live for ourselves, we also have to live for our family and loved ones. For example, Liu Huaxian could fall out with Su Ling for him. However, what about her family? Do you know what is the most precious thing to a woman? Lin Feng stood up and looked at Liu Huaxian. Liu Huaxian's face immediately turned red. She stuttered, finding it hard to speak. Lin Feng looked at Liu Huaxian's expression and knew that she had guessed wrong. Lin Feng helplessly shook his head and said, "It's tears. A woman's tears are the most painful, but also the most precious thing. I won't blame you for what happened today because Su Ling has long been an eyesore to me. Taking care of him is something that will happen sooner or later. Let's part ways here." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Liu Huaxian said, "Young master, can you help Xiana take a look at the stone?" Lin Feng indifferently said, "Of course I can take a look at the stone, but no matter what is cut out of the stone, half of it must belong to me." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Liu Huaxian immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She clenched her teeth and placed her hands on her waist, saying, "Why don't you just rob me?" Her current fierce appearance was poles apart from her previous poetic and picturesque image. However, she now had a hint of playfulness and cuteness. Lin Feng smiled and said, "If you don't want to agree, perhaps you can sleep with me for 10 days and I'll help you take a look at the stone. How about it?" After saying that, Lin Feng's gaze faintly looked at some of the more sensitive parts of Liu Huaxian's body. Liu Huaxian felt as if a pair of large hands were caressing her body, causing her sensitive body to slightly tremble. Her face reddened and she angrily shouted, "Stinky pervert, do you believe that I won't gouge out your eyeballs?" As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly used her hands to block the surging waves. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I was just joking with you. You don't have to react so violently, do you? Let's get back to the main topic. If I'm not wrong, this stone of yours is related to the shadow beast, right?" "How did you know?" Liu Huaxian's expression slightly changed. Immediately after, she said in shock, "That night, did the shadow beast really chase after us? Were you the one who scared it away?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "The more precious a stone is, the more you can't carelessly cut it. If nothing comes out, then it's fine, but if you cut something that shouldn't be cut out, then it's terrifying. Who knows how many people will be killed? Think about it carefully and see if you want my help. If you understand, then you can go to the Chilean clan to find me." Lin Feng left and headed towards the Chilean clan. The Chilean clan's mansion was thousands of acres in size. It was extremely large and had countless guests. Of course, this wasn't the Chilean clan's ancestral land. No one knew where the true core of the ancestral land was. However, the Chilean clan in Holy Stone City was also filled with experts. There was even an ancient tycoon, Qi Lianzun, personally overseeing it. Lin Feng arrived outside the Chilean clan's mansion, but he was stopped by someone. "Kid, the Chilean clan is not to be trespassed. Leave," the guard said in a deep voice. Lin Feng was about to state his purpose for coming. Suddenly, the sound of a beast's roar came from the distance. More than 10 strange beasts were rushing towards them. More than 10 young men jumped off the strange beasts. Chapter 933. Lin Feng had seen the 5th prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Huangfu Qingming. They had fought in the heavenly tribulation beast territory. Huangfu Qingming was at the 6th celestial layer of the fortune realm. There was another person standing next to Huangfu Qingming. It was Huangfu Qingqiong, the eldest prince of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Nay, at that moment, a dozen flying horses came from another direction, pulling an ancient chariot. A person came down from the chariot. It was Luo Yu Chen, the genius of the Luo clan in Yuju. Roar, a dragon's roar was heard. In the distance, a flood dragon pulled a chariot. Mu Zi Kuan, the descendant of the Cave of Time, arrived. Then, many strange beasts surrounded by divine flames flew into the sky. Nangong Bieli, the descendant of the House of the Void God, arrived. They were all geniuses. They were all very strong. They had all achieved outstanding results in the battle of the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces. In the distance, celestial music could be heard. Dozens of beautiful maidservants in white dresses flew in front of a flower chariot. The fragrance of flowers filled the air. A beautiful woman came down from the flower chariot. She was still wearing a veil. She was as cold as the moon. Xueling Yu was also there. She's so beautiful. Many people on the street looked at Xueling Yu. They couldn't see her face because she was wearing a veil. However, everyone had already been subdued by her temperament. Why are all these top geniuses here at the Chilean clan? Did something happen? Someone asked. Actually, Qi Lianjie invited them. Rumor has it that Qi Lianjie left 10 years ago. He said he wanted to return to nature like a monk. He traveled alone in the endless sands. Is he back now? It seems like he's back. Back then, Qi Lianjie's cultivation was already extremely heaven-defying. Many people thought that he would shine during the Tianjiao competition, but who would have thought that he would enter the endless sands and cultivate alone? But now, since he came out from the endless sands, his cultivation must have reached an unimaginable level. Many people were talking about Qi Lianjie. It was obvious that many people admired him. Back then, when he was at the yin-yang layer, he could kill high-level fortune realm cultivators. That was why he was so famous. If he hadn't disappeared for 10 years, presumably, his reputation would be much greater than his current one. Lin Feng heard the discussion of some people and remembered the name Qi Lianjie. He had never heard of Qi Lianjie. This was because Qi Lianjie had swept through the younger generation 10 years ago. Lin Feng was only 13 years old at that time. He was confused. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have heard about Qi Lianjie. During the 10 years when Qi Lianjie disappeared, geniuses emerged in large numbers, such as Huangfu Qingtian. The new generation replaced the old. There was no lack of geniuses in the 3,000 provinces. Everyone's attention would naturally be on the newly risen top prodigies. Who would pay attention to a person who had already disappeared? These top prodigies greeted each other. At this time, a group of people came from the Chilean clan. It was for a deacon named Qi Lianfu. This deacon was the great deacon of the Chilean clan's outer court. It was said that he was originally a slave who raised spiritual beasts. Later on, because he hooked up with a young master of the Chilean clan, he was promoted step by step. Greetings, young masters. Qi Lianfu paid his respects to the geniuses from the top clans. Tip. These top prodigies knew how to act. Their subordinates took out the gifts they had prepared in advance and put them in storage bags, then handed them to Qi Lianfu. Thank you, young masters. Qi Lianfu smiled and put away the treasures. Then, the group of people walked into the Chilean clan. Suddenly, a gloomy and angry voice filled with killing intent sounded, "Boy, it's you. It's you." When Huangfu Qingming saw Lin Feng, his eyes were full of anger. Lin Feng patted his clothes and said, "So what if it's me? What do you want?" Xueling Yu, Mu Zikuan, and the others looked at Lin Feng. They were confused. Who was this boy? He was just a yin-yang cultivator. Why was Huangfu Qingming gnashing his teeth when he saw him? It shouldn't be. Huangfu Qingming was at the 6th layer of the creation realm. He could kill this boy with one palm strike. But now, Huangfu Qingming's expression was filled with hatred and fear. Could it be that this guy was hiding his cultivation? And he had a conflict with Huangfu Qingming? And Huangfu Qingming had suffered a loss? All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds. However, Xueling Yu and the others looked like they were watching a good show. In any case, they weren't afraid of making a big deal out of it. The bigger the trouble, the better. Who is he? Huangfu Qingqiong asked. Huangfu Qingming whispered, "He's the one in the heavenly tribulation beast territory." Huangfu Qingqiong's eyes flashed coldly. Many of the Yuhua celestial dynasty's young experts had died in the heavenly tribulation beast territory. They had all been killed by one person. It was Lin Feng. The two sides met. It could be said that when enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Who is this person? Qi Lianfu muttered in his heart. Looking at Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming, it was obvious that Lin Feng wasn't a simple person. How had Qi Lianfu been able to climb from a servant to his current position? Not only was he smooth and slick, but he was also good at reading people's expressions. Qi Lianfu asked the guards around him, and one of them said, "I don't know. He just arrived. Is he also a guest of the first young master? It's just that the first young master didn't invite such a person." Qi Lianfu was very puzzled. They weren't the only ones who were puzzled. Even Xueling Yu, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Luo Yu Chen, and the others were puzzled. Lin Feng had obviously come to the Qilian clan, but who had invited him? Qilian Jie. That didn't seem right. Qilian Jie's gathering was a small one, and only a few people had been invited. Obviously, Lin Feng wasn't among them. Then who was it? Was it another young master of the Qilian clan? Brat, you've got guts. You offended the Yuhua celestial dynasty, yet you still dare to come to Holy Stone City. Huangfu Qingqiong sneered. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Isn't the Yuhua celestial dynasty a power of the immortal continent?" What? Is Holy Stone City also part of the Yuhua celestial dynasty's territory? When Lin Feng said this, many people's expressions changed. Holy Stone City was part of the Qilian clan's sphere of influence. Although there were many other powers, most of them were subordinate to the Qilian clan. Lin Feng's words were actually saying that the Yuhua celestial dynasty had even subdued the Qilian clan. This was indeed a crucial point. The Qilian clan's strength wasn't inferior to the Yuhua celestial dynasties. If Huangfu Qingqiong said yes, the two powers might immediately fight to the death. Brat, don't try to sow discord and ruin the relationship between the Yuhua celestial dynasty and the Qilian clan. Huangfu Qingqiong said with a gloomy expression. Qi Lianfu was so scared that his back was covered in cold sweat. He muttered in his heart, "Where did this brat come from?" He dared to say anything. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over and said, "The young masters are angry. The first young master is still waiting inside. Please don't let him wait for too long." Then, Qi Lianfu looked at Lin Feng and asked, "May I know which young master this young master wants to see?" "I'm not here to see the Qilian clan's young master." Lin Feng smiled faintly. "Then, who did you come to the Qilian clan to see?" Qi Lianfu asked doubtfully. "Lin Feng is here to visit," Lin Feng shouted. Chapter 934. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to shout like this outside the Qilian clan? Isn't he afraid of disturbing the cultivation of the Qilian clan's ancestors? Moreover, the ancient overlord level expert, Qi Lianzun, is also inside the clan. Isn't offending an ancient overlord like Qi Lianzun a dead end? Xueling Yu, Mu Zikuan, and the others were also astonished. Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming were slightly stunned, but then they sneered. Qi Lianfu was so scared that his entire body was trembling. If he disturbed the ancestors' cultivation, he might even be implicated. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura surged out from the depths of the Qilian clan. More than a dozen cultivators flew over. One of them was the ancient overlord expert, Qi Lianzun. There were also a few ancestor-level figures, each with a tyrannical and unfathomable cultivation. Among these ancestor-level figures, some were from the Qilian clan, and some were Qi Lianzun's friends. The ancestor has personally appeared. Could it be that the ancestor is angry because he was disturbed? He personally came out to deal with that young master? Qi Lianfu couldn't help but think. He only felt bitter in his heart, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. He prayed in his heart that he wouldn't be involved in this matter. Great. Let's see how this kid dies. Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming both had sneers on their faces. Disturbing the cultivation of an ancient overlord. Wasn't this courting death? He couldn't blame others for courting death. They couldn't wait to see Qi Lianzun slap Lin Feng to death. That would also save them a lot of trouble. This guy is finished. Xueling Yu, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Luo Yu Chen, and the others all shook their heads. They felt that Lin Feng's ending might be very bad this time. The ancient overlords didn't even want a reason to kill. Not to mention, Lin Feng had even disturbed an ancient overlord. In the distance, Qi Lianjie and the other young juniors of the Qilian clan also flew out. Where did this brat come from? He's so reckless to make a ruckus outside our Qilian clan. Even the ancestor is furious now. How are these guards doing their jobs? How can anyone get close to our Chilean clan? If they encounter suspicious people, they should drive them out. This wouldn't have happened. The most important thing right now is to calm the ancestors' anger. The juniors of the Chilean family were discussing as they flew out. However, they were still discussing how to appease the old ancestors' anger. Then, something happened that made them extremely astonished. Even before Qi Lianzun arrived, his voice had already traveled out. I've been waiting for the moon and the stars. My little friend has finally arrived. Hoping for the moon and the stars to come? Was it really Qi Lianzun, a powerhouse at the level of an ancient giant? Did I encounter a fake Qi Lianshuan? Many people naturally knew that it wasn't a fake Qi Lianshuan, but it was precisely because of this that they felt shocked and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Who is that kid? How could he possibly have such prestige? Everyone was stunned. Qi Lianshuan arrived in front of Lin Feng and grabbed Lin Feng with both hands. His face was full of excitement, which was absolutely true. All the juniors of the Chilean family were stunned. They were all dumbfounded. No one had expected such a thing to happen. How could the old ancestor be so enthusiastic about a cultivator who was younger than them? Qi Lianfu, who had been worried about his future and was trembling with fear, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Damn! Who is this young man? Why is the old ancestor so enthusiastic about him? Qi Lianfu didn't care who this person was, but he knew that he was safe now. He let out a long sigh. We haven't seen each other for half a year, but you're still as elegant as ever, said Lin Feng with a smile. Haha, my little friend, you flatter me. Come, let me introduce you to some friends. These two are the two great elders of the Chilean family, Qi Lianjiyu and Qi Lianyi. We've been friends for a long time. The two of them cupped their fists and smiled. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. This is the great elder of the Cavern of Time, Zhong Dingtian. This is the great elder of the Cavern of Moonwater, Mo Shiyu. This is the great Xia Empire's Jian Shichang. This is the Taisha Dao sect's Zhong Daoling. This is the Falling Star sect's Guo Tianming. After the introductions, both sides cupped their fists and greeted each other. However, at that moment, a strange voice sounded. Brother Qi Lian, this kid is only in his early 20s. So what if he's quite strong? Is he qualified to be treated like this by us? Is he qualified to be on equal footing with us? Which one of us isn't an old ancestor of a sect? If a mediocre cultivator like him is on equal footing with us just because he knows how to discern stones, where will we put our faces? Said Guo Tianming with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Qi Lianzun's expression suddenly sank. Qi Lianzun was about to say something, but Lin Feng had already stepped forward. He let out a long howl and said, Guo Tianming, your name isn't very good. Who can predict destiny? Even the ancient gods didn't dare say that they knew their own destiny. What's that kid doing? Xue Lingyu and the others were astonished. Lin Feng was actually mocking an old ancestor. Wasn't that too audacious? Did he want to die? Kid, you dare mock me? Said Guo Tianming gloomily. Mock? I'm not mocking you. I'm just telling you that you have to change your name today. I won't allow you to be called Guo Tianming. Lin Feng put his hands behind his back. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. Asking an old ancestor to change his name? Wasn't this a slap to the old ancestor's face? No one thought that Lin Feng would dare to say such words. You're courting death. Guo Tianming roared and slapped at Lin Feng. He's making his move. An old ancestor is making his move. Let's see how that kid dies. Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng sneered, Guo Tianming, you dare to show off in front of me with your little strength. Today, I'll let you know my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng stepped forward in the air. Oh, the great Tao of Death. In this mortal world, there are lowly ants who disrespect the Tao of Death and blaspheme the dignity of the Tao of Death. Please descend with the power of death and punish this lowly creature. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound shook the sky. A large river. It flew over from the outer realm. It pierced through the real world and the world of death. The large river lingered around Lin Feng's body. The power of death descended upon the world. Everyone felt that when the large river appeared, their lives began to flow away rapidly. Hurry up and retreat. Many experts' expressions suddenly changed. Even the old ancestor-level experts' expressions changed slightly. That long river of death was too terrifying. Lin Feng was like a god of death descending upon the world. He stepped on the air and walked forward. The long river of death traversed the sky. Bang! Chapter 935. How is this possible? Exclamations of disbelief rang out one after another. Even top geniuses like Xue Lingyu, Mu Zikuan, Nangong Bieli, Huangfu Qingqiong, and Luo Yuchen were far from reaching the level of a patriarch. However, Lin Feng had sent Guo Tianming flying with a single move. Is this guy pretending to be weak? Only then did the crowd come back to their senses. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng in a different way. He was someone who could suppress a patriarch. The world of cultivators. Age didn't matter. Lin Feng was young. Lin Feng was strong. Originally, Qi Lianzun and his patriarch-level friends were on good terms with Lin Feng because they valued Lin Feng's ability to identify stones. In the future, they might need Lin Feng's help. But now, they saw Lin Feng as someone on the same level as them. Heroes don't ask about their birth. Experts don't ask about their age. Everyone knew that Lin Feng, who was just in his early 20s, had amazing potential. Little brat, I'll take your life. Guo Tianming, who had been humiliated, roared angrily. The aura in his body rose wildly. He jumped up and charged at Lin Feng again. Both of you are my friends. Give me some face today and let this matter end here. How about it? Qi Lianzun stepped forward and released a gentle force, separating Lin Feng and Guo Tianming. The cultivators of the ancient giants were powerful. They easily separated the two. Today, I'll give Brother Qi Lian some face and spare this brat for now, Guo Tianming said with a gloomy expression. Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, you should be lucky. You don't have to change your name today, Fut. Xue Lingyu was amused. She looked at Lin Feng curiously. How could this guy be so infuriating? Looking at Guo Tianming's expression, she knew how angry he was. I'm too lazy to argue with you, said Guo Tianming while glancing at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng looked indifferent and didn't say anything. Young friend, please come in. Qi Lianzun invited him. Senior, please. Lin Feng made a gesture. The group of people entered the Qi Lian clan. At this time, everyone came back to their senses. Who is that guy? He actually has the strength to suppress an ancestor. He's so young, yet he's able to talk to an ancestor as an equal. There's no lack of monsters in this world. Who knows what kind of terrifying existence he will become in the future? Many people had seen Lin Feng and Guo Tianming's battle. They were all astonished. Even now, they were still talking about it. The news spread like wildfire as if it had grown wings. Many ancestor-level cultivators were even more moved. Ever since they saw the little stone saint in the immortal town, they were shocked. Now, many ancestors were waiting for the little stone saint to come to Holy Stone City. The little stone saint is really worthy of being called a god. Not only does he have a deep understanding of stone materials, but he also has the strength to suppress ancestors. How powerful will he be in the future? Maybe he will become a god in the future. Thinking about this, the ancestors of the major forces couldn't hold back their excitement. They quickly went out of their rooms and asked people to prepare a carriage. They were going to the Qi Lian clan to see the little stone saint. Lin Feng followed Qi Lianzun and the others to the living room. A beautiful maidservant served the spirit tea. Young friend, how does the spirit tea taste? Qi Lianzun said with a smile. Lin Feng took a sip and suddenly felt a fragrance fill his mouth. Before the spirit tea entered his stomach, a tyrannical spirit energy began to flow in his body. Good spirit tea. It could make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, good spirit tea was also very precious. Good tea. I've never tasted spirit tea with such astonishing spirit energy. Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, Don't you think each leaf looks like a dragon swimming in the water? Qi Lianyi said with a smile. Now that Lin Feng's strength surpassed Guo Tianming's, these ancestors considered Lin Feng as an existence of the same level. They called him Brother Lin. Qi Lianzun was an eternal overlord, so he still called Lin Feng young friend. If an ancestor called Lin Feng young friend, it would be too arrogant. Lin Feng carefully observed, and it was just as Qi Lianyi said. The tea leaves looked like dragons. Could it be the dragon spirit tea? Lin Feng thought of a legendary tea leaf and couldn't help but be surprised. While Qi Lianzun was entertaining Lin Feng, Qi Lianjie's small gathering also went on as scheduled. Everyone was talking about Lin Feng at the gathering. Xue Lingyu asked, "Brother Qi Lian, who is that young master Lin Feng?" Qi Lianjie smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know, and I've never heard anyone talk about him. However, he seems to be acquainted with the ancestor, so he should be a friend of the ancestor." Many geniuses' mouths twitched slightly. In the eyes of outsiders, these people were high and mighty figures. They were even stronger than many of the older generation's experts. Wherever they went, they were like stars surrounding the moon. However, after seeing Lin Feng today, they all felt uncomfortable. In the eyes of the ancestors and eternal overlords, they were still juniors. Juniors like them had to pay respects to the ancestors and eternal overlords. However, Lin Feng looked even younger than them. But now, he was already on the same level as the patriarchs and ancient giants. Although they felt uncomfortable, they didn't feel jealous. When the gap between them was too big, they couldn't be jealous anymore. Luo Yuchen said, "Brother Huangfu, you seem to know that kid." Huangfu Qingqiong and Huangfu Qingming's expressions turned gloomy, but they didn't answer. Seeing the brothers' ugly expressions, they didn't continue asking. After leaving the Qilian clan, Huangfu Qingqiong said in a deep voice, "Is the cultivator who fought with third brother also called Lin Feng?" Huangfu Qingming said, "That's right. Does big brother think that this Lin Feng is the Lin Feng who fought with third brother for 10 years? No way, that Lin Feng should be very weak, and the desolate region is so far away from the star region. What is he doing here? We'll know if it's true after we find someone to investigate." "Investigate? We must find out everything about this kid." Huangfu Qingqiong said coldly. "Yes, I'll tell my subordinates to find out his identity as soon as possible," Huangfu Qingming said. "Okay." Huangfu Qingqiong nodded.